I am testing. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Thank you.
We're ready to call the meeting to order. Good morning, everyone. This is the 10th of August. This is the meeting of the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission. Will you please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the
of
United States of America,
and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, everyone. I am in the hearing room in Santa Barbara with Mr. Sewards and Mr. Villalobos, and I'll call on David first to call the roll and give us the TV coverage announcement.
Thank you, Chair Cooney. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV, Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, Salinas Valley, Santa Maria, and Arca areas. Rebroadcasts of Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays after 5 p.m. on CSB TV, Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website and will be available for download in a day or two. Moving on to the roll call, Commissioner Bradley.
Here.
I don't see Commissioner Park yet, but I know he's joining us. Commissioner Farini.
Here.
Commissioner Martinez.
Here.
And of course, Chair Cooney.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. The next matter on our administrative agenda is the agenda status report and also the projection report, for which we turn to our secretary, Mr. Wilson.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Looking at the status of our agenda, we have two items on the standard agenda. The first item is the appeal of the Nohoe Farms Cannabis Cultivation Project. And item number 2 is an appeal of Dr. Green Thumb's Cannabis Storefront Retail. Staff is ready and prepared to present on both of those items today. Mr. Chair, I can move to the projection report if you'd like.
Please do.
Looking at a projection report, I believe last time we met, we voted to return to in-person hearings on August 31st. That hearing will be located in the Santa Barbara hearing room, and that's on August 31st. As of right now, there's one item projected on that, which is an appeal of a cannabis cultivation project in Carpinteria. Our next hearing after that will be on September 7th. There are two items listed on that agenda, and that is also a Santa Barbara hearing. That will be an appeal of Roots Cannabis Storefront Retail and an appeal of a telecom site in Goleta. Moving down, September 14th, we have two items projected to share outdoor cannabis cultivation and appeal of another cannabis cultivation, Old College Ranch Incorporated, and that hearing will be in Santa Maria on September 14th. September 28th, we have two items projected. We had continued the garage appeal to that date. And then there is an appeal of another cannabis cultivation operation on that date as well. And that's a Santa Barbara hearing on September 28th. Nothing projected for October 5th and 12th. And the other item that is projected further out is October 26th, which is Keysite 17, a senior housing project. That concludes the projection report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Do we have any questions on the projection report? Okay, doesn't appear we do, so let's go to public comment. This is the point at which in each of our meetings we invite the public to offer comment on matters not on today's agenda. And I'll ask Mr. Villalobos if he has any speakers for public comment.
Mr. Chair, no, all of our the people who have pre-registered are signed up for items on our standard agenda, but I do notice that we do have someone joining us via telephone. If you do wish to speak on during this portion of the public comment period, just raise your hand. If you're on your phone, hit *9 on your phone to raise your hand, and I'll call on you. And I'm not seeing any raised hands.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. So let's move to Planning Commissioner informational reports. Do any of the planning commissioners want to share anything they've been involved with or anything at all? I have one law case report that I'd like to share briefly. This is a decision of the 4th District Court of Appeal in San Diego. The name of the case is City of Coronado versus San Diego Association of Governments, and it seemed to me directly applicable to our deliberations forthcoming on our housing plans. And what this court said, relying on an earlier decision of the Court of Appeal, is that the courts do not have jurisdiction over the decisions of the regional governmental agencies, in our case, SBCAG. So in other words, if the city of Santa Barbara, say, was unhappy with the allocation, their sole remedy would be to go to SBCAG and appeal its allocation directly to SBCAG. Those decisions of SBCAG are protected from the courts and go a separate path for appeal. I thought that was interesting and unusual that the courts are denied jurisdiction, but that is an important area and certainly one that we'll be spending more time on in the future. That's all I wanted to report today. So let's move down to our minutes. We have one set of minutes, which are from our hearing of July 27. Everybody had a chance to look at those, and if so, any comments or a motion?
I'll move to approve. I didn't see any for corrections.
Good. I didn't either. Commissioner Bradley, good. So we have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Martinez. Mr. Villalobos, will you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Farini,
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez,
Aye.
and Chair Cooney.
Aye.
And I don't believe I said.
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry. You are there, John. I'm sorry. So that motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Next, we have our director's report. Mr. Wilson, are you going to do so in the absence of our director, Ms. Platt?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I'm happy to announce that our director is back in town and she's well prepared to present today. So you're spared my fumbling around.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission.
Good morning.
Nice to see you all. Nice to see you. As you know, I've been out for 2 weeks and things have been fairly quiet because the board has been out of session. But I do have a few things to report on this morning. The first thing I wanted to talk about a little bit is we are still seeing COVID cases with our staff. So I know that the Planning Commission voted to return to in-person in September. And so I think what we'll be doing then is asking people to wear masks when they're in the hearing room, and we will continue to have staff participate remotely where it's possible until we start to see the case rates dropping. I can attest to it being rampant around the country because I actually was infected by it again from my nephew. Yes. So, and then there were multiple people in Wyoming that got infected from somebody as well. So it's just still around. And anyway, I am trying to take as many precautions as we can just to protect you and the public and our staff. And so we'll have masks at the door for people who want to participate in person, and then they can don them, and we'll go from there. I did want to share with you that the California County Planning Commissioners Association is having its 91st General Conference in October, October 14th and 15th. It's in Pleasanton, which is in Alameda County. And we will go ahead and send out the flyer on it, so you can take a look at it and decide whether that's something that you have interest in. Moving on from that, last time I was with the Planning Commission, we did talk about having our updated phone list, which we call our smiling faces, distributed out to the Planning Commission. That has just come out. We have several new staff, and so we will be distributing that to the Planning Commission, so you can have an updated version of that, so you can put a face to a name when you're reading a staff report. I'm still monitoring the Brown Act bills to see what happens with them. I have not had a chance to check in with our lobbyists to see the status of those yet, but I will keep you posted on that. Our next board meeting, the first from their break, is next week on the 16th. And at that date, they're going to be hearing the cannabis ordinance amendments. That'll be the last hearing on that item. I think that'll be the last hearing on that item. And then they also are going to be hearing a general plan amendment rezone from the Montecito Planning Commission on that date. We have the house cell tract map and rezone on the 23rd of August. And so far, those are the hearings that have been scheduled for August and September. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions?
Yeah. Chair Cooney, I had a couple questions.
Go ahead, Commissioner Bradley.
So Director Plowman, Mr. Wilson just said that the in-person returns were on August 31st and you said September, and I honestly don't remember. So which one?
Mr. Wilson, can you respond to that?
It's August 31st.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Bradley, I do believe it's August 31st. I think we had committed to seeing each other's smiling faces in person with a mask on August 31st.
Okay. And then the smiling faces thing, which is always a great effort by Tanya. I didn't we just get that?
Oh, did you get it?
I think
didn't
so.
know I didn't know if it had been distributed to you yet.
Yeah, no, and thank her for doing that. I know that's a chore. It is really great. And I love that Mr. Walter still has his back to us with his ponytail. I noticed that. Okay, and then the conference for planning commissioners, is that an annual thing? I actually can't make it this year because I'm going to be in Seattle. So does it happen regularly? It's the first time I've heard you announce it. So can you just fill me in?
They may have not been having it with COVID, because
Okay,
it is the first time I've announced it.
okay,
But I think it is annual.
okay.
I
Well,
think
I'll
it is
catch you-
annual.
I'll catch you in the future. All right.
Yeah,
I think that's it. Thank you very much.
you're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Plowman. Welcome back.
Thank you. I think Commissioner Park may have a question.
Commissioner Park does. Yes, Commissioner Park.
Yes, and Chair Cooney, is now the time to talk about our resume in person or not. You know, as much as I have grown to hate Zoom, I hate masks even more. And probably if it was up to me, I'd say, okay, I'll still meet in Zoom and not wear a mask, and drive to Santa Barbara, wherever I'm going to, then put on a mask. Because when I put on masks, not only can nobody hear me very well, but for some reason it triggers something in my brain and I can't hear other people well when I'm wearing a mask. I don't understand why that is, but it's my chemistry or wiring. So there you go. If that's up for grabs, whether we can delay meeting in person again so we can avoid wearing masks, I'm interested in talking about that.
Well, I think we haven't discussed that. It's not agendized for today, Commissioner Park, so I don't think it's good for us to do. But I would say to you that there is some flexibility there. So let's discuss that offline, and we'll make sure you participate in the meeting one way or the other. Anything else from anybody? Questions of Ms. Plowman? Don't see any. Okay. It looks like we're ready for the standard agenda. Is there any reason why we shouldn't proceed at this point and take a break somewhere down the line? All right. Then I'll ask Mr. Villalobos to read item 1 into the agenda.
Thank you, Chair Cooney. The following is a hearing on the request of the appellants Edward Seaman and Sierra Botanicals LLC to consider case number 21 APL 43 and 21 APL 44, appeals of the director's decision to approve land use permit case number 19 LUP 530.
Do we have ex parte disclosures by commissioners? I would expect we do. Commissioner Park.
Yes, I haven't spoken recently with Ed Siemens, who is one of the appellants about the project, but I have a number of times both about that project and projects in general there, so I should disclose that. Also, I spoke yesterday with Amy Steinfeld, who is the attorney for the applicant, and also the day before, I think it was, I met on site with Shannon Kahn and Laurel Fisher Perez to tour the project. And also my horse Elvira came. And that's all I can recall of ex parte contacts.
Thank you, Commissioner Park. Commissioner Martinez.
Yes, good morning to all. Thank you, Chair. I actually had a telephone conversation with Shannon Kahn regarding this matter, but also that's come to light is that Mr. Catherman, which is involved in the water situation, due to his being involved as my law firm has represented Mr. Catherman, or at least been involved with Mr. Catherman in several different capacities. And in light of, I haven't received any letter back from the Fair Political Action Commission Act committee. I'm going to have to recuse myself from this matter. So I don't know if I just basically shut off my camera and sit in the back.
Chair Cooney.
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning. It's Callie Kim, County Counsel. Commissioner Martinez, I recommend if you're going to recuse yourself that you actually sign off of the Zoom. And I'm happy to let you know when it's time to sign back on for the next item. But
Okay.
I recommend you do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Martinez. We'll be back in touch with you for the rest of the agenda.
Okay.
Any other disclosures? Commissioner Bridley.
Yeah, I spoke with Ms. Fisher Perez on last Thursday about the case briefly.
Thank you. Commissioner Farini, any disclosures?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Cooney. Just a series of emails with Laurel Fisher Perez to set up a site visit, which I never executed.
Okay. I had a telephone conversation at the request of and with Ms. Steinfeld. Shannon Kahn was on the call. Haley was on the call. I'm sorry, I didn't get Haley's last name. And Laurel Fisher Perez. That was my only contact on this item. So we're getting ready to move to staff presentation. And it looks like Mr. Seward's going to do that.
I'm not, but we have Aaliyah Vosberg here. She is presenting remotely today. And she's
You're relaying.
I'm just doing the PowerPoint for you. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Oh, and look, she's masquerading as Joe Dargell. Interesting.
Ms. Vosberg, when you're ready.
Excellent. So good morning, Chair Cooney and Commissioners. Today I'll be presenting case number 21 APL 43 and 21 APL 44. the appeals of the Nahoe Farms Cannabis Cultivation Land Use Permit. Next slide, please. So as shown on this vicinity map, the proposed project site is located on a 53-acre parcel on the west side of Highway 101, approximately 4 miles south of the city of Peelton. The property is zoned Ag 240 and is surrounded to the north by property also zoned Ag 240 and to the east, south, and west by property zoned Ag 2100. It's also bounded on the east by Highway 101, as you'll see there, and then on the west by Nahoe Creek. The site's historically been planted with organic field crops dating back to the 1990s, and surrounding land uses include field crops, grazing, and open lands. Next slide, please. So the applicant submitted the land use permit application for approval of the proposed project on December 9th, 2019. The application was approved by Planning and Development on August 19th, 2021, and the appellants filed 2 timely appeals of staff's approval on August 23rd and August 27th, 2021. Next slide, please. So the proposed project is a request for a land use permit to allow 20.67 acres of outdoor mature cannabis cultivation under hoop structures, 1.2 acres of outdoor nursery under hoop structures, refrigerated storage in an existing 3,240 square foot ag storage barn, and cannabis processing, including drying, curing, trimming, and packaging in a proposed 10,000 square foot processing building. Additionally, the project includes a new 30,000 gallon water storage tank for fire protection purposes, installation of a permeable employee parking area, and installation of lighting, fencing, and landscape screening. The proposed operation will employ 5 full-time employees with an additional 19 seasonal employees during harvest periods, which will occur up to 3 times per year for a duration of 21 days per harvest period. Next slide, please. So on August 27th, 2021, appellant number 2, Sierra Botanicals LLC, filed a timely appeal of P&D's approval of the project, citing 2 appeal issues as the basis of their appeal. For these appeal issues identified as 1 and 2, appellant number 2 asserts that the proposed project will divert water from Nahoe Creek above safe levels evaluated by CDFW, and that drawdown of the creek as a result of the project will adversely impact California red-legged frog. In response, staff finds the applicant provided a memo prepared by a professional geologist, which concluded that the existing property wells, which will continue to serve the proposed project, are isolated from Nahoe Creek. The memo also demonstrated that the projected water use of the project will be below the historic water use of the property. And accordingly, the project is not expected to divert water from Nahoe Creek or result in drawdown of the creek that would adversely impact California red-legged frog. Next slide, please. On August 23rd, 2021, appellant number 1, Edward Seaman, filed a timely appeal of P&D's approval of the project, citing 2 appeal issues as the basis of their appeal. These are identified as appeal issues 3 and 4 here. So for appeal issue 3, appellant number 1 asserts that the proposed project will have an impact on limited shared water resources of the surrounding area, and that the county has not performed thorough due diligence and analysis of water resources for the proposed project. In response, staff finds water for the proposed project will be provided by the existing property wells that have provided irrigation for the organic field crop farming that has occurred on the property since the 1990s. The applicant provided a memo prepared by a professional geologist, which demonstrates that the projected proposed project will result in a reduction of water use on the property. And accordingly, the proposed project will have no new impact on water availability of surrounding areas. Next slide, please. For appeal issue 4, appellant number 1 asserts that the odor generated by the project will impact the appellant's neighboring business entities and express concerns that the project does not comply with the LUDC requirements for odor mitigation. In response, staff finds, as discussed in detail in the staff report section 6.4, the project is fully compliant with the LUDC requirements pertaining to odor abatement. In accordance with the LUDC, an odor abatement plan is is not required for outdoor cannabis cultivation on Ag 2 zone parcels unless a CUP is required. However, as provided in the project description and the project plans, the proposed processing building will be equipped with carbon filtration systems to minimize odor produced by processing activities as is required by code. Next slide, please. And then on August 1st, 2022, appellant number 1 submitted a supplemental appeal package, and staff's response is discussed in detail in the staff memo dated August 5th, 2022. In this supplemental appeal package, appellant number 1 provided a hydrogeological memo that disputes the applicant's geologist memo. The appellant's memo asserts that water pumped from the project wells is subterranean stream flow. And as such, the project must comply with the State Water Resource Control Board cannabis cultivation policy, including certain pumping restrictions that apply to stream diversions. In response, staff finds ultimately the permitting of surface water or subterranean stream diversions is within the exclusive jurisdiction of the State Water Resources Control Board. The project is conditioned to be operated in compliance with the State Board's cannabis cultivation policy to the satisfaction of the State Water Resources Control Board. However, P&D staff did meet with the Control Board staff to discuss the general issue of subterranean stream flows in this county. And during that meeting, the State Water Resource Control Board Water Rights Division staff confirmed that unless there is an existing determination by the State Water Board identifying a specific well as a diverter, a surface water diverter, there is a presumption that all subsurface water is percolating groundwater. And additionally, although it's not shown here, on August 2nd, appellant number 2, which is Sierra Botanicals, also provided a supplemental appeal letter. This supplemental letter provided further discussion on the appeal issues raised in their original appeal application, and included an attached 2018 CURE groundwater report, which provided an analysis of Sierra Botanicals water source. Staff reviewed the supplemental letter and did not identify any additional information that changes staff's response on this appeal issue, analysis of the project, or recommended action provided in the staff report. Next slide. And with that, staff recommends that the Planning Commission deny the appeals, case numbers 21 APL 43 and 44, make the required findings for approval of the project, including CEQA findings, determine that the previously certified PEIR is adequate and no subsequent environmental review is required pursuant to CEQA guidelines 15162 and 15168. And then finally, grant de novo approval of the project, case number 19 LUP 530, subject to the conditions of approval. And that concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fosberg. Do we have questions of staff at this point from the commission? Commissioner Park.
Yes, I have a number of them. The first one ought to be easy. I've got the San Ynez Valley Community Plan in front of me and looking at its map, and it looks to me like this property is not in the San Ynez Valley Community Plan area. Is that right?
Commissioner Park, that is correct. The project is not within the San Ynez Valley Community Plan.
Okay, then I won't ask you questions about the applicability of the community plan, but I will ask about the visual resource policy standards that we have in the county. You know, they come up in nearly every project, and they were alluded to in what? I think it was a letter from Citizens Planning Association talking about the visibility of fencing and so forth. I may be wrong, but that's kind of where I caught it. And I did not see any discussion of those policies in your table of consistency with policies in the staff report. And I wondered if you could address that, why you left those out. Do you think they apply? Does it matter? That kind of thing.
Yeah, Commissioner Park, there are visual resource policies discussed in the staff report table. I think that's on page 13 of the staff report. I'm not sure if those are what you're referring to, but essentially go ahead.
I think I must have just missed it then. That's right. Go ahead.
Okay, so the takeaway is the cannabis section also has required landscape screening, which requires that the project not be visible from any public viewing location within 5 years. So this project does include proposed landscaping. So as you saw on the vicinity map, the project is immediately adjacent to Highway 101, but between the project and Highway 101 is some existing vegetation that will continue to screen the project, and the applicant is also proposing some additional landscaping to fill in any gaps that will, within 5 years, block the view of the project from any public viewing area, which in this case is Highway 101.
Yeah. Let me now address this discussion of the relationship of the creek surface waters with the groundwater that's used by the wells. And when I say discussion, there's a little bit in your staff report. There's a whole lot in the appellant's papers, and there's some in the applicant's papers, in fact, in their memo. And it refers to various, is it state legislation or regulations regarding cannabis? It's really different than any other crop. So what I'm struggling with is, why are we looking at that here at the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission? I would imagine that if we're concerned about the impact on a nearby creek, that would be part of our CEQA analysis, okay? But when we're getting down to whether this is a, what is it, a subterranean surface flow, whatever it is, I'm struggling with why we look at that, or whether we do look at that. I mean, it may be that it has tremendous impacts that are environmental, and we look at it under CEQA, or it may be that it doesn't, you know, and there's the argument here that, gosh, you're going to be pumping less water than you would have if you're growing vegetables, so it won't make a difference. But if there's a connection as under the legal definition, then we have to look at that. And then we have a whole lot of factual analysis presented by both sides on whether it's related or not. So could you address what our role is in looking at these state standards on the relationship between the surface water and the groundwater?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Park, I can go ahead and take that. So P&D staff we've had pretty lengthy discussions with the state on this issue, the State Water Board and their Water Rights Division. And they've made it very clear that they hold sole jurisdiction over determining the water rights and whether or not there's a connection between surface water and groundwater. And that in their review, they make that determination. And so the County of Santa Barbara is not going to be making that determination. And so what we look at when we're reviewing a project is, one, we look at whether or not they have the capacity to serve the project with a water well, which in this case, the applicant has provided substantial evidence that shows that they are actually reducing the volume of water that was previously produced from the well. So they do have the capacity to serve the project. So essentially, the other takeaway from the discussion with the Water Board was that absent a determination by the Water Board themselves, any water that is subterranean is considered to be percolating groundwater and is not assumed to be surface water.
So that segues perfectly into my last question, because I saw this string of emails between you, Mr. Darkale, and state folks, and I'm trying to figure out what is the meaning, the practical meaning of this presumption that it's percolating groundwater, because I seem to have read in those emails that the state's not going to take this issue up. They don't take up the issue of whether there's a connection unless there's been a rebuttal of that presumption of percolating groundwater due to presence in their database, pre-existing to the project of that connection. And that to me just seemed very circular. So can you comment on that as what's the practical meaning of this presumption of percolating groundwater to what actually occurs in the permitting process, whether state or local, for this project?
Certainly. So what that practically means is from a perspective of a local jurisdiction like ourselves, that is one way that we would check to whether to determine whether or not the water board has previously determined a specific water well has been determined to have a connection between the surface water and the groundwater. But in fact, what it means practically on the water board's end is that once it's in their database, that means that they have reviewed the water well and their board has taken an action to make that determination. So it's not just that it's randomly put in their database. It's a specific action legally that they take as a board.
Well, let me put it another way. If the if we approve the project and we essentially adopt the principle that these issues aren't really our issue to resolve, do the appellants have recourse with the State Water Resource Conservation Board, whatever it is, to address this issue?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Park, that is correct. The applicant, the appellants, they have recourse through the water board to take this matter up separately, separate from the county's action today, as it is. Again, it's not within the county's jurisdiction, it's within the State Water Board's jurisdiction.
Okay, well, thank you. And Chair Cooney, I apologize for the length of my questions, but I felt it was good to clear this up as much as possible, given all the presentations we've received in writing and are likely to get over the next hour or two or three or four or five or whatever. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Park, I don't think your questions are at all irrelevant to our discussion, and I would just follow up with one question of Mr. Dargill. Let's assume that we take action to approve the permit and deny the appeals, and the appellants are really convinced that there is a problem with the project as approved by the commission, and goes to the state, and they have a determination, they make a determination that there is what is alleged to be an interference with the underground flow. What does that do to our permit?
Mr. Chair, if there was later on a subsequent determination by the water board that there is a connection between surface water and groundwater, that then implies that there would be limitations on the pumping regime that an applicant could utilize for that specific well itself. So it's the cannabis cultivation policy of the water board. So they would be limited in the amount of gallons that they could pump during certain times of the year. So basically during the dry months, they wouldn't be able to pump. But what that doesn't mean is that the applicant wouldn't be precluded from drilling a new well that is separate from a subterranean stream, if that were the case.
But what you're indicating is that it wouldn't automatically be referred back to the commission for a review of its prior decision. That would take place after court action or after state board action and way down the line. So we're tasked with doing the best we can with the information we have today, correct?
That is correct. That is my understanding. The action of a subsequent action of a water board would be separate from any action by the county planning commission. So yes, they would have to, if there was not a sufficient, or I guess I should restate, if the water source that served the project was determined to be inadequate for whatever reason, the applicant would then be required to find a new water source in order for their project with the county to continue to proceed forward.
Yes. Okay. Mr. Seward, you want to add?
If, Joe, if you could also explain, or Leah, can you remind the commission that they have actually 3 wells as part of this project? Okay.
That's a good point, Mr. Seawards. So that's another component that we can have the applicant speak to in a little bit more detail during their time. But what the applicant has provided as part of their application is 3 separate wells, and the main well is the well that they utilized to show that they have capacity to serve the project. And that's the well that has been the subject of the different appellant packages that have been provided. The other 2 wells, I believe they're named Moonshine 1 and Moonshine 2. Those wells are significantly deeper, I think, as far as deep as 800 feet. And there's a even more clear of a distinction between the groundwater source and surface water.
Well, thank you, Mr. Sewards and Mr. Darga. We'll proceed with the appellants and then the applicants' presentations, and maybe we can discuss a little more about that later. Commissioner Park.
Let's hear it.
Turn yours off. Another question from Mr. Dargell. I think it's a very interesting argument that the project will use significantly less water than it used when it was more of a typical produce farm. And that seems to me to go directly to any questions under CEQA analysis. But I suppose it's conceivable that somebody could find some reason to quadruple the amount of water that the cannabis project will use in the future. Is there anything barring that? Is there anything in the conditions of approval that limit the maximum water usage?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Park, we do not have a condition of approval that would limit the amount of water that would be used under the project, no.
PowerPoint, right?
So if they're saying today it's going to use half of what it used to use, but they find some reason in the future to use 4 times as much, there's nothing to stop that.
That would be correct. And similarly, if the applicant decided to grow blueberries tomorrow, that would not require a permit, and they could pump as much water as they chose in order to support that type of farming.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Park, for the subject introduction and your questions. So if I don't see any other questions from commissioners, I'm going to ask the appellants to commit to a presentation time limit. Appellant number 1 is Mr. Seaman. I see you, Mr. Seaman, on the screen. Could you give us an idea of how much time you have for your presentation? You have to unmute yourself.
Trying to find. Okay, can you hear me now?
We can, yes.
All right. So a half hour would be good. I am actually going to be only introducing what kind of responding to what I'm already hearing here, and then handing the rest of my time over to Brad Newton, hydrology and geology expert that we're working with in this project.
Mr. Seaman, I'm going to suggest that you might want to save a few minutes for rebuttal from the from the applicant's presentation, and maybe even from what you hear otherwise. So let's start with 20 minutes for your presentation, and I'll let you know when we're getting close to that.
Okay.
And when we go to appellant number 2, I'm going to ask the same question, but I think unless there's a good reason to go longer, half hour would be maximum there too.
This is Ben Benumoff, counsel for Sierra Botanicals. 20 minutes would be fine. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Can I get your last name better so I pronounce it correctly?
Yes, it's Benumoff. B as in boy, E, N as in Nancy, U, M as in Mary, O, F as in Frank.
Okay, Benumoff.
Yes, I'm a land use and water attorney. I'm also a PhD geologist. Thank you.
Okay, you already started on your presentation. We haven't even warmed you up yet. So, all right, let's go to Mr. Seaman to introduce his witnesses.
All right, well, I'm Ed Seaman. My wife and I are the owner operators of Santa Barbara Blueberries, for those of you that don't know. We're also the stewards of Restoration Oaks Ranch. I'm also the executive director of the Wild Farmlands Foundation. I'm a farmer, I'm a rancher, I'm an environmentalist, and I'm an agroecologist. In addition to water concerns, I appealed to the Boy Farms Cannabis project for several other reasons. Odor was mentioned, there are others. My neighbors in the Nahoy Falls corridor and many members of the public agree with me on some of these other reasons. Didn't bring them up, and I'm not going to talk about them today, but they're legitimate. I'd like to acknowledge that these other concerns are important too. And having said that, the focus in the appeal today is water. Without sufficient water, nothing else even matters. I've heard people claim that water issues around cannabis are confusing. It isn't really. Our dry farm berry crops use 0.6 acre feet of water per acre per year. Using Nahoy Farms numbers, cannabis uses 1.8 to 2.1 acre feet of water per acre per year. So speaking to what was mentioned earlier, we could actually do 3 times the amount of berries right now and not use any more water than they're using on the cannabis. It's not a dry land farming crop, period. If you use less money, outdoor cannabis is not a crop that can be dry farmed profitably. This is a dry farming region. And I can say that because I'm a farmer. I've talked to strawberry growers that simply won't even try to grow their crop out here because they know it's a thirsty crop and they're wise enough not to attempt it. We're currently in a stage 2 drought. Rainfall appears to be diminishing. Every well that we know of in the Nahoy Falls corridor is part of the same finite Nahoy Creek water basin. It's a water basin that is recharged exclusively by rainfall. The applicant claims that cannabis grown today is not going to use as much water as crops grown here in the past. Therefore, water is not an issue. This doesn't make any sense to me. If we believe that we live in an era of climate change and we truly want to preserve this fragile ecosystem for our future generations, historical agricultural water use is pretty much irrelevant. We need to be concerned about the future, not the past. I'm going to turn the rest of my time over to Brad Newton. He's a hydrogeology expert, but before I do, I want to ask the commissioners and staff, I want you to ponder a question. If there is any question at all about cannabis further depleting an already impaired watershed, why would you risk it? Why expend a spot within the remaining cannabis cap space here when there are so many other places in Santa Barbara that have plenty of water and where there would be no risk at all? If I were a commissioner, my mantra regarding water and cannabis would be, if you do not know, you cannot grow. Now I'd like to introduce Brad. He's going to talk more technically about water. Yeah.
Good morning. My name for the record is Brad Newton of Newton Geohydrology Consulting Services. I do hope that you received in your packet my technical memorandum dated May 16th, which details the outline and matter of the proper classification of water that is proposed for this project to be pumped from any of the 3 wells listed in the addendum to the hydrology report from the applicant. today I have a PowerPoint presentation. I hope that that's queued up. Is that correct, David? There should be a PowerPoint presentation that will be queued up that we can walk through the details of my technical report that was sent yesterday via email. And apparently we can walk through these slides.
Where's
We're pulling it up now.
While we wait for that, I want to perhaps reflect a bit on some of the comments made prior. I do greatly appreciate Commissioner Park's efforts to understand the scope of the planning department and the commissioners of planning and the scope of the state board and the various aspects of how to interpret the law in California. Because I think that is very helpful to understand. So thank you for having those questions and answers. Thank you. So here we are. We're ready to go. Let's go to next slide, please. So the State Water Resources Control Board Cannabis Cultivation Policy was enacted a few years back in response to the state population voting to legalize cannabis cultivation in California. There are two classifications of water. There's groundwater and surface water. And the cannabis cultivation policy states that if there is groundwater being used to grow cannabis, then, and I may highlight in the text below, the deputy director may require a forbearance period or other measures in the case of groundwater being used for cannabis. Next slide, please. If the water is classified as surface water diversion, and I'll direct your attention to the text below, the water being diverted is subject to the surface water numeric and narrative stream flow requirement. It is not a may, it is a requirement. They must follow the numeric and narrative in-stream flow requirement. And that is really the basis of the challenge here, is that if it's classified as groundwater, they may pump at will for whenever they like, for as long as they like, for however much they like, without regulation from the state board, unless the deputy director decides that you should do so. If it's surface water, they may only pump as followed by the numeric and narrative in-stream flow requirements. And those requirements, I might add, it was brought up, is that there is no pumping between April 1st and October 31st. And that is the dry period of the watershed. And the purpose of that is to preserve the surface water resource for other existing uses, which would include habitat and endangered species. During the period of November 1st to the end of March, the applicant may only pump at a rate of 10 gallons per minute. And there are storage limitations as well. So there are a number of issues that arise if this water was classified as surface water versus groundwater that may or may not constrain the applicant's operation as proposed. Next slide, please. The case law around subterranean flow goes back to the late 1800s in a case between City of Los Angeles and Pomeroy, where they decided and determined this idea of subterranean flow being surface flow. And it seems complicated, but it really isn't. It just means there's a creek, and at times the water is above the ground, and at times when the flow rate is low, that water that is flowing through the creek corridor is in fact below the ground surface. But if you were to dig a foot or two or 20 or whatever, that you would still find that water flowing down the course of the stream. That is still surface flow in regard to the state board. In a later decision, 1999, the board determined that there is a test that can be used to describe and identify when water is flowing within a subterranean stream, and that is called the 4-part test, the Garapata Creek case, and it's listed here in these bulleted items. There's a surface channel, it must be present, the subsurface channel must be present. That channel must have impermeable bed and banks. That's item 2. Item 3 is the course of the channel must be known or capable of being determined by reasonable inference. And then the 4th aspect of the 4-part test is that groundwater must be flowing in the channel. So these are the metrics by which we identify whether or not the water source of a particular pump is within the scope of subterranean stream flow, as based on the board's decision. Next slide, please. So the applicant went to great lengths at describing many things about the area and its water. In a section of the applicant's report, origin of produced well water, and this also includes Moonshine 1 and Moonshine 2. The applicant has listed 6 items. The first 5 are not part of the state board test. Interesting, but not part of the state board test. So pump test influence is not part of that test. Recovery period of a well, not part of that test. Static water level relative to surface water, not part of the test. Whether there's confining layers locally, regionally, or in any other way is not part of the test. And the water chemistry is not part of the test. Next slide, please. The applicant's 6th point, he lists 2 items which are part of the test. And those 2 items, he says, are part B and part D, which is corresponding to the 2nd and 4th bullet. So the 2nd is the impermeable bed and banks. And the applicant states in his report that the water, let me see, the channel is underlain by permeable sediments of tertiary Sakata Gaviota Formation, which is water bearing and productive in area water wells to the north and subject of the Nahoki main well. Also part true for the Moonshine wells 1 and 2. However, in the report presented by the applicant, there is other descriptions of this material which are in direct contradiction and in fact support the state board 4-part test. In that area, the part of that report is with regard to figure 5, where it's describing the mid-tertiary rocks. And I'll just read what's there in bold. These mid-tertiary rocks, including the Matilaha, Cosidel, Gaviota, Sakata formations, typically do not contain large volumes of groundwater, lacking enough porosity and permeability to hold significant water. However, where these units do contain water is usually associated with overlying groundwater, such as that found in alluvial sediments in rivers, streams, and drainages. That is exactly within the subterranean channel. The applicant also uses part D, which is the 4th bullet item of the state 4-part test, which is regarding groundwater flowing in the channel. The applicant says that that this water that is being accessed by the wells can't flow to the San Ynez River. Although that is not part of the test does not say where does the water flow or asks the question where the water flows. The test in the 4th bullet item says, does water exist there when it's being pumped? And the applicant has demonstrated that they did a pump test where the water level was just below the environmental seal of the well. And so the water is there when they pumped, and that is a determination that groundwater actually is in that subterranean channel. So the assertion of the applicant in both cases, part B and D, are erroneous at best and do not apply to the state board's 4-part test. Next slide, please. A proper description of what's occurring at this proposed project is presented in this next piece by myself. This is out of my work reflecting upon the applicant's hydrology report. So the first part is that a subterranean channel must exist. And the applicant's report describes that groundwater is associated with an erosional depression of limited extent containing various thickness, 10 to 200 feet, of young quaternary alluvial sediments associated with the area's streams, creeks, and drainages. Recharge to the area alluvial aquifers is mostly from winter rainfall and runoff and creek water infiltration, as well as some contribution from area irrigation seepage. That is exactly the definition of surface water, and it occurs within this quaternary alluvial sediments, which is the subterranean channel. Next slide, please. Here's a map, a geology map that's within the applicant's report. It's their figure 6A. And the light colored, almost white colored area on this picture, as represented here, is quaternary alluvium. And you can see that it follows the stream and creek channels. Around that white or light colored area are these darker blues, greens, and earth tones. Those are the formational material that comprise the mountains in which this creek flows. And so if we think about how that happens, as the mountain rises up out of the landscape, rainfall falls on it and erodes away portions of the mountain to form these shallow depressions, these valleys, and it infills that material with sediment, and the creek flows down through that area and off to the ocean. And that is the setting from which these alluvial sediments are derived and exist, and they are mobile, they move downstream, and water flowing within those sediments is within the quaternary alluvium, which is contained within the channel, the subterranean channel. Next slide, please. Part 2 is relatively impermeable bed and banks of the subterranean channel. And here again, as we discussed before, the applicant's report describes this case very clearly. Mid-tertiary aged rocks, including these formations, that would be the blue and the earth-colored tones of the previous slide, are Matilaha, Cozidel, Gaviota, Sakata formations, typically do not contain groundwater, lacking porosity and permeability to hold sufficient water. This is exactly the setting of the impermeable bed and banks of the subterranean channel. This is the container. Within it is the quaternary alluvial deposits that is the subterranean channel material through which this water flows. Next slide, please. Part 3 talks about the course of the subterranean channel. It needs to be knowable or being determined. You can determine it reasonably. And if you go to the next slide, I'll show you that there are 13 well logs in the area. That this is a topo map, which differs a little bit from the geology map you previously saw. But the area with very few lines down the middle and aligned with the 101 is the quaternary alluvial sediments that we saw in the geology map. And those wells, those dots plotted there, didn't come across so well in terms of highlighting the well labels themselves. But all the wells are labeled, the dots are labeled, and those labels appear in the table at the bottom of this figure that I've overlaid onto this topo map. And what this shows is that the wells in this area are all within the quaternary alluvial deposit. And the reason that is that that's where the water is. It is within the alluvial material. There are very few wells, and there may be one or two that I found to the north there, where the well is actually drilled into the formational deposit, the bedrock. But by and large, in this area and where the Nahoki parcel is, the wells are drilled within the Quaternary alluvium. They have well logs, which were presented in my technical memorandum in the appendix. And those well logs describe the material in which those wells were drilled at depth. And from them, we can see and identify the bottom of the bed and bank, if you will, or the bottom of the Quaternary alluvial deposit in the driller's report. And that would fully describe the extent of the channel and where it is in the landscape. Next slide, please.
Mr. Newton, I'm just letting you know you're 1 minute away from the 20 minutes, and so you'll be working on rebuttal time from here on.
Okay, thank you very much. Next slide is groundwater must be flowing. And when the applicant did well tests, the thing that I think is most important in this is that if you thought of your kitchen sink full of halfway full of water, and you had a cup that was empty, and you put a straw in it, the straw would be the well. And if you submersed half of the cup into that water, there would be water in the sink around that cup, but not in the cup itself. If you poked holes at the top of the cup, water would flow through those holes in the top of the cup, fill the cup up, and then you could take water out through the straw. And so this is really important in this setting because the groundwater wells, both the main well and the two Moonshine 1 and 2, have cement seals which are shallow. They are just below the ground surface. And the annulus of the well itself is within the alluvial deposits. Therefore, water within the alluvial deposits can flow into the annulus of the well all the way down to the bottom of the drilling hole and then enter into the pump and pumped to the surface. So irrespective of whether that well is 800 feet or 50 feet, if the annulus is shallow, less than and within the Quaternary alluvium, water within that alluvial deposit can flow into the gravel pack of the well and then be accessed by the pump. That's called cross screening. It's very common. It's very typical in agricultural land. And that is why all three of these wells pump from the subterranean stream flow. And in the next slide, please. You can move forward. I just spoke through that. So it is my determination, and I have shared my report with the state board, and I've shared my report with California Fish and Wildlife Services, that this water is in fact and meets the 4-part test. It is subterranean stream flow, and it must adhere to the numeric and narrative and stream flow requirements. The reason why this is important here is because the plan that is being proposed and now appealed does not have any mechanism or conditions to address the no pumping period from April 1st to October 31st, nor does it have any mechanism within the plan to address a 10 gallon per minute maximum pumping during the wet period. And therefore, if it's allowed to go through as a groundwater well, you will be permitting an operation which is not in compliance with state law. And that's the end of my discussion. Thank you so much for hearing me.
Thank you, Mr. Newton. I presume now, let me ask Mr. Seaman if that would conclude your primary presentation. You'll save the balance of your time, 8 minutes for rebuttal.
Yeah, that concludes it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I had some questions.
Do you want to ask them now, or do you want to hear from the additional witnesses?
Well, are the additional witnesses for this appellant side? Are they?
No, not
Oh, then I should ask. I should ask now. And so Mr. Ingemoff will not be speaking. Is that right? Or no, he's on a different.
He's on the other side of it.
Yeah, sorry. Okay. Let me get you back, Mr. Newton. Dr. Newton.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. On, I want to address flow and then the relatively impermeable layer, and then also a phrase that you've used in your report. So Um, I think when people think of surface water flow, they're thinking of a velocity that's observable. You know, you create a little paper sailboat and it flows downstream, and it's very prosaic and all that, you know. My limited experience of this comes from uh, groundwater basin contamination in the Oxnard Plain from gasoline spills. And we would talk about flow in our litigation and gradients and so forth, but flow would be much, much slower velocities. It might be measured in movements of feet per year, but it's important because you get plumes and then they ultimately reach a groundwater supply or other properties and things. So you know what I'm talking about. So as you understand the usage of the term flow in the 4-part subterranean channel test that you've described, does flow somehow equate with the kind of velocities we would observe from surface creek waters?
If you're asking, are the velocities the same or similar? The answer is no. And you're absolutely correct. In the sediment, there's much greater resistance by way of the particles that comprise the sediment to the flow moving in a downhill way. Versus within a channel of open flow of water, solid water, in a surface water stream or a canal, that water is not needing to flow against the resistance of anything. And so it just flows by nature of fluid mechanics within that open channel. Whereas in the sediment, it is slower. That is absolutely correct.
So we don't have to have observable velocity to determine that it's flow in the subterranean channel. It's just moving at some rate.
Well, observable, you mean visually? Yes, that's correct. It's very difficult to visually see the water moving, but we do have science technology, if you will. We can look at gradients between 2 points, and we can characterize the material, and we can calculate what a flow rate is. If we had a plume, we could certainly measure it by measuring the plume migration, and we could measure what that flow rate is. But you're absolutely right. It is not observable.
Okay, now let's move on to the relatively impermeable soils. And I think on the one hand, we have the applicant saying that in between the creek and the bottom of the wells, there's this relatively impermeable layer. And I think what you're telling us in so many words is that the entire quaternary alluvium, which is sort of a consolidated sediments, is relatively impermeable. But that's where the wells are coming from in large part. That's where the water that winds up in the wells is coming from in large part. And it's the same, the formation in which the water comes from for the wells is essentially the same that the stream bed rests on. Is that what you're saying?
Let me summarize in my words, if that could be helpful. My understanding is that the bedrock, this tertiary deposits, these formations that I spoke of, that are relatively impermeable bed and banks of the channel, those formations, it was the colored portion of that geology map, contain all of the quaternary alluvial deposits. They may be indurated as a solid or more solid piece, but they may be very loose as well and not consolidated into a rock. And my understanding from the applicant's report is that within the quaternary alluvium, which is the material within the subterranean channel, my understanding of the applicant's report is that within the quaternary alluvial deposit, there is a clay layer, supposedly. The extent of the clay layer is not described or known. And the argument, as I understood from the applicant's report, is that this clay layer somehow exempts them from considering that the water within the alluvium is meets the 4-part test of the state board, because their claim is that it confines the material below from the material above the clay layer. The problem is, in my opinion, is that one, we do not know the extent of the clay layer. The other 14 well logs that are shown in on my map and are included in the appendices in my report do not describe clay layers ubiquitously across the valley. So if there is a clay layer in a place, it is discontinuous, which means that water can flow above it, and then as that clay layer disappears, the water would migrate below it, and then in perhaps back and around like spaghetti or something, mixing around through this alluvial material. But it's not separately confined and distinct from the water at the surface. And I think that's my interpretation of what I think you were saying. Is that correct?
I think so. I guess what you're saying is if there is a clay layer, that it's somewhat discontinuous and the water is going to flow around it anyway. And that clay layer, is that indicated in the well log reports that you've analyzed?
There are layers of clay that occur in the well logs, yes, but it's not a ubiquitous layer that is sufficiently thick and of aerial extent that it can be considered to confine an aquifer below it in the true sense of a confined aquifer. So, in the material of the Quaternary alluvium, there is clay, silt, sand, and gravel deposits, and they're intermixed at various depths from well to well to well, which is the nature of alluvial deposits and the nature of what you just spoke of. They're discontinuous, and water moves around them and underneath them and above them as it flows down the course of the subterranean channel.
A point that was made in Mr. Kathman's memo that you haven't addressed, I don't believe you have, is that there's a difference in the mineral content of water sampled from the creek and water sampled from the bottom of the well. I could speculate on why that wouldn't be. I'd like you to address that. Is that meaningful?
Well, from the state board's view, no, it's not meaningful. So the 4-part test, which was a decision by the state board made in 1999, doesn't have a water quality component. Now, just to sort of address your question directly, water quality can vary at various depths within a subterranean channel based upon the material that's there and comminglings of water that may come in from a side channel that is draining from a different formational area than perhaps upstream of the Nahoki Creek. We see this in surface water stream as well. If you took water quality samples of the liquid flowing water above ground in the San Ynez River from Bradbury Dam down to the coast, you would find that at where tributaries flow into the San Ynez River, water quality changes. And that's exactly the case, whether that water is above the ground or below the ground. Water quality is nuanced. It's nuanced from where that water flows from, and what it interacted with along the way. So it's not a good, consistent, robust measure of the presence of subterranean stream flow, which is why it was not included in the Garapata decision.
One additional question for you, sir, is you made a reference in your memo to junk science. What were you referring to?
I did not make a reference to junk science.
Oh, you did not use that?
I did not, sir, no. I do not believe in junk science. I believe there is science, and then there's stuff that isn't.
Okay, well, I saw it somewhere, but not in yours, so I want to ask you about it.
Yeah, it isn't mine. I'm sorry.
Okay, and then I know you're a geologist, not a lawyer, but can you weigh in on this issue of whether all of what you've just discussed is relevant to our determination today, as opposed to a determination made by the water board.
Well, I mean, I am not a lawyer, so I don't have a legal opinion about that. I was approached by Ed Seaman to evaluate the water conditions at this site for this project. And one of the design features of any project is a water supply, its time and volume through a year, for instance. And if the water supply is available to meet the demand throughout the entire time of the project, would be one of the aspects in which I would look at. And so the source of water matters, because if that water is, in fact, as I say it is, subterranean stream flow, there isn't water to meet this project at this point. And I am very, I have a very much greater than 50% probability certainty that the state board will agree with me if it goes to the board on this, that it is subterranean stream flow. So, you know, as stewards of Santa Barbara, permitting a project that has misrepresented the water supply conditions, if that's an issue that it matters to you as a commissioner, then I think you should think about it. But I don't know, and I'm a geologist and a hydrologist, and I do water work, and so that's my finding, and I think it's right.
Good. Well, thank you. And I'm ready to move on, Chair Cooney, and perhaps some of these questions that raised can be addressed by the appellant number 2.
Yeah, we're going to take a break at this point for 10 minutes. It's gone on quite a long time. Yeah, I realize we're interrupting the second appeal, but you'll get all the time allotted as soon as we come back. We just need, when we're on Zoom, to take these breaks. So by my watch, it's 25 after. We'll be back here at 25 to the hour, 10:35. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair Cooney.
Is this your mouse?
Yeah.
All right, we're back on the air. Mr. Chair, whenever you're ready to resume.
Great, thank you, Mr. Villalobos. We'll keep moving along. At this point, we have our second appellant. Let's see, it was Mr. Benumov.
Yes, that's correct. Ben Benumov.
How much are you planning to use on your presentation?
Well, you've allotted us 20 minutes. I'll probably use about 10 or less. I would also like to make available to you our expert, Jordan Keir. Jordan is on the Zoom call, and he is a colleague of Dr. Newton's. He's a colleague of mine. We've all three of us known each other for quite some time. I'm no stranger to Santa Barbara County. I went to UC Santa Barbara. I graduated from the geology department with Jordan Keir in 1994. In 2018, I was named Alumnus of the Year by the geology department at UC Santa Barbara. I love Santa Barbara County. I know it well. I know it, not only as an attorney, but I know it as a geologist. And if you could please put up my presentation that we emailed. It's a short PowerPoint. I don't want to waste the commission's time and resources by being overly duplicative of what Dr. Newton had to say. But by the way, it's good to see you, Brad. I didn't know that you were part of this appeal. I didn't know that you were working with Mr. Seaman, but I wholeheartedly agree with everything you have to say. I know you as an extremely competent geologist, and it's good to see that you've done this work and done it in a scientific and admirable way. So as you can see here on the first slide, this is essentially the same slide that Dr. Newton put up. It's the Dibley map. It shows the geology, and it shows that my client Justin's property is smack in the middle of the Quaternary alluvium. And if you could please move to the next slide. So the main point that we want to make here today, and that we've made in our submittal to you in writing, and it's the same point that Dr. Newton just made, is that the main water well at issue in this appeal is directly connected to the surface water. The waters that is captured by the main water well is very much from the alluvium. Along with the letter that we submitted to you, we also submitted the report that was done by Jordan Keir prior to all of this. That report was done for the permitting of Justin's well, Justin's operation, Sierra Botanicals operation, which is licensed and was done through the proper channels. Sierra Botanicals is limited to 4,000 gallons a day, which is barely enough for its licensed operations. And any shared use of that well by Nicoe Farms should be limited to the same. If you could please move on. As was mentioned, I think, by Commissioner Park, he noticed that there are other wells that are available to Nicoe Farms. In particular, the Matilha well, which is 800 feet deep and is not connected to the alluvial hydrogeologic system, okay? But the main well is. And how do we know that? Because Keir Groundwater observed it. They measured it, okay? The applicant's geologist has not measured this stuff. The applicant's geologist is making assumptions that are not in line with the geology, and in fact are in direct contrast to what the basic geology is telling us. Okay, and in fact, the applicant's geologist, Mr. Catherman, admits he admits that the pumping of the main well has a direct correlation to the drawdown. He gives it a number of a quarter inch or a half an inch or somewhere, you know, in that ballpark. And where he pulls these numbers out of is a mystery to me. And perhaps you should ask Dr. Newton about that, or perhaps ask Jordan Keir about that. But a correlation is a correlation. And in Santa Barbara County, I'm sure you all know Scott Slater. I know Ms. Steinfeld certainly knows him because that's her boss. And Scott Slater in the adjudication that we all know about said into the court, if the toe is wet, the foot is wet. So what does that mean? What it means is there's a direct correlation. And if there's a direct correlation, there's a direct correlation. And, you know, I think Dr. Newton's answer to Mr. Park's question about, well, what would he, you know, he explained that he's not an attorney, but if you're a steward of Santa Barbara County and you have at least an inkling of, you know, care about the environment and this creek and the people that have licensed businesses that are doing it by the book. If you care about that, then you'll care about the direct correlation. The main point is Keir groundwater science is defensible and repeatable. And the same goes for Dr. Newton. I wasn't the one that said it was junk science, but at the very least, Mr. Catherman's science, his geology is wrong, and it's far, far less robust than what you have before you from Keir Groundwater, who did that work before any of this ever became an issue. That work was not performed for the purposes of this appeal. That's an independent expert doing his work to prove what the water system is at the time that Mr. El Dawani and Sierra Botanicals advanced their business. Next slide, please. So Sierra Botanicals applied for 6,000 gallons a day on a 15-minute pumping cycle, followed by 45 minutes of rest. As I mentioned, Keir Groundwater based this, model on many days of data collection and 2 separate field inspections. And after looking at the data, the state authority rationed it down to 4,000 gallons a day. And that is what Justin agreed to, and that's what he's operating on, which is barely enough for his tiny 2-acre operation, as opposed to the 25-acre operation that the applicants are proposing. Next slide, please. Other additional key facts that you should be aware of is that Nahoe Farms falsely represented that it has a single parcel water permit when that's clearly not the case. You have that document before you. They do not have exclusive use of the water well. It's clearly shared. The applicant filed a fraudulent shared well agreement as well, which you also have. I also just mentioned the great discrepancy in the size of these operations. It's an order of magnitude. Next slide, please. With respect to the historical use on the property, that's a red herring. It's not even relevant. This is a health and safety matter under state and local law. This is not an ag issue. If they were growing lettuce or whatever else, we wouldn't even be here. Okay. Under CEQA, piecemeal analysis is not allowed. The way that staff is approaching this is very piecemeal. You're basically putting your head in the sand and saying this is a state issue, this is not a county issue. And if you want to treat it like that, then you're opening up the sanctity of the PEIR. And if you if you want to put your head in the sand, well, then most likely there'll be a superior court and then a court of appeal that tells you differently. Okay, at the very least, what you need is a qualified third-party reviewer to review the work of Dr. Newton, to review the work of Jordan Keir, to review my own analysis as a PhD geologist and the alumnus of the year from UC Santa Barbara. Okay, that's all I have right now, but I do encourage you to open up your questions, and Jordan Keir is on the call. He's available, and I look forward to your questions as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Keir, are you able to address the commission? Hold on. Let's hold off on Mr. Keir until we get questions, which I think are of you, Mr. Benioff.
Sure.
Commissioner Bridley.
I just had, I had one question. Mr. Benioff, you made a statement that historical use statistics is of no matter in our considerations, but this is just a question confirming that that's what you meant, because it seems like it's entirely the matter. I mean, that's what you guys are that's part of your appeal. So I'm confused why you made that statement. Can you maybe correct me?
It's a legal issue. We're not addressing this under agricultural rules. We're addressing this. This is cannabis. This is health and safety. We're in a drought. The conditions are the conditions. The geology is the geology, and whatever happened on that property in the past is legally not relevant. We're not. You're dealing with a different set of codes. Ask your county council about it.
Believe me, we have had similar conversations in the past. Thank you for your clarification.
Well,
Thank you. That's all. That's all. That was my question. Thank you.
Question from Mr. Commissioner Park.
Yeah, it's more or less a follow-up on Commissioner Briley's question, because we kind of have asked our county council through planning and development, and we're hearing on one side that the issues that it would be taken up by the water board are not our issues with regard to the direct correlation of surface waters and these well waters. From a geology point of view, I'm not going to argue with you folks. I'm persuaded until I hear something different. There is that direct correlation, but I'm still struggling with what am I supposed to do with that information. And I do believe that even if I'm not supposed to pay attention to what the State Water Board would look at, I still need to look at the environmental impact of pumping and what it might have on Nahoe Creek. So that takes me back to the same historical levels of usage that Commissioner Briley was thinking about. I think, not reading your mind, but I think we're thinking the same thing. And I'm looking at, well, if Mr. Dewani's limited to 4,000 gallons a minute, but if the historically they pumped, not a minute, I mean a day, 25,000 gallons a day to grow whatever was grown out there, that's something I would like to know something about. So can you address that? And can you also address what the historical pumping levels have been per day from whoever was pumping it over the years from this particular shared well?
I would like to have that answered by Jordan Keir or Brad Newton. To be honest with you, and with respect, in the applicant's own expert's report, it mentions, that they were using the 5 acre-feet per acre on hemp in 2020. That's a lot of water. It's a lot of water. But I would like to have, which is quite a bit more. So than they were using, in the agricultural, regime. So please, Jordan, are you there? Brad Newton, could one of you please respond? Brad?
I think there will be plenty of opportunity to organize their testimony in your rebuttal portion, and you've got plenty of that left. Let me ask you one more geology-related question. I'm not going to ask you why a smart, reasonable geologist from my alma mater would go to law school, but I'm not going to ask you that. What I will ask you is when you refer to pseudoscience and all that, I can recall working on my grandpa's farm in southern Idaho and having a 2,000 gallon a minute well and using it and so forth. And I'd look over at the Snake River and it didn't seem to drop very far as we'd be pumping away. And so I'm not really sure about this analysis of doing a pump test and looking at water levels at the creek. Can you comment on whether you believe that is a meaningful test for us to consider?
Absolutely. I mean, their own expert has admitted a direct correlation. You heard it from Brad Newton, and you'll hear it from Jordan, or you can read it in his report. Absolutely. And to answer your question, the reason I became an attorney was I was an expert myself, and I found working with attorneys that they just really didn't understand the geology. And frankly, I wanted to have, this was back in the .com era, and making 70 grand a year as an attorney, starting out a family wasn't going to be the answer to me, trying to raise my family. And so I as painful as it was, and as much as I don't like attorneys, I'm good at what I do, and I've been really successful. So there you go.
Okay, well, let's not go down that path any further. I'm going to turn it back to
I have to mute myself, Commissioner Park.
Okay, you guys, I think we're wandering and we have so much ahead of us today, even on this matter. So let's get back to it. If you want to spend the rest of your time on Mr. Keir, Mr.
Yes.
Benyamoth, then let's call him up. I don't see him.
Let's do that.
Yeah, I am here.
Okay, Mr. Keir.
Just been engaged as a panelist rather than observer as previous. So I'm happy to answer a few questions as they're asked. I've heard a handful that would speak to our expertise and our involvement on this project. I give a bit of a background. Please, Commission. Field a few questions.
Mr. Keir, we're having a little bit of technical difficulty hearing you. I'm not sure if you have another source of interference with your microphone, but if you could turn that down, it'd probably help.
Okay. As you might imagine, as a hydrogeologist, we're pretty busy. And I'm actually in the shadow of a drilling rig right now. So let me step a bit further away from that, and we can hopefully get a little quieter for you, but for the occasional passing backhoe truck.
No, we're not picking you up at all now, Mr.
Okay,
Keir.
how is it now? Is this a little bit better?
Yes, it is.
All right.
Why don't you answer the questions if you heard them? If not, I'll ask Commissioner Park and Bradley to ask them again.
Sure. What I'd like to do is just give a bit of background on my involvement on these parcels. It was 2018 when Care Groundwater was officially engaged to evaluate the larger property as part of a potential purchase. And that prospective buyer, he actually engaged us to conduct the pumping testing of the wells, the creek monitoring, the review of the geology. And this is 2018, before CR Botanicals was involved yet. That prospective purchaser, he declined to continue with his purchase. And I suspect it was in large part due to our findings of interference between the pumped groundwater, potential limitations, and Noyawee Creek. As part of that study, which a distillation of this has been circulated here, we were able to find out there's not a lot of flow data on Noyawee Creek through this stretch. So we don't know if the creek were drier during preceding times when ostensibly greater water use was implemented from these wells, especially the main well, as it's been called. And we don't know if it was wetter, and it was a wetter period of time. What we do know is that we are operating in a marginal business of growing cannabis, and doing so in such a way that is responsible and subject to a litany of regulations and oversight agencies. Ultimately, when Sierra Botanicals came on board, we revised our reports and supported their operations by extracting the limited amount of water from the well that would not have an impact on the creek in an acute fashion. And that's really a time-based metric. Only by pumping for a limited amount of time with adequate amounts of recovery can the system respond with the natural conditions that will not affect the surface flow in the creek. Those are the rules that Sierra Botanicals had to play by. And any and all comers, I think, should have to play by those same rules. The geology doesn't change. The hydrology, well, that changes with hydrology, with the amounts of rainfall, the amounts of extraction from the system or diversions. And one thing to note is that the State Water Resources Control Board, they presume that if a statement of diversion was not issued for a given well, that well does extract percolating groundwater. It doesn't necessarily mean that there is the interference or there could be a statement of diversion for any of these wells. And that's important because it's sort of operating on absence of data rather than data of absence, or in this case, data of presence. And that presence is the testing that we've done in a robust, defensible, and repeatable manner that demonstrates that pumping of these wells does have an acute effect on creek flow in Noyoe Creek and the habitat therein, given enough time of pumping, and that it can be pumped for a short enough duration and at low enough rates that there is no acute effect. So I'm happy to field any questions from the commission.
Commissioner Park has a question. Go ahead, Commissioner Park.
Yeah, and I'm not going to go over all the same things I've asked the other geologists. I think that would be pointless, and I want this to move on, just as Chair Cooney does. But I want to focus in on something very clearly here. So you're saying Mr. Duani had to go to the State Water Regional Control Board and get his permit, and he was limited to 4,000 gallons a day. Is that right?
I believe the limitation is through the California Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Okay, well,
as opposed to the State Water Resource Control Board.
Okay, went to a state agency and was limited to 4,000 gallons a day. Now, you're urging us to put some sort of limit on that, or I think you are. I think the people you're working for are saying 4,000 gallons a day. But won't this applicant also go in front of that same agency, and won't that same agency determine how many gallons a day they can use from this well? Again, I'm trying to go back to what is our role. I'm getting away from the geological questions to people's understanding of what is our role. And I'm asking you because you brought up what Mr. Duani had to go through.
Yes, I do bring that up as a matter of precedent, for one of a better term. And certainly, I don't know what the applicant's position is or level of involvement or existing permission from any other state agency is. So I really can't speak to that. What I do know is that with respect to the geology and the hydrogeology, and I can speak to that, my urging is that the appellants have brought up some very significant, very regulated conditions that are the rules that everyone should play by. And my understanding of the Planning Commission's role is to make sure that people plan their crops and crop their plans. And part of that is why we're here today. It's a proper forum to answer these questions.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kerr, for taking time from your day. Okay, let's check here. You still have, in the half hour we offered, 10 minutes. Mr. Benyumoth, do you want to spend any of that now, or you want to save it for rebuttal?
We'd like to save it. Thank you very much for asking.
Okay, then we're ready to move to the applicants. And who's going to lead off? Ms. Steinfeld?
No, actually, good morning, commissioners. Good morning, Chair Cooney. Commissioners, I'm Laurel Fisher-Perez with SEPS Planning and Permitting. I'm going to go ahead and provide the first portion of our presentation this morning, and then we'll turn it over to project geologist Charlie Catherman to address water resources, the hot topic today. Our team, could I get Mr. Villalobos, please, to cue our presentation? I'll go ahead and start so we're not wasting anybody's time. Our team of local experts has been representing Shannon Kahn of Nahoe Farms for the past 3 years. Should have a slide up there soon. Thank you very much, Mr. Villalobos. You can see we are a team of local professionals. I think there are a lot of gauchos on this hearing this morning, I being one of them. Next slide, please. By now, I'm sure you're all familiar with the historic organic farm, Nahoe Farms. This property has been commercially farmed by Shannon's family, Sunburst Farm, for the past 30 years. Next slide. It is one of the first certified organic farms in the county. And in fact, Sunburst helped California develop the organic certification program. Next slide, please. We are very pleased for that reason that this project will keep the property in organic farming. It is a 53-acre property ideally sited for commercial agriculture with dedicated access from Highway 101 and is already developed with commercial agricultural infrastructure, truck turnarounds, loading and storage areas, and equipment barns. This project does not involve conversion of grazing land or range land to commercial agriculture. It is a crop change that will result in 50% less groundwater use than the previous row crop produce farm. Next slide, please. It is located 3 miles from the nearest residentially zoned property and is surrounded by other commercial ag operations. Next slide. In summary, the project involves continuation of agriculture on highly productive ag land, a crop conversion utilizing 50% less water. Only 42% of the 53-acre property will be involved in outdoor cannabis. The historical pumping, which has occurred on this project, primarily from the main well, but also from the 2 other wells that serve the property, has never impacted adjacent farms. The cultivation area with this land use permit is smaller than historically farmed area on the property. It involves adapted reuse of existing agricultural infrastructure, removal of unpermitted agricultural structures. And by the way, I just want to mention there are 2 existing ag employee trailers on the property, neither of which have the proper permits and are located in areas that would not be permitted by EHS today. Shannon and her family are exploring the possibility of future ag employee dwellings on the site one day once we get through the cannabis licensing effort. Again, it will be operated by a local mother and son team who live on the site now. They've lived there for years and their family has farmed the property for 30 years. And there are a lot of other security measures that are in place with this property and this project to address concerns that have been raised. Next slide, please. All drying, curing, or trimming of harvested cannabis will be located within a new processing building, which will be equipped with an activated carbon filtration system to mitigate odors. I know this was one of the comments that was raised by one of the appellants, concern over odors. This method was thoroughly vetted by county staff and is the county's recommended method of odor control. This is a voluntary measure, as odor abatement plans are not required for Ag 2 properties. The building has also been sited to avoid prime soils in a location on site that has not historically been farmed and will be screened by the large hill, if you've been by the property, you know what I'm talking about, in front of the property along Highway 101. Next slide, please. The project will also utilize the highest quality hoops from Ginnegar, a local firm based out of Santa Maria, to help further reduce water use and minimize odors. Next slide, please. This is a slide that shows you the current views from Highway 101. You can see the hillside that I was referring to. There's an existing water tank on there that has served Nahoe Farms for 30 years. Behind that hill is the location of the proposed processing building. And you can see that in addition to mature landscape screening along the highway frontage, you've seen in your package the landscape screening plan, over 200 proposed screening plants and trees, the majority of which are native toyon, will be planted along the property frontage to fill in some gaps. Next slide, please. We have been in this process for 3 years, and we've spent the past year doing outreach to the appellants to address their concerns. Unfortunately, despite our best efforts, including a reduction of 4 acres of cultivation and incorporation of an odor abatement plan, we could not resolve the appeal. Next slide, please. Today, we are here to address the county's land use development code and the county requirements for land use permit approval. You can see here on this slide a list of the project approvals this project has obtained thus far. The fact is, this project meets all county land use development code requirements for cannabis approval. It is consistent with the county general plan policies, and it satisfies CEQA requirements, resulting in a beneficial impact to groundwater resources. The project even includes additional measures such as the odor abatement plan to address concerns. This project has met all county planning department requirements. It is fully compliant with the county LUDC for LUP approval for cannabis operations. The next step in this review process is the state licensing review, which is what the subject of your conversation this morning has been centered around, which includes review and approvals from California Department of Fish and Wildlife and State Water Resources Control Board. And this requirement is conditioned in the county's land use permit for this project. As you have heard from your staff, it is the state that has exclusive jurisdiction for determining water classification because they have the technical expertise to review this issue. The project's well information from all 3 wells that serve Nahoe Farms will be submitted to the state for review. If the appellants have concerns, they can file these issues with the state. And if the state board, after reviewing all relevant well documentation, studies, analysis, and information, has any concerns over well pumping, they could place a limit on well pumping, just like they did Sierra Botanicals. There are a series of checks and balances on this issue, but it is at the state level, not the counties. Next slide, please. This slide is an important one, and I hope you can read the highlighted sections. It comes straight from the county's CEO's licensing page for cannabis business licensing. The county's own website advises against applying to the state for an annual license or stream bed agreement if the state determines that it, by the way, the state will have that ultimate determination whether or not an LSA is necessary. But that the county advises against doing these applications prior to receiving the land use permit issuance because of severe fees that would be forfeited if it takes longer than 90 days to obtain local approvals. Here we are a year later. Our land use permit was approved a year ago. And because of this appeal, our effort at the state level has been stayed. Even the appellant, Sierra Botanicals, followed this county guidance and obtained their LSA from the state nearly 1 year following their land use permit issuance. I also want to point out there is no shared well between Nahoe Farms and Sierra Botanicals. The main well that has been the majority subject matter of conversation this morning is a different well from Sierra Botanicals well. Plus, in addition to the main well serving Nahoe Farms, Nahoe Farms has 2 additional wells that serve their farm. I also think it's important to note that the state approved Sierra Botanicals much shallower 26-foot deep well for their cannabis cultivation. They put regulations on it because it's a shallow well and they recognized surface drawdown, but they did approve it. And Charlie Catherman's going to address that in greater detail in just a minute. Next slide, please. Just highlighting the project benefits. You know, there are several benefits from this project, but the most important, given the appellant's concerns, is the 50% reduction in water usage that will result from this project. The property has a right to farm, and converting to a crop and a farming method that significantly reduces water use is a benefit to all surrounding farms and the groundwater basin. The applicant already reduced the cultivation approved under the land use permit by 4 acres to try to address these concerns, and also incorporated a robust odor abatement plan for the processing building, even though it is not required in the Act 2 zone district with the land use permit. This project is not converting land to a new use, but rather continues the long-standing history of organic farming on the property with a reduced water demand. Next slide, please. Now we'll turn to the appellant's concerns, and we're going to hit water resources first, and if we have time, we'll hit the other 2. Next slide, please. This is a photo of Nahoe Farms not long ago, a few years back, under organic row crop commercial farming. Next slide, please. The applicant installed a meter on their main well. I think it's probably one of the first for a farmer, commercial farmer, installed a meter on their main well. This is the main well that is the subject of conversation, the main well that serves only Nahoe Farms 24 years ago, and has been monitoring water use ever since. In all of those years of commercial farming, Nahoe Farms' historical pumping has never impacted adjacent farms. The fact that the project will use significantly less water than it has historically and farm a smaller footprint is a benefit to the groundwater basin, and also just highlights the county's purview, which is really CEQA review in this matter. And there is a significant reduction over historical levels as a result of this project. With that, we'll go to the next slide, and then I'll introduce Charlie Catherman. As we mentioned earlier, there are 3 existing wells. This is a map that shows you the location of all 3 wells that serve the Nahoe property and have for decades. One is the main well on the Sierra Botanicals property in the lower south, I guess you'd say left-hand corner, if you will, the blue dot there. And it contains a recorded access easement for Nahoe Farms, which is actually identified on Sierra Botanicals' own land use permit approved by the County of Santa Barbara, demonstrating that this is an easement for the adjacent property. And there are 2 other wells on contiguous parcels that you can see with the other 2 dots. There are no shared wells with Sierra Botanicals. Okay, so we'll go to the next slide, and I'd like to introduce the project geologist, Charlie Catherman, who will further address the water resource issue. Thank you very much. And Charlie, you might have to unmute yourself.
Good morning, commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
We do. Mr. Catherman, please proceed.
Great, thank you. My name is Charlie Catherman, for the record. I'm a licensed professional geologist of the state of California. I've been practicing as an on-the-ground geologist in Santa Barbara County for 44 years, the last 38 years with my own company. To date, I've drilled or completed or tested over 200 water wells in the county. My expertise covers everything from single parcel water systems to state systems and larger private systems. With respect to the Nahoe Creek area, I began working on projects there in 1990, which included well projects for Restoration Oaks, and specifically working on Nahoe Farms since 1994. I've been involved in the drilling and testing of 12 wells within the Nahoe area. as I mentioned, including 3 wells for Restoration Oaks and 2 of the 3 wells for Nahoe. From my recent investigations into groundwater in this area, I've reviewed in excess of 30 water wells from the Pork Palace south to the Folded Hills Ranch near Nahoe Falls. With over 40 years of permitting experience with the county concerning water, I know very well what the county's requirements are for an LUP. Consequently, the primary goals of my hydrology study for the applicant were as follows. Determine whether there is adequate water to service the applicant's project as proposed by testing the main well and gaining approval from environmental health for a single parcel water system. The pump testing of the main well at approximately 100 gallons a minute for 4 hours proved minimal drawdown and that there is sufficient water to supply the estimated water consumption of 26 acre feet per year. The full capacity of this well approaches 300 gallons a minute, but there was no reason to push the limits on the pump when testing this well, because frankly, you can't produce water during a test in the riparian area. It's not allowed. So I needed to, or forced to, pump the water to the existing tank. Number 2.
Next slide, please.
Excuse me?
I'm just saying, next slide, please.
I'm sorry. Well, not quite. Number 2 item was for me to determine whether the quality of the produced water is adequate for both domestic and irrigation use. And the chemical analysis performed on the water from the main well proved that the water is suitable. And finally, determine whether the production of water from the main well impacts the creek and the riparian area, and determine whether it's producing surface water or it's producing groundwater. Prior to, during, and after the pump testing of the main well, the water level in Nahoe Creek was monitored and no significant change in the creek level was observed while pumping at 100 gallons a minute. In addition, the subsurface sediments contain clay layers, which are relatively impermeable to the downward flow of water from the surface. This type of clay zone not only exists in the Nahoe area, but exists all through the San Ynez River Basin from Buellton to Lompoc. It represents a period of time of low rainfall and low water in California. In addition, a complete chemical analysis was also performed not only on the main well, but on the water directly from Nahoe Creek. It's important to note that I sampled the well water and I sampled the creek water directly adjacent to the main well. Let's see, slide 19, I think we're there. Oh, there, thank you very much. This slide is relevant in that it's important to note that the project for Nahoe is not located within a state designated groundwater basin. And consequently, it's not subject to the Sustainable Groundwater Act, which has restrictions in terms of its own restrictions in terms of how much water gets used and whether water is metered. Next slide, please. Just one point back on the basin here. It's important to note that the watershed area on the previous slide is approximately 20 square miles. This is key because, as most of you know, the north side of the San Ynez Mountains get a tremendous amount of rain, a lot more rain than the rest of the county. So there's quite a bit of recharge to this particular watershed. For this slide, it's important to note that I gathered a lot of information over the last several years concerning percolating groundwater versus surface water. I mentioned previously that the chemical analysis on the surface water and the well water are significantly different. In fact, our commonly used TDS level, which is salinity, shows less than 600 parts per million for the water well water, extracted water. I'm sorry, for the surface water in the creek. And the main well's water was approaching 860. The pH was significantly different. Iron content was significantly different. There is chromium issues in the stream water. There's not in the main well. There's arsenic issues in the surface water, not in the main well. So unlike the previous geologist comment about there's all different types of chemical standards or constituents in various waters, these are right on top of one another. So they are directly related to surface flow versus separate subsurface flow. Next slide, please.
Mr. Catherman, just to let you know, you're using up the applicant's rebuttal time, which you're welcome to do. I just want you to know that. You have about 10 minutes altogether.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So let's jump to slide 23, please. So there's been a comment by one of the appellant's experts that there is no permit from environmental health for the domestic water system. Unfortunately, through this process, a council representing Sierra Botanical called environmental health to protest the approval of the permit for the domestic water system, which forced me to spend a lot of time with Jason Johnston at Environmental Health, providing him with title reports from 1964 to the present to prove that the ownership of the main well is solely for Nahoe Farms and not for Sierra Botanical. Having done that, Jason was able to reinstate that permit, which the previous expert claimed was not in place. Next slide. Let's jump to, let's see, the next slide, which is I'll let Laurel jump back on this in a minute. Next slide. So this is a site plan for Sierra Botanicals. What's important to note here is this was supplied not only to the county, but it was supplied to State Water Resources and CDFW. The key issues here on this particular slide is, if you'll notice in the bottom left-hand corner, you'll find the easements listed for Nahoe Farms well and their pipeline access, which are shown in yellow. And that access extends back to the main gate. The Nahoe well is underneath the hexagon C, which is white in color. The blue dot is what Sierra Botanicals listed as their well for irrigation. And you can see the blue line for the pipeline going back toward the storage tanks. So it's obvious to me that Sierra Botanicals was fully aware of the main well and the easements and the ownership situation for the Nahoe well, and for their experts to claim that this is a shared well is basically false. So with that, the next slide, please. So this is the well driller's report from the well that they marked with the blue dot. And what's important to show is that this well is only 30 feet deep. It's completed between 2 feet and 26 feet. That's where the perforations or the slots are in the casing. This well was done in 1969. There is no sanitary seal. So in this case, it's not surprising that there would be communication with this well and the creek. You might ask, well, how do you know that this well completion report belongs with that particular dot on the map? It was confirmed for me by Richard Alexander, whose family's been in the well drilling and pump business probably for 60 years, going back to his grandfather. He worked on this well and drilled it with his father and made very clear to me that it's the only well in the well field that's in the riparian area that has a 10-inch casing. So it's easy to identify in the field. The rest of the wells have 6-inch or 8-inch casing. So I think, next slide, please. No, yeah. Oh, I'll let Laurel jump into this, but really in closing, it's important to note that Sierra Botanical has no interest in the Nahoe well or the Nahoe project. They also make an assumption that because CDFW has imposed restrictions on their operations, it somehow pertains to the Nahoe well. I believe that CDFW and State Water Resources will look at this well as they do in every case for cannabis and judge it accordingly or individually as to how it affects the environment. I appreciate your time and your listening, and I'm always open for questions.
Let's ask Mr. Catherman if there are questions from commissioners. Commissioner Park?
You know, I think I've kind of exhausted all my geology type questions.
Okay.
I understand.
And I don't want to think that I'm hurting your feelings because of that. I'm just
not at all, Commissioner. I think you've been pretty much bombarded with enough geology to maybe last you for a few weeks.
Well, and you heard all my questions and you had the opportunity to comment on them. So I think
yes, sir.
We're all ready to move on. But thank you for appearing today.
Yeah.
Commissioner
Cooney
Cooney has a question.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Kafferman, where'd you go to college?
Well, Commissioner Farini, I went to the University of Kansas, followed by advanced degrees at Texas A&M University. And as you know, over the last 40 plus years, my education has been in the field.
Yeah, an education of rocks, right? I mean, that's great. Okay, thank you. Just sometimes I take for granted what I know because of the being in ag and familiar with wells. Specifically with the well, we're calling it the Nahoe well. I think that's the one used for this project.
Yes, sir. Or the main well.
And perforations and blanks is what I call them. Could you explain that a little bit? How a well works, what the perforations are for and what the blanks are for? And then could you describe a little bit where the perfs are on your well?
Thank you, Commissioner. In a typical well drilling operation, the hole is drilled first. The cuttings that come out of the well are examined as to the material that you're drilling. Sometimes an electric log is run, not so much in the old wells, and then you determine where your best zones are of water saturation. And so you design your casing to have blank pipe across those zones that don't have water or that you don't believe will provide enough water. The perforations or the slots or the screened interval is that zone of casing that's across from the water bearing zones. Below that is usually more blank pipe. The purpose of that is to, if there's any material that comes into the well over time, it falls to the bottom of the well in that blank pipe and is not involved in the pumping of the well water. In this specific case for the main well, in addition, Commissioner Farini, as you know, there is a requirement from Santa Barbara County and the state for what's called a sanitary seal. And it's pipe that is cemented so that there is no way for contamination at the surface to reach down the well. So the Nahoe well has a 22-foot sanitary seal, which is particularly large given the fact the well was drilled in 1964 when sanitary seals were not required. So there is some reasonable isolation from surface activity, including surface water. So in the Nahoe well that I brought up previously, there is no sanitary seal. So the perforations in the Nahoe well are not very extensive. They're from 44 feet to 49 feet, which is where the best gravels and sands were located. Above that zone is blank pipe, which is where the clay layers exist that inhibit flow downward toward the sands and gravels at 44 to 49 feet. The bottom of the well with blank pipe is at 55 feet. So the water that's being produced out of the main well, as I look to some of the other wells that are in the vicinity, they're generally higher up in the section, and I haven't found a well yet that is producing water from the same zone as the Nahoe well. So I know in your world, having worked there extensively, typically in the Santa Maria Valley, we're looking at wells that are 400 to 800 feet deep. And we look at perforations that are 300, 400 feet in length. So while 44 to 49 doesn't seem deep at all, it is relative to how deep most of the wells are drilled in the Nahoe area.
Mr. Catherman, thank you. That explained a lot for me. Very helpful.
Thank you.
Any other questions of Mr. Catherman while we have him? Okay, then let's go back to Ms. Perez to wrap up the.
Thank you, Chair Cooney. I'll just keep this brief. I was going to actually jump back to slide 24 and just mention, like all cannabis projects, this project will apply for a 5-year California Department of Fish and Wildlife stream bed alteration agreement as part of the state licensing process. As you know, no cannabis can be cultivated until an LSA and state license process has been completed. If CDFW requires an LSA, the applicant will be required to monitor and report groundwater use to ensure there are no impacts to the creeks or the species. And so if we could then jump to, I just briefly want to hit on California red-legged frog since it was raised in the appeal. Slide 27, please. The project biologist conducted a biological assessment and provided measures to protect biological resources, all of which have been incorporated into the project's land use permit conditions of approval and plans. And the appellant, by the way, has not provided any data to substantiate their claim that our red-legged frog will be impacted by the project. Next slide, 28. The project biologist and his report, by the way, was reviewed by peer reviewers at the county. And everyone who reviewed the report agreed that the project is unlikely to result in any significant impact on red-legged frog. Next slide, please. And I mentioned earlier the odor control measures that have been incorporated into the processing building, but the projects or the property rather topography, along with existing and proposed vegetative screening, will also assist in mitigating odors. And finally, ending on the project benefits again, we hit this earlier. I just would like to thank your commission for your time and your attention to this project. We ask that you adopt staff's recommendation to deny the appeals. And we're available for questions. If you could take it to the next slide, we'll end with that. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Ms. Perez. We have a little rebuttal time for Mr. Benyumoth, about 5 or 6 minutes. Mr. Benyumoth, do you want to use those?
Mr. Chair, commissioners, do we want to go to public comment before we go to rebuttals?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
I had a question, Ms. Perez.
Yeah, go ahead. Your question is of Ms. Perez.
Okay, first of all, I apologize if you're offended that my question isn't going to at all relate to water or geology.
Thank goodness.
But at least we'll get close with plants. So I want to confirm something I think I see in the site plans. There's been an objection to the project from CPA concerning the height of the fences and the barbed wire. But almost all of the fencing for the project's already existing, right?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Park, that is correct. The majority of the fencing is existing. There will be some additional security fencing that will be placed interior to the property to meet security requirements from the sheriff.
But the fencing that one would see from Highway 101, that the public would see, it's already there, right?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Park, I believe, yeah, that is the case. The existing fencing is there. You probably saw it when you were out in the field the other day.
And it's a 7-foot wire fence with 2 strands of barbed wire on the top. I mean, so if we're not seeing a project that changes the fencing and makes it more objectionable than what it is today.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Park, I do believe that there is an addition that needs to be added to the existing fence along Highway 101 for security. So a topper, sort of I think an additional 2 feet. I believe it's a 5-foot fence today.
Yeah, okay, well, maybe that's that 2 strands of barbed wire. Now let me move on to the landscaping. And again, I'm addressing the visual from 101 really is what I'm concerned about. Because I honestly don't like the look of cannabis farms sometimes. I understand why we have security fencing, and I know that the security fencing ordinance in particular overrides other ordinances if you look at the cannabis ordinance carefully. But I'm still concerned about it. So that's why I asked about the landscaping. The landscaping, when I look at it, the new landscaping would be toy on, and then it says pine tree. And I'm a little surprised there because I don't know what kind of pine tree, and there's every kind of pine tree. And I'm kind of wondering, why would you use pine trees instead of, coyote brush or live oaks, which are going to grow up anyway, and I'm already doing it. So if you could address that, what kind of pines are they and where are you using pines?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Park, they're bishop pine, and the reason why we selected, I think there's approximately 40 of them, the majority of the balance of the planting are toy on, is because there are existing bishop pine trees there today, and they're doing quite well. And so the applicant wanted to incorporate some existing tree species in the screening plan, with the balance, the majority again being a native, toy on screening. It's really a bush, but it sometimes grows up to be tree height, and they grow quickly, which is why we selected toy on. But the bishop pine are proposed because that is an existing tree species on the property today.
Are they the ones that are that planting that kind of is on the, I guess you'd call it the southern edge of 101 where it's approaching the entrance?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Park, I believe so. Closer to the hillside.
Yeah, okay.
The hill, yeah.
Okay, well, thanks. You've answered that question. And I have no further questions to you right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have a question of any of the the applicants, agents? Okay, now I want to ask if there's any public comment on this project, Mr. Villalobos.
We do have a number of speakers for this item. Again, if I'll start with those who have signed up for this item, and then we'll ask our telephone speaker if they're here for this item or next. So our first two speakers will be Randy Jones, to be followed by Nancy Emerson.
Mr. Jones? Don't see Mr. Jones popping up, or at least not hearing him.
Am I unmuted now?
Okay.
Yeah, you are. Yeah.
Mr.
All right.
Jones, if you could just use 2 minutes, please, so we can move through the rest of the hearing. Thank
Sure.
you.
Sure. So my name's Randy Jones. Our family owns the Pork Palace property that is north of this proposed project. It is downstream. The creek does go downstream, or it goes north. I have listened to the appellants, or the project attorney, Ms. Perez, say that the use of Nahui farms never affected adjacent farms. That's a total misstatement. I want to call it a lie, because we were severely impacted for years when Nahui farms farmed extensively their vegetable crop operation. I also will take issue with the characterization of the historic use being a vegetable farm. The historic use of that property was cattle ranching. Then it was a horse farm. If you drive by the farm now, you can still see the horse fencing. We were just talking about the fencing that's there on the property. That was when it was a horse farm. Nahui Farm used that property for a short time, farming extensively vegetables until they ran out of water. To quit farming after that. I believe that other two deeper wells that are talked about here on this project are produce bad water that is unsuitable for growing crops. That's why they want to use the shallow creek well, what they call their main well. So the last drought that we had before this drought right now, when they extensively pumped out of the creek, our creek went dry at our house. It never went dry ever in the history of us owning that property. Never went dry. Never heard of anybody else owning the property before us having a dry creek. But it did go dry after they pumped extensively during the summer months during that last drought. They are not farming there now. They are not farming now. They haven't for years. And we have plenty of water in our creek right now after getting very little rain the last few years. So it will severely affect us. We'll be going back to buying water being trucked in on a truck from Valley Tool Rental at a great expense for our family and our livestock, and it impacts our historic use of our property. I believe that our senior water rights to that water in that creek should have some relevance. And I don't think it's right that you as a planning commission would push this decision off and make us go fight at a state level to protect our rights. It's just not fair. We don't have the money to do that. We're not like some of the big growers here that want to come in and make a lot of money off of our little land here. We're a small community. Yes, we are impacted by the smell, but we are more severely impacted by the water theft, I would call it, from an extensive farming operation that was not historically in that use. We were told if we were to appeal.
Mr. Jones, you're over time now, so if you just wrap up, please.
Yeah, we were told that it would cost us over $500,000 to fight Nahui Farms back in the day when they were extensively farming. We couldn't afford that. So we had to buy water instead. And you're going to make us go fight the state and spend the same amount of money. It's not right. That's all I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Emerson.
Nancy Emerson for We Watch, San Ynez Valley Land Use and Environmental Sustainability Organization. We have questions about today's appeal, as you know from our letter. Regarding the water issue, it would help to know if the county's Cannabis cultivation monitoring is telling us that water use prediction and actual use are about the same, not just for this project, but for any project. And I'm not going to get into the question of whether or not you should take action, what kind of action you should take regarding water. Regarding processing and traffic, given the new processing building's size, will Nowe Farms process off-site cannabis? If so, how much will that at times increase vehicles leaving and entering Highway 101? Given Restoration Oaks traffic in the same area, what might the cumulative impact be, and would turn lanes be needed? Regarding odor, drivers as well as residents report odor periodically between June and November. With two growers so near each other, it's hard to determine the source of the odor, but obviously this project is a much larger acreage than the existing project. How much do the Nowe Farms hoops reduce odor? And the new building will have state-of-the-art odor control. So would that reduce existing odor, or is either grower currently doing any processing? Given no odor control requirements on Ag 2 for cannabis cultivation, what, if anything, can you do about this problem? Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Emerson. Right on time.
Our next speaker will be Heidi Jones, to be followed by Mark Chatello.
Ms. Jones? I don't see her. Are you sure she's still connected? Okay.
Let's move on to Mark Chatello.
Mr. Chatello, good morning.
Good morning, members of the commission. This is Mark Chatello. I'm actually wanted to make brief comments on behalf of two nonprofit organizations that are supporting the Seaman appeal. That would be the Santa Barbara Coalition for Responsible Cannabis and the Gaviota Coast Conservancy. Two organizations that are separately interested in protecting the resources of this area. Gaviota Coast Conservancy primarily with respect to visual resources, and would prefer if there was a better articulation of the visual impacts associated with the project as part of the project materials. And for the coalition, a concern that this water issue, and I think that the Conservancy has the same water issue with respect to the impacts to natural resources as well as to adjacent agricultural operations. Clearly, with cannabis, an issue that we've experienced considerably for the last 18 or more months are the concerns of conflicts with adjacent and other agricultural operations. And these two appeals actually each clearly reflect the concern and the fact that there are conflicts. With respect to the water issue, this central issue, without diving into any of the technical issues for which you have a robust set of experts, we have a process concern that we're basically dealing with the whack-a-mole issue. It's a water whack-a-mole this time. If you look at the project description, it is vague as to what is the water source for this project. Is it the main well, or is it these secondary wells that Mr. Catherman's report describes the other wells as secondary, but in the staff report and more importantly in the project description, there's no limitation or articulation of which water supply will be used for what parts of the project. And I think that the testimony from Mr. Jones downstream indicates that there are real world agricultural conflicts and there are issues here dealing with a limited resource. And so it would be our position that that would be that the commission should support these the Seaman appeal and direct that the additional information that's necessary to definitively answer these questions with respect to water and impacts to biological resources as well as agricultural operations would be appropriate. We much appreciate the opportunity to present our views to your commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chatello.
All right.
Next speaker, please.
So unless Ms. Jones is able to unmute herself, I just wanted to go quickly to our one telephone caller just to ask if you were here to speak on item number 1 or item number 2. If you could unmute yourself, just hit *6 on your phone to unmute yourself. So there we go. If you could just state your name and which item you're here to speak to, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yes, it's going to be my husband, Joseph Cronin, and he's going to wants to speak about the Dr. Green Thumb's Cannabis Storefront Retail.
Okay, so that'll be our next item. So we'll get to that one in a little while. Thanks so much for confirming. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
With that, I believe that we've come to the end of public comment for our first item.
Okay. So we still have a little bit of time before noon. Let's try and finish up the rebuttal of the, let's start with the appellants. Mr. Benyumoth, 3 minutes left.
Okay, thank you very much. Once again, I'd like to make available to you Jordan Keir if you have any other questions. There's a couple points I want to make. I'll be brief. The wells that we're talking about, they're 10 feet apart from each other. And the well that Sunburst uses is not exclusive to Sunburst. In fact, it's on the property that Sierra Botanicals leases from Isabella. And in fact, that's a main issue in a lawsuit between Sunburst and Sierra Botanicals. In 2020, Catherman notes that Sunburst grew hemp, and he recognizes that they watered 9 acre-feet on 1.8 acres of hemp. And if you do the simple math, that means about 125 acre-feet for 25 acres of farming. That's a lot of water. So as Mr. Jones mentioned in his public comments, there has been a lot of misrepresentation today and in the applicant's application and in their experts' analysis of the situation. Sierra Botanicals is not contesting access. It is important to note that there is another well in this exact area. In fact, there are 4 wells right next to each other. And excuse me, 3 of which haven't been, 3 of which have been determined. Okay, 3 of which have been determined to affect the creek. The well that Mr. Catherman ended on when he mentioned a 10-inch diameter well, that's not Sierra's well. Sierra has a 2-inch diameter well. So Mr. Catherman isn't even comparing apples to apples. Mr. Catherman is so far off base. And I'd like to, turn over any other time that I have to Mr. Brad Newton. I can see he's sitting there ready to speak to you. And I would like to, have Mr. Newton address these issues as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Benyumoth. He sees Mr. Newton. We don't. Mr. Newton, are you able to provide additional comments?
under Edward Seeley.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair and commissioners. The summary point that I think I would like to make at this time is, let's start with an analogy. If I proposed a project and I said that I was going to build a 10-acre parking lot, and it was going to include through the stormwater plan a retention basin for percolation before it goes into a storm drain. And you approve that, and then later you find out that there was no storm retention basin. It just went straight to the storm drain. You would object, clearly. So the analogy to that is, in this case, this project has the applicant self-designates the classification of water. They say it's groundwater, or they say this is a surface water diversion. And given the applicant's self-declaration, there is a water supply analysis developed based upon the constraints of the water supply classification. If they were to have properly designated that this is a surface water diversion from a subterranean stream, their water supply analysis for this project would be entirely different. They would have to comply with the numeric and narrative stream order, subterranean stream diversion order from the state board in advance of their permit through the plan of their water supply. And in this case, it's not done because they self-designated groundwater, which of course is to their advantage. To permit this now, and then later have to backpedal because a different agency caught the error, seems to me to be a bit challenging to the folks that live in the Hokie watershed. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Newton. All right, we're going to go to the applicant now for 5 minutes of rebuttal. Ms. Perez.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. I obviously want to respond to Randy Jones from the Pork Palace. I've been talking with my client, the project applicant, who informs me that they have never been contacted by other farmers, including Mr. Jones, regarding concerns related to their farming activities. It certainly is true that the horses have been on the property. In fact, there's still a horse there today. But the whole front area of the property has been farmed with vegetable farming, organic vegetable farming. You saw the certificate in our presentation presented to Nahoe Farms for many, many years, for decades. It has been fallowed while going through this permit review process, which we're now in our third year. So I just wanted to get that into the record. I do believe that Charlie Catherman has a couple of responses to some of the water resource issues that were raised. Charlie?
Commissioners, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. So I'll be brief. I think I've probably been attacked more today than I have been in my history in terms of my geologic work. But what strikes me here is both the experts for the appellants, have done no independent analysis of any work in the field or elsewhere. They have pretty much used whatever suits their issue from my report in order to create what I think is confusion and basically a sideshow to what's really going on out here. Mr. Benoit claims that their well is a 2-inch well. There are no 2-inch wells. I've got well completion reports on all the wells in the riparian area, including what they're supposedly using. And if the well that I showed, a well completion report, and the location of the well on the map is not their well, then they filed a fraudulent claim. And their submittals to the county and to the state of California are not correct. So I'm just going off of their their site plan that has been submitted. So I'd also like to say that following up on what Laurel has said, we've tried to have sit-down meetings with the appellants. Those at Sierra have simply refused. They don't want to talk about the issues. Mr. Seaman, I met with twice. Laurel met with in addition to what I did. And we tried to find common ground and offer solutions. He wouldn't have it. He actually asked me to do some geology work for him on this issue. And of course I couldn't because it's a conflict of interest. But the bottom line is the wells that Mr. Seaman has on his property, I was involved in drilling those wells with G&M drilling or G&G drilling. Those wells predominantly produce from the older rocks, not the alluvial material associated with the creek. They're bad quality. They didn't produce much when they were drilled. They don't meet his needs. He told me one-on-one, I'm buying water for my blueberries. I don't know where that water is coming from, so I can't really address that other than to mention the wells that he does have on his property aren't adequate for what he's doing. So, and I could go on, but I think I'll leave it at that and make myself available for further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Catherman, for all your time today.
This is Ben Benyamoff. I just want to clarify one.
We're not going to go on with this all day, okay? You've had chance for rebuttal, Mr. Benyamoth, and used it well, I think. So let that be. We're having the final responses of the applicant before we return to staff and the commission. And I want to ask Ms. Perez if she has anything left to say.
I think the only thing I would end with, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, you know, we have highlighted for you that this project has met all county land use development code requirements for approval of a cannabis land use permit. It's also included additional measures to try to address these appellant issues. We reduced by 4 acres the cultivation area that was approved by the land use permit for cannabis. We added an odor abatement plan to address the odor concerns. We've reached out to the appellants multiple times to try to, have conversations to see if there's anything more we can do. And at the end of the day, this property is an Act 2 zoned property. It has been used as a commercial farm. I think every one of us in the county who's driven past it for the last 30 years realizes that. They helped to spur Frontier, the health food store locally, and they have a right to farm. And the crop change that they're proposing from vegetable farming to cannabis will result in a significant reduction to water use over historic levels. That is a benefit to the groundwater basin and all of the issues that we're hearing today related to water use. They'll continue to incorporate water saving measures. Hoops do reduce water use. They retain moisture in the soil. Drip irrigation and water monitoring will continue. And the rest of this, these other issues will be dealt with at the state level through the proper process. And all of the well information will be submitted to the state of California for review as part of their state licensing process, just like happened with Sierra Botanicals, just like happens with all cannabis projects. This project is ready for land use permit approval by your commission today, and we ask that you adopt staff's recommendation to deny the appeals and approve the land use permit. And we really, really appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. Okay, I have to talk to the commissioners about timing of a lunch break. We can turn back to staff and commission deliberations. It's 12:04. Would you prefer to take a lunch break now and do that after the break? I'm asking Commissioner Farini.
Thank you, Chair Cooney. Really, whatever the rest of the commission wants to do there, I could go through this whole thing and get it done right now. That would be my preference, so I don't forget anything, but whatever everyone else chooses. And then once you're done polling, I did have a couple of questions from the rebuttal people.
Oh, why don't you go ahead with, well, let's see if everybody wants to take a break now, and then we'll do that. Commissioner Bridley.
I side with Commissioner Perini that I'm actually probably ready to act on this as long as our deliberations don't last too long. But I think that we've had a lot of good input on both sides. So I'm inclined to do that. But if other folks need to do a lunch break, I can live with that too. I do have a hard stop today at 4 o'clock, which I thought was late enough, given only 2 items on the agenda. So that's my only constraint. Thanks.
Thanks for telling me.
Sorry.
Okay, Commissioner Park, what's your preference?
You know, I really badly want a 1 hour lunch break, but I don't care when it is. So if folks want to keep going for a while, then I'd say let's do it. And then let's make sure we get our 1 hour lunch break. Now, on the other hand, if we keep going till 2 o'clock, you say, okay, now let's take 2 more minutes for getting a candy bar. I'm going to make noise.
Yeah, we might have trouble with a full hour, but let's keep going at this point while it's fresh in everybody's mind and see how we do with staff questions. And Commissioner Farini has a couple of questions of Ms. Perez.
Thank you, Chair Cooney. Ms. Perez, I think this is probably for Mr. Catherman if he's still available.
Yes, sir, if you can hear me.
I can hear you well, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe I'm looking at one of your documents. It's Exhibit 1A, Water Appendix 2022 to Water Report. It's author and owner?
I would like to admit that, but I'm really not sure. I don't have the document in front of me.
Nahui Farm Water Consumption 2010 to 2020.
Yes,
Charlie, that's yours.
Yeah. You're not claiming it, Laurel.
Okay, on page 31 is the table of water use from 2010 to 2020, it says.
Yes, sir.
And it says acres farmed, and I'm looking at 2020 hemp, and it's handwritten. It says, I think it says 5 acres or 5 arms times 1.8 AFY equals 9 AFY.
Yes, sir.
Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
So I read that to say that they planted 5 acres of hemp. They used 1.8 acre of feet per year. Equals 9 total. I think there was some confusion from someone else earlier saying they were claiming to use 5 acre feet on the hemp. So
right.
They just had something. Okay. So we've got that stand by that. That's correct. 5 times 1.8 equals 9. Yes. The next one is probably the confusion with some speakers today on well casing size and pump size. So it is possible to have a 10-inch casing, right? But they could have a 2-inch pump in there.
That's correct.
And so there may be confusion with that, and you concur on that. That's why your reports don't show any 2-inch well reports, because there are no 2-inch casings, right?
No, Commissioner Farini, if I could, one part that I left out when I was describing to you a typical well and how it's completed. Once that well has casing run in it and you're ready to test it using a pump, you have what's known as the column pipe, which commonly in this area is 2 to 3 inches in diameter. that's connected and holds the pump downhole to transmit the water out of the well to the surface. But the casing is a different matter. And of course, the pipe that holds the pump has to be smaller than the casing. So in this case, it's typically 2 to 3 inches in diameter.
Mr. Catherman, thank you for clearing that up. Very well said. Thanks again.
Any other questions that commissioners have for staff? Let's ask our staff. Gosh, it's been a long time since we've heard from Ms. Vosberg, but do you have anything left to add to this discussion before the commission deliberates?
Yes, thank you, Chair Cooney. I'll be very brief. I think there was just a prior question much earlier in this hearing from Commissioner Park regarding whether cannabis projects could substantially increase their water use in the future, and if we have conditions to control that. We just wanted to clarify that the cannabis ordinance requires cannabis projects to incorporate water conserving features in the design of their projects. This project demonstrated compliance with that standard and is conditioned to remain in compliance for the life of the project. And that's not a standard that is applied to other agriculture. And then I'll just end on a very brief summary. Staff consulted directly with CDFW and with the State Water Resource Control Board on this project. The project will significantly reduce the existing baseline use of the property against which the project is evaluated under CEQA. And so the project is consistent with all applicable LUDC and comp plan policies, was appropriately reviewed under CEQA, and there's substantial evidence to support the findings for approval. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vosberg. Anything further, Mr. Dio? No? Mr. Seward? No. Okay, then it's back to the commission. This is a 3rd district item, as we all know, and Commissioner Park, assuming that you're willing to go a little further before lunch, how would you like us to proceed?
I'm ready to roll. But before I describe my thinking on the merits of this, I'd just like to ask a question to follow up on what Ms. Vosberg has just related to us.
Sure.
And so, and it concerns me because you look young, but you're reading my warped mind, and got right where I wanted to be. And that is, we know that the ordinance has water conservation requirements for cannabis. And we know that there's as you've just said, and I appreciate you brought this up, that they have to stay in compliance. What monitoring exists for water usage while a property is in cannabis? How does one know that they're in compliance?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Park. So we don't directly monitor draws on well. We don't have a condition that requires projects to be metered and monitor that data. The condition that I'm referring to is essentially requires the project to incorporate water conserving features in the design. And in this case, that means this project has to implement a water efficient time dip irrigation system and soil moisture monitoring to guide their irrigation. And they have to maintain that system, that high efficiency system, throughout the life of the project. And we do have ongoing compliance monitoring for all cannabis projects.
And how is that, and does that relate to compliance monitoring of the water? Or just that they have the features in there?
It isn't specifically for the water. What I mean is we have permit compliance that is ongoing enforcement of cannabis projects to look at all conditions on the project, and the project description is continually being operated in accordance with the project description and conditions.
In a practical sense, an objecting neighbor might say, they're not using drip irrigation. They've got center pivot overhead sprinklers, and they're using the hell out of the water, and my well's gone dry. And they would lodge that complaint to I don't know who has that unlucky burden at P&D now, being enforcement officer, but they'd get that, and you'd look into it and you'd see if they're complying with that condition, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, well, Chair Cooney, that suffices for my questions. Shall I turn to kind of to jump off on deliberations?
Yes, I thought you were into those. Go ahead.
I was asking questions first. But okay, so I have thought a lot about this. This is a very puzzling case. It was a lot to read, a lot to digest, a lot to think about. And I think I've thought it through, but somebody can show me where I haven't. You know, I got a chuckle when I listened to the experts because I've tried a lot of cases using experts. And of course, as a lawyer, you want your expert to come in and say, without a shadow of a doubt, this is what my opinion is, and this is what the result is. But I know that these guys who all went to school together, if they were sitting in a bar, they'd say, well, you know, here's this evidence, what's the result? Oh, I don't know, but maybe this. And that's how it is. So that the amateur geologist in me wants to say, you know, I'm kind of convinced there is a direct correlation between the surface waters and the well waters. And then it might be a wise idea to have a pumping limitation at some amount to kind of make the applicant put their money where their mouth is. You know, I do that a lot in these cannabis projects. If you say you're going to reduce your water usage, okay, let's have a pumping limitation that puts you there. But then I have to look at the legal issues. You know, the lawyer part has to come out. I look at our conditions of approval, and you'll see in, if you go to them, folks, the condition, excuse me, where are we? Well, oh, excuse me, I'm sorry, not conditions of approval, to the findings. And the finding 2.1.1 says that, of course, prior to approval, we have to have a finding that there's sufficient water. And then it explains that further. Here, there doesn't so much seem to be an argument that there won't be enough water to grow this crop. The question is what effect that will have on the stream, on wildlife and the surrounding neighbors. And but those issues really aren't a part of this finding. So the finding that's required here and the finding that's offered to us by staff simply says they've got enough water to grow the crop. So I think we can make that finding. But then we get to finding 3 on the next page, that the subject property is compliance with all laws. And then it says, it goes on to say pertaining to uses. Well, state water control board legislation that governs it and sets standards for it, and its regulations and so forth, those are laws that pertain to uses. So in a sense, we have a concurrent jurisdiction, but I think we need to talk about the practical impact of that. Because in a lot of cases, we have concurrent jurisdiction, and sometimes it really makes a difference for us to jump in and do something about it. I'm not so sure it does here, because clearly this project will have to go to the State Water Board. And how do we know that? We look at the conditions of approval, and condition of approval, let's see, where are we? 21 says, and it's called compliance with State Water Board requirements. The applicant shall demonstrate to the satisfaction of the State Water Resources Control Board compliance with the State Water Resources Control Board's comprehensive cannabis cultivation policy. The policy includes limitations on the diversion of surface water and certain groundwater diversions and certain other things. So clearly, the applicant will have to go to the State Water Control Board and address these exact issues. They're the exact issues that Mr. Dewani had to address. And the State Water Control Board, with its experience in this, will do something about it. The parties can make the same arguments there. They'll need to, and they'll look into that. So does it make sense for our planning commission to jump into the same thing where we lack the expertise, where we kind of lack the data. And if we do approve the project with a condition of approval that there be pumping limitations, we run the risk that we would be imposing conflicting well usage limitations because we know the State Water Board may very well impose pumping limitations. And so how does the project or anybody around deal with limitations we set first, and now here's State Water Control Board with something else? So I think probably we shouldn't be imposing limitations on it, and probably with the with what we've heard today, we should gracefully accept what staff has been telling us for several hours, that the diversion issue is really not ours to resolve. I would feel most comfortable myself continuing the matter for a short period of time so I could think about this further, and especially think about the implications of what Mr. Jones had to say, the possibility that pumping could impact neighbors. But I'm open to hearing what other commissioners have to say. I'm probably unlikely to offer a motion myself today other than a motion to continue, but I certainly am eager to hear what other commissioners have to say on this. Thank you.
Commissioner Farini, please.
Thank you, Chair Cooney. I would echo much of what Commissioner Park just said. I am very concerned about all of the neighbors. To me, specifically, Randy Jones brings great credibility. His family's owned that property and operated it, and it's a special gem for sure. So if he feels he's being, harmed, I don't really want to be a part of supporting that. So that's kind of the one side of the coin. The other side of the coin is Mr. Catherman has great experience, as he displayed to us, and knowledge of that area. He is a state licensed geologist, as he informed us today. And he says it's separated, that the creek is separated from the water table below that they're pumping out of by a clay lens. And he explained to us how that came to be, and that makes sense to me too. So I'd like to think there isn't a problem. The simple solution I see is that what we try to craft is maybe even just an agreement from the applicant. Maybe it's not even necessary, but when the state water does have the hearing on this, when that state water agency does, that those neighbors have notice and access to that hearing, so that they know what's going on, they have time to prepare for it. And is it a hearing like this that they can be a part of in the Zoom way, so that they don't have to travel? I'm not sure. But then their voices and concerns would be heard with the proper authority on the issue. And it is a complex one. So I would support Commissioner Park's continuance. I don't like these continuances. It's they stack up, things become cloudy. So I wouldn't want to see it be for an extended time. We do seem to be doing this to staff quite a bit, shoving these things out later and later. And I think it's probably going to be October or November before they can do anything. So I think if we do a continuance, Commissioner Park, we should have some definition and real guidance for staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Farini. Commissioner Bridley.
Thank you. With the greatest respect for Commissioner Park, because I know he really takes his job seriously, I see this as a much higher level forest through the trees situation. This is a land use permit appeal. We have spent hours and hours on land use permit appeals and been reminded by county council that we don't have that much discretion. So adding a condition regarding pumping of water or tracking of water or anything like that, when this applicant is going to have to go through a grueling and exhaustive process with other agencies than the county, I find unnecessary as a reason to continue the item. And, you know, I'm not a lawyer, but speaking as a planner, when I walk out of the County Planning Commission and I know I have to get a permit from CDFW or Regional Water Quality Control Board or Army Corps of Engineers, I have a whole extra year or so to get through those. And if for some reason I don't, and I have to change the project, then I go back to the county and I might have to change it. It's part of the burden of being a developer, if you will. So I don't see a reason to have to continue this. I think that it's not even our purview. I mean, Ms. Vosberg actually summarized it well in the staff report. We've heard it today several times by staff. The water situation is really not our purview. As State Water Control Board, we'll have to adjudicate that or actually permit it. And if we decide to get into water consumption on a land use permit appeal case, again, a very simple project that's supposed to be ministerial, then I think we're going backwards in our progress in terms of dealing with cannabis cases. You know, I found the testimony on both sides very compelling. I probably give more weight to the fact that this owner has farmed this site for many years. It has been in row crops, perhaps in livestock uses, you know, intermittently over the last 30 years. But again, it's a crop change. And we're sort of we're forgetting that it's a crop change and that we have gone through a very tough road over the last 2 years of understanding it's a crop change. So why are we taking the bait of going down how this is going to affect the wells differently than any other location in the county? You know, I think that staff has repeatedly told us that the use of cannabis is going to be actually a lesser water demand feature. I've read that in reports. I've seen that in the staff report. We're being reminded of it today by the applicant's team. And therefore, I don't know what the issue is for a continuance. Well, what would the continuance get us? A way to add a condition when I bet county council would suggest that we can't actually have the discretionary to add a condition. So I want to, you know, maybe county council needs to tell me that I'm off the track or not, but I'm not really sure what the value of a continuance is. That's my opinion. And I'd be inclined to vote on this today and move it along.
Thank you. Commissioner Bridley, you have a way of poking through the smoke and coming up with a solid answer. I happen to agree with parts of what you said, and certainly the comment by Commissioner Park that this is a puzzling case. I didn't expect it to be, having read the many documents here, and I found a way through to approve the project given the division of authority here, not to mention the potential for appeal to our own Board of Supervisors. We're not going to end this battle today, and as we heard, there's some hard feelings and difficult language between neighbors here, and that makes it puzzling. You know, who's giving us the straight information, and is every comment worthy of a separate day of trial? I feel that the more we dig, the more doubt we might throw on it, and that may be the outcome of the case in the long run. But I'd be prepared to go forward, essentially approving the project before us, which is a land use appeal, which can be supported by the record we've built today. I want to comment that Mr. Bonymuth indicated almost contemptuously that if we refuse to grant these appeals, we can wait until a court tells us to. You know, it isn't the threat of court action that causes us to decide how we do. It's hard work trying to understand the issues, getting as much input as we can, visiting the site, and many other things. And I don't accept the view that we're doing anything inadequately if we do move forward with this issue today. So back to you, Commissioner Park. Any change? If you prefer to continue this, we'll find a date and I'll vote with you to do that. I'm just indicating I would be able to make the decision today.
So in responding here, part of me wants to be gentle. The other part really doesn't, because I'm kind of tired about hearing the county council will tell us that we have no discretion with land use permits, when in fact the law is clear otherwise. If you look at the county ordinance, it talks about conditioning land use permits specifically in 5 or 6 different places in the same paragraph. And the job of a planning commission under the state constitution and our enabling ordinance in the county is to make sure that things are consistent with the general plan and all elements of it, and that also projects meet CEQA requirements. So if we need to, if we need to feel that we can approve a project and find that it's consistent or that it meets CEQA only by imposing conditions, we are absolutely authorized to do it. But on the more gentle level, I want to stress to the other commissioners, some of whom don't have a lot of projects in their districts and don't face a lot of public scrutiny as they walk up and down the street, but I do. And I want to be sure that Randy Jones and everybody else who's spoken today feels that they got our best product. I am inclined to vote for this project. My only question is, do I want to craft any kind of a pumping limitation of some sort that would say, you say you're going to cut your water usage by half, but you do that on speculation about what other people do with cannabis in other places. Maybe we'll make you put your money where your mouth is and say, you know, if you go over a certain amount, you know, you will monitor it. You do have the meters in place. You will report that to staff. And if you go over that amount, then you're going to have to switch to moonshine number 2. I want to think about that. And that's why I want to do our best possible job, which I think we can do and we're authorized to do and we're obligated to do. And that's why I would like to move for a continuance. And that's my motion, to move for a continuance to the earliest possible date, because I do agree with Mr. Farini. This is nothing where we need to develop a whole lot more information. It's something where we need to think about it, give people a chance to comment on that potential condition, whether it's a good idea or a bad idea. I'm not totally convinced one way or the other. You heard what I had to say, but that's why I want to do the continuance to the earliest possible date.
Okay, we understand the motion, and let's talk to the motion. First, the part about the continuance, and secondly, the earliest possible date.
Chair Cooney, excuse me, could we hear from Director Plowman before we go forward?
Yes, sure.
Thank you.
Commissioner Farini, we welcome Director Plowman's comments.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Farini, for recognizing my hand was up. It's hard to keep track of everything I know when you're chair. My question really is it, I think we should be careful about continuing items if there isn't really a purpose to it. And if the commission, if there's more than a majority that wants to add a condition to the project, I recommend we do it rather than spend weeks, several more weeks waiting for it. When I think it sounds to me like Commissioner Park has an idea of what he wants to do. If there's not support for that, then the commission should go forward and take action. This item will most definitely get to the Board of Supervisors and will be there'll be more discussion about this issue at that point. So my thought is that it's probably better, given the length of time that this case has been in the process, to make a decision about the action you want to take today. My assumption would be if the Planning Commission applied a condition of approval that the applicant didn't like, that they would be the ones to appeal it to the board and take that to them. But I would like to encourage the commission to, if we need to take a lunch break now, take the break, do that, and then come back and make an action. It would be my recommendation, given we know that it's going to the board.
Thank you, Director Plowman. Commissioner Park, you have a response to that advice?
Yes, I've made it as clear as a bell why I want a continuance. And I don't think I need to keep making the same point. Yes, we could work through something and try to do something on the fly over lunch and have about a 3 on a scale of 10 about how good it is. And it wouldn't have any real meaningful input from the parties involved, either applicants, appellants, or neighbors. Or we could continue it and do a great job. And we might all decide at that point, and I might, because I'm kind of leaning there, that there should be no such condition of approval, but I want to think about it. So I have nothing else to say. I'm not going to vote for it today. You can decide to vote for the continuance or not.
Okay. We understand your position, at least we've heard it. So Commissioner Farini, what's your preference?
I will go ahead and second Commissioner Park's motion.
Okay, very good. We have a motion to continue this. I would support the motion. I know there are downsides, but Commissioner Park is working hard to do the right thing in his district and throughout the county, and that's worth supporting, even at the risk that we spend some time hand-wringing over the next few weeks. I did hear on the projection report, there were a couple of no item days out in the future. Mr. Wilson, are you able to suggest a date, or do you want to consult with staff and then suggest a date?
Chair and Commissioners, I'd recommend August 31st. There's one item on that date. I recommend continuing it to the next available hearing, which is August 31st.
That's fine with me. How about the motion maker?
That is fine with me, and that's what I had in mind, because I think it won't take a lot of preparation, and I think it won't take a lot of hearing time. I think we should just do it. And I want to add one more thing that I should have said at the beginning is we've only had one other case. We had one other case over on, it was one of the Central Coast Agriculture projects where water usage was brought up. We didn't really get into it. Then in the El Dorado matter, we really got into it, but it didn't proceed to a hearing. It was continued for different reasons. And this will be the first case we've decided where this water issue has been addressed squarely, and we've come up with a decision one way or the other. So I say that because it's going to come up in other cases, and we want to do our very best job. So we've really thought it through because we're going to see it over and over again. So that's one reason I'm being ultra careful on that. Thank you.
Any other comments before we vote on the motion to continue this item to the 31st of August, a few weeks hence?
Mr. Chair, I would like to suggest that you ask the applicant and the appellant if they can make that date.
Okay. Ms. Perez?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, thank you. Before I commit to that date, because of course we can make it, I just want to suggest something to your commission. If this helps in preserving the ability to get an action today, the applicant is prepared to accept a condition that restricts water use to 50% of the historic use of the farm, which would equate to 26.6 acre feet per year. And I mean, that's a significant give. And I think that it gets to at the heart of the concern and the dedication and commitment to the public's concern that has been expressed today, which, by the way, is the first time we've heard from Mr. Jones. You know, he's not an appellant. We've been at this for 3 years. Obviously, we're very concerned about the farms in the region, and we want to make sure that everything we do is in the interest of being a good neighbor and taking care of our fellow farmers. And so along those lines, the applicant is willing to accept a condition of approval that holds her to the 50% reduction in historic use. And if that is a measure that can get us to a vote today, we greatly appreciate your consideration.
Ms. Perez, you and I have always had straight talk with each other, and I have to tell you that it's a great offer, but we have a motion on the floor. The only question I was referring to you is, would you show up on the 31st?
Mr. Chair, understood. The answer is yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to go to the two appellants. Mr. Genumat?
Ask if there's an alternate. This is Ben Benumoff, not.
Oh, sorry. I had the wrong page. Mr. Benumoff,
No, we are unavailable on the 31st. It would have to be sometime at a later date than that.
Okay. Probably good to know what Mr. Seaman has to say.
Yeah, I can make it if we do another 31st.
Okay. Well, I'm inclined to stick with the 31st and see if we can work this out in the meantime. But if anybody disagrees with that, let me know now.
Well, we're the appellants. We have a right to be there.
Let's see. You want to have a legal argument, go ahead. But we're trying to accommodate the need to get this decision made correctly within a short amount of time. So just the answer, we're not available, is inadequate.
Is there another date available? I have another hearing that day that I am scheduled to appear at.
Please tell me where it is and what the matter is. If you have another hearing in a court of law or something that I can specifically check out.
It's a private mediation arbitration situation. It's with JAMS. I'm not going to give you the information because that would be violating my confidentiality with my client. But it is a private proceeding.
Is it in the local area or do you have to travel?
It is in my area. Yes, I'm in Orange County.
Okay. Okay, we'll turn back to staff and see what the earliest possible date is available for everyone.
Thank you for your consideration.
Commissioner Cooney, can I speak to that?
Sure.
You know, to use Ms. Fisher-Perez's own words, what she proposed is a very significant give, okay? And I think that it's admirable. That's a very generous offer. And frankly, it's darn near all I would ever ask. And if in fact it can be backed up with some sort of monitoring, i.e., Ms. Khan has a meter on that well, and that can be regularly submitted to staff so that staff can monitor this to see that condition is in fact complied with. And I kind of think we're there. And if we do that, And if that's okay with everybody here on the commission, then we don't need a continuance. You don't need to look for another date. That's just kind of how I'm thinking.
Would you think that we could work that out today so that we can simply trail this matter?
I think I could. What would happen is we'd take an hour for lunch. I'd go have a good time, and staff would be sweating and sorting this all out, but they're good at that. And it was pretty clear what Ms. Fisher Perez described. I think they just add in the piece about regular reporting of the metering that's already done by this applicant. Then I can't speak for staff, but I think that they could put this together today, and then we'd sort of satisfy everybody.
Mr. Sewards.
Commissioners, I'm going to have to say that staff deserves a lunch break. They need to, you know, we're also on the second item today, Joe and I. So if we could trail this item, we're happy to ask Aaliyah to work on it while we present the second item, and then we could come back to the item after.
That's absolutely what I wanted to do, was to trail it, not to force you to prepare something literally during.
Okay, great, thank you.
You were joking, Commissioner Park. I thought I didn't know.
All
Well,
right.
that sounds like a great solution.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I would just like to add one thing. I'm sorry to step in here, but I think we need to ask the applicant if they would make it part of their project description, because I think that's the cleanest way to do it.
We will send you. Yes. Mr. Chair, if I may, commissioners, yes, we are in agreement to make this additional condition part of the project description rather than a condition of approval. So we can draft that, Ms. Plowman, get it over to your staff, and then you have time to look at it during the day, and we'll see you at the end of the day if the commission agrees.
Super, thank you.
And can that include this reporting requirement?
Commissioner Park, yes. So because there is a meter on the well, we have the metering ability, and we'll make sure that the monitoring and reporting program is part of the project description.
Well, I like this even better. Now you have to work during lunch and staff.
There you go. That's right. Happy to do so. Thank you all very much.
All right, so this is our schedule. It is now 12:47. We'll take an hour. We'll be back at 1:47 and take up item number 2. We will trail this item to the end of our business today, that is following whatever we do on item number 2. Is that acceptable to all the commissioners?
Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Plowman, any last comment?
I'm sorry, thank you. No, I forgot to put my hand down.
That's what I was
Enjoy
hoping.
your lunch.
All right.
Enjoy your lunch.
All right. We'll see everybody in 1 hour. Thank you.
We're back on the air. So Chair, whenever you're ready to start with the next item.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. I hope everybody had a chance to refresh and take a nap or whatever they enjoyed doing over the long lunch hour.
Eat, maybe drink.
Oh, yeah.
Use the bathroom.
But
Mr.
thank you
Chair,
for indulging. It really
yeah,
is appreciated.
it's totally necessary for you, Commissioner Park. Did we trail the item from this morning's agenda to the end of the day, or if they're ready to go now? I don't understand where we left that exactly.
No, staff is still working on the new condition language, and so we'll need time to take it up, and I suggest we move forward with item number 2 if Mr. Villalobos will read that into the record.
Happy to do so. The following is a hearing on the request of the interested Cimarron Estates homeowners, which is the appellant, to consider case number 22 APL 14, an appeal of the planning director's approval of case number 21 LUP 564.
Commissioners, are there any ex parte disclosures that you wish to make at this time? Commissioner Bridley.
Yeah, I spoke with the applicant, Brendan, yesterday about, actually earlier this week, also on Monday, about just the site plan in the case. I wasn't able to do a site plan, so that was just a quick project description discussion with him.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Briley. Commissioner Martinez.
Thank you. About a couple of months ago, I believe I met with a few people from the, trying to pronounce it right, I believe it's the appellants, discussing their positions, and that occurred indeed at my office. I have not visited the site at all, though.
Okay. You don't know who the individuals were that you spoke with?
I had that on my desk, and I'm just not finding it. When I find it, I'll let you know exactly. So.
Okay, that's great. I think the record should reflect specific conversations. So, Commissioner Farini?
Yes, thank you, Chair Cooney. Some months back, I think around the time that Commissioner Martinez spoke with the appellant group, I was contacted by Tori Wynn of that group. She lives in the Cimarron neighborhood. And we tried unsuccessfully to meet multiple times. She did talk to me a little bit about it, but probably not as much detail as she would have wished. And then yesterday, yes, I did receive a phone call from Brandon Gasicki, and I believe he is a partner and a representative of the project. That's all I got.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Farini. Commissioner Park.
Yes, I had a long phone conversation with Brandon Gasecki. I think it was late Monday afternoon, and I've made no specific site visit for this project, but I drive by that site all the time and look at it thinking of the project. So there you go.
Thank you. I did not reach Mr. Gasecki. I learned about his desire to talk with me late in the afternoon yesterday, so I have no ex parte to disclose. All right, so we're ready to move to the staff report, and the staff on this project is Ray Harmon. Hi, Ray.
Hi, thank you, Chair Cooney, Commissioners. Good afternoon. My name is Ray Harmon, and I will now be giving staff's presentation for this appeal of Dr. Green Thumb's Cannabis Storefront Retail. Next slide, please. The project site is in Orchid. It is Orchid Community Plan's Key Site 4, and the site is now known as Orchid Hills Plaza. It's about half a mile west of Highway 101 at the southeast corner of East Clark Avenue and Stillwell Road. The yellow star on the photo on the right side shows where the proposed dispensary would be located. The whole shopping plaza is made up of 3 commercial buildings, and it's surrounded by residential and open space areas to the north, a residential area and mobile home park to the south. Open space pending commercial development on the eastern side, and the residential area of Cimarron Estates is to the west. Next slide, please. On April 26th of this year, the director of the Planning and Development Department approved the proposed project under a land use permit, finding the project consistent with the development standards and regulations for cannabis operations set forth in the Land Use and Development Code. And a timely appeal of this decision was filed on May 6th during the 10-day appeal period. The project description has been revised since the director's approval of the land use permit to include additional information about the project related to tenant improvements and security measures. Next slide, please. So now I'll provide some background information regarding the cannabis storefront retail application process as it relates to Chapter 50. Cannabis business licenses are regulated pursuant to Chapter 50, which is separate from the land use entitlement process. The land use permit, which is what was appealed and what we are focusing on today, is regulated pursuant to Chapter 35, which is the Land Use and Development Code. In 2020, the county reviewed and ranked these criteria-based applications, or CBAs, for proposed cannabis retail operations. These were ranked via a merit-based selection process, and then the highest ranked applicants per community area was selected and invited to start the process to then obtain a land use permit from the planning department. So each cannabis retail site is required to obtain a cannabis business license following approval of land use entitlements and prior to operating within the county. Next slide, please. Moving on to the project description. So the proposed project is a request to allow a cannabis storefront retail dispensary known as Dr. Green Thumbs. The project will occupy an existing approximately 3,000 square foot lease space within a 4,792 square foot existing commercial building. And tenant improvements are proposed to the interior of the building, but no new square footage or significant exterior changes are proposed, with the exception of signage, which was already approved under a separate permit. No grading is proposed, no landscaping is proposed. Existing landscaping was installed as part of the overall development of the site. Hours of operation will be from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., 7 days a week. There will be about 5 to 9 employees working during any given shift. The project includes at least 10 parking spaces for employees and customers, along with there are 50 additional parking spaces shared with the rest of the shopping plaza for a total of 60 parking spaces. Employees will not be allowed to park in the neighboring area zoned residential. Security measures will comply with all state and local requirements, including but not limited to security cameras, video surveillance, security lighting. Next slide, please. This is the site plan for the proposed project. The Orchid Hills Shopping Plaza consists of 3 legal lots. Each lot is about half an acre, and each is developed with 1 commercial building. The southernmost commercial building includes the 3,000 square foot lease space, which is proposed to be used for the cannabis retail operation. As I previously mentioned, there are 60 parking spaces in the entire plaza. And this existing on-site development for the site was approved at the Planning Commission hearing of July 18, 2012, which included a vesting parcel map, a development plan, a conditional use permit, and an overall sign plan. Next slide, please. So moving on to the appeal issues that are raised. The appellant contends that the land use permit application and supporting documents are inconsistent with the applicant's criteria-based application, and therefore pursuant to Chapter 50, the land use permit or LUP should not be approved. The appellant cites the following four inconsistencies between the CBA and the LUP applications, which are the business name change, the number of parking spaces, an existing drainage basin, and that the project plans show incorrect ingress and egress. The appellant also argues that Stillwell Road is not designed for the type of traffic that a dispensary would generate. So now I will summarize each of these appeal issues and provide staff's responses. For appeal issue number 1, the appellant asserts that Cookies and Dr. Green Thumbs are two entirely different business entities, and therefore the land use permit application is inconsistent with the criteria-based application, and the LUP approval should be reversed. Staff's response is that the land use permit application was submitted in November of 2021 by East Clark SB OpCo LLC, and the applicant for the project has not changed since. The applicant chose to modify the business name from Cookies to Dr. Green Thumbs in response to public comments regarding the Cookies name. Orchid community members were mostly concerned that the Cookies name would attract children. Therefore, in March of 2022, the applicant modified their name to Dr. Green Thumbs. The Land Use and Development Code does not prohibit the change of a business name by an applicant during the application process. Furthermore, approval of this land use permit for cannabis retail is being considered under the requirements of Chapter 35 or the Land Use and Development Code, and not Chapter 50, which governs the criteria-based application or CBA process. Next slide, please. For appeal issue number 2, the appellant asserts that the CBA identified the site as having 74 parking spaces, and that the county allowed the applicant to correct its erroneous submission and provide revised parking plans. The appellant asserts that the LUP application is inconsistent with the CBA, and the LUP approval should be reversed. Staff's response is that the LUP application and associated documents that were submitted to planning for the proposed operation incorrectly identified 74 parking spaces within the shopping plaza. Prior to construction of the existing development and during planning's processing of applications for this plaza, which is Key Site 4, there were multiple renderings of what the parking may look like for this shopping plaza. So the applicant for this proposed cannabis project initially submitted an outdated rendering of the existing parking layout by mistake. They have since submitted updated plans showing the correct existing parking layout with the 60 parking spaces. Furthermore, in July 2012, as I discussed, the Planning Commission adopted the negative declaration and approved the development plan for this site. The development actually required 33 parking spaces, and 60 were ultimately approved, which is 27 more parking spaces than is required by the Land Use and Development Code. Lastly, and again, approval of this land use permit for cannabis retail is being considered under the requirements of the Land Use and Development Code and not Chapter 50. Next slide, thank you. The appellant asserts for appeal issue number 3 that the applicant provided false information in its land use permit application pertaining to distance of the nearest drainage basin. The applicant stated that no drainage basin exists when one does exist within approximately 70 feet. Staff's response is that the planning and development's land use permit application includes a section which asks if there are creeks, ponds, drainages, water bodies, oak or riparian habitat within 100 feet. And the purpose of this question is to screen projects for further review when there's a potential for stormwater runoff impacts. The application that was submitted had no checked off. However, planning does not consider this misleading information because there are no surface water bodies such as wetlands, ponds, creeks, rivers, etc. on the project site. And the nearest floodway is Orchid Creek, which is about 1,700 feet to the south. Staff is aware of the existing drainage basin. It's about 70 feet south of the project site. It's a man-made drainage basin. It's not on the subject property. It does not contain any habitat, and it will not be impacted by the proposed project. This basin was originally developed to include post-development flows from a large area, including Key Site 4 and Cimarron Estates. And as a reminder, only tenant improvements are proposed to the interior of the building. So there's no new square footage being proposed, no significant exterior changes being proposed. So the project will not create any new runoff impacts. For appeal issue number 4, the appellant states that the applicant's site transportation demand management plan diagram is an error and that it shows incorrect ingress and egress. And the appellant alleges that Stillwell Road is designed to primarily serve residents with small to medium lots, not designed for the type of traffic that a new dispensary will generate. Staff's response is that the applicant submitted a revised plan showing correct ingress and egress. As discussed earlier, this is an existing commercial space, so no changes to the circulation or to the parking lot are proposed. The existing site development was approved in 2012, and the negative declaration that was adopted at that time includes a detailed analysis of transportation and circulation. It concluded that the development would not generate substantial additional traffic in relation to the existing traffic load and the capacity of the street system. Furthermore, the site transportation demand management plan was reviewed by Public Works Transportation Division staff and found to be sufficient. For the last appeal issue, the appellant alleges that impacts from traffic will not be fully mitigated and will remain significant and unavoidable. The appellant states that Stillwell Road is not designed for the type of traffic that a new dispensary will generate, and the appellant contends that the county's reliance on the 2017 PEIR for the cannabis program is an abuse of discretion. Staff's response is that staff reviewed the proposed project application and analyzed the project for traffic-related impacts. We determined that all impacts will be fully mitigated to the extent feasible, as analyzed in the PEIR for the cannabis program. The PEIR concluded that impacts to traffic and circulation through implementation of this cannabis program would be significant and unavoidable. And in review of this application, staff prepared a CEQA guideline sections 15168 checklist to analyze the proposed project under the EIR, and found that no new impacts would occur and no new environmental document is required. As already stated, Public Works Transportation Division staff reviewed the site transportation demand management plan and found that the existing roads are adequate to support the proposed project, which will be located in an existing commercial building. Next slide, please. So for the reasons described in this presentation and in the staff report, staff recommends that your commission deny the appeal, case number 22, APL 14, make the required findings for approval of the project, including CEQA findings, determine that the previously certified PEIR is adequate and no subsequent environmental review is required pursuant to CEQA guidelines sections 15162 and 15168, and grant de novo approval of the project, 21 LUP 564, subject to the conditions of approval. This concludes staff's presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harmon. Very complete report, and we appreciate it at this time of day. So I'm going to ask my fellow commissioners if there are any questions raised by Ms. Harmon's report. Commissioner Park.
Yes, Ms. Harmon, I need a little help from you remembering something here. And we had a project that wasn't key site number 4. It was key site number, what I forget. And I thought it was right next door, right to the, is it the east of key site 4? And it had some very significant traffic improvements and development. And then it was on appeal like forever, but that's been resolved recently. And it even involved installation, I think, of a traffic light on Clark and so forth. Do you know what I'm talking about? I mean, can you tell us about that other project, how it might relate to access and traffic? Because I think that's kind of the strongest issue for me that's raised on appeal.
Commissioner Park, through the chair, I believe you're talking about Key Site 2, which is to the east, some additional proposed commercial development. I'm not familiar with the latest on that project, so I'll let my supervisor speak on behalf of what the latest on that specific project has been.
And we did approve that, right? I think we did. And then I think it was also appealed by the board, approved by the board. And I think the appeal was kind of in the court system. But let's go hear from your supervisor.
Mr. Chair, and sorry, Commissioner Park, I'll jump in and I'll let Deputy Director or Mr. Seawards correct if I'm wrong on any point. But to Commissioner Park's point, we did approve, or the Planning Commission approved Key Site 2 a while ago, and that is a commercial development adjacent to Key Site 4. My understanding, there is a interconnectedness between these two sites as far as traffic being able to go through both locations. And yes, there is a traffic light that is part of Key Site 2 that will be on Clark. That will also help with the ingress and egress to this full commercial development once it's fully developed. As far as the current status of Key Site 2, the applicants are moving forward with clearing prior to construction conditions of approval, and they're getting things set up to move forward with that project.
Is the light that's on Clark as part of Key Site 2, is that on Stillwell, or that's to the east on a different street?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, that would not be on Stillwell. I think it's further east.
Yeah,
because that's a new light that would serve. It was going to be serving Key Site 1, 2, and 3, and Key Site 4 would also have access to that intersection as well. It was to develop a full intersection there.
Yeah, and do you know the name of that street? I forget it.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Park, I don't remember the name of that street. I can look it up.
So what I recall, I'd like you to tell me if I got it right. There'd be that new light at that street. Traffic would come in at that street that we can't remember, and would go through Key Site 2 and could go to Key Site 4, and that they could share parking. It was kind of designed that the developments could share parking. So it increases your parking from 60 spaces to quite a bit more. And it means your access is from both the east and west. And at least one off of Clark has a light. And then if you're looking at traffic coming in from 101, people from 101 to go shopping at that dispensary, they'd probably use that light and come in from the east. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Do I understand that correctly? Halfway correctly, something.
Commissioner Park, through the chair, that is correct. There was an intention by the former developer of Key Site 4 for Key Site 2 and 4 to be using a more of a common parking area for both of those, and ingress egress for both of those developments. There's coordination between 2 and 4 on that.
Okay, well, thanks.
Commissioner Bridley.
Thank you. Did Commissioner Martinez beat me? Hand was up earlier. Okay. All right. Just one question, Ms. Harmon. The TDM plan for the case talks about 22 spaces being available for this location. And we know that now there's 60 on the whole site, but then your slide said that there were 10 existing spaces. So I'm a little bit confused. Did anyone ever look at the lease for this space as part of the licensing, or maybe that's not required?
Commissioner Bridley through the chair. That's a good question regarding the parking, and the applicant's STDMP plan referred to the 22 spaces because in their number, they included some spaces that exist at Key Site 2 right now. So even though the rest of the Key Site hasn't been developed, they use those in their calculations. I was being a little more conservative with the 10 parking spaces that are just immediately adjacent to their building. If we were to do the calculations per the Land Use and Development Code, they would actually be required to have 6 parking spaces for the cannabis dispensary.
Okay, great. That helps in terms of the code requirements. Okay. That was my only question. Thank you.
Commissioner Martinez, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. My question to staff is, okay, the word if is being used here for if they were using the land use development codes, it would be 6. So what are we requesting? Is the requirements more than the LUD then?
Commissioner Martinez, through the chair, we are solely looking at the Land Use and Development Code, which requires 6 parking spaces. However, this site was looked at and approved in 2012 and ended up allowing a lot more parking than was required for this one commercial building.
Okay, so that's the negative declaration that's referenced in your report from what year 2012?
That is correct. So if you were to look at that negative declaration, it states that 33 parking spaces are required for the whole plaza.
And as we speak today, then is it only 33 spaces that are on the plaza?
Commissioner Martinez, it's 60 parking spaces that are in the whole plaza. So it's 27 more than is required by the Land Use and Development Code.
Okay, so the negative declaration required at least 33. And now there's 60 on the site instead of 33, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and then what's causing me the confusion then when I'm looking at the site plan that was included even within your presentation, it's showing the site plan, but it's also including, and I was looking at it, those parking spaces that you're talking about the 60, does that include the one, because I saw that there was a property line there. So is your 60 including the parking that is on the site plus parking that is beyond the property line?
Commissioner Martinez, so there are the 60 existing parking spaces in Orchid Hills Plaza, which is the 3 legal lots. I did not include in that 60 number, I did not include existing parking spaces that are in Key Site 2, which is east of the site.
Okay, so if I just want to make sure we're just speaking the same here. I want to make sure I'm clear on this one.
Maybe pull slide 6, the site plan.
Yeah, it was actually your last site plan, your last slide. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. If you could pull up the site plan.
Okay.
Yeah, so as you can see, these 3 legal lots here, though the 60 spaces are within these 3 lots. There is more parking on the very right side outside of the property line. That is key site 2, and I am not including those as part of the number 60.
Okay. And so all this wording in here about when there was an application for the sites, is that when, because I read something in here about that they originally said there were 70 some parking spaces, and then they said, no, that's a mistake. There's really less. Is that where that's coming into play?
Yeah, that's a good question. So in 2011, 2012, when they were looking at approving the development for this site, there were different renderings of what the parking would look like. And then fast forward 6, 7 more years when they actually obtained the zoning clearances. So during this whole time, there were different parking layouts, like what is the parking going to look like? However, throughout this whole time, the required number of parking spaces was always exceeded. So parking was never a concern with regard to, are they going to meet the required number of parking spaces per the land use and development code?
Okay, so then when I'm looking at this site plan, I see that the egress and egress from the east side at least is going through site number 2, correct?
Yes, there is an additional ingress egress through site 2. Yes.
And is there some written form of an agreement or something that says, yes, your site can use site 2 to exit and enter through site 2?
I believe there is, Commissioner Martinez. Yes.
Okay, so let me ask this follow-up quick. So the owners of site number 2 are different than the site that we're considering here today, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure if there's some agreement, I would like to know about that, because I would just hate to see something, a situation where the owners of site number 2 said, no, you're not going to use my property anymore, at least without, money comes up, without some consideration or whatever. That would be important for me to know. Thank you.
Commissioner Martinez, if I could weigh in just for a second here. So I think it is confusing. This was key site 4, and this was approved. The entire development that you're seeing on the site plan was approved by the commission and the board, and all of the access and all of the parking requirements were proven to be met at the time that this development was approved. So it meets all of the LUDC requirements. And I think what Ms. Harmon is trying to explain is, so they were only, at the time that this development was approved, they were only required to provide 33 spaces per our development code, but the project itself provided 60 spaces. So it's been overparked from the time that it's been approved. So Ms. Harmon has come in just with this project, which is just a change of tenant space, and calculated what the required parking would be. And she's saying that it's 6 parking spaces, but overall, there's already enough parking to accommodate all the commercial tenants in this development.
Okay, and so with that clarification, I think all I need in my mind is when it was previously approved, was the amount of tenant space, let's say tenant, because it's what, 500 feet requires 1 parking space is what I was reading in here. So the amount of tenant space is the exact same as it was when it was approved years ago.
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. And then all easements were looked at the time of this approval of this property. They could not make access from another parcel at that time if they did not have the easements in place.
Thank you.
Commissioner Farini.
Thank you, Chair Cooney. Ms. Harmon, I think a couple of questions. Could you bring up slide 2 in your presentation? It's the aerial view. And we can use your magic cursor. Could you go to where the Stillwell label is on the road? Right. And then follow that to Clark, to that intersection. Okay. And we all agree there is a traffic light there, right?
Oh, yeah.
Ms. Harmon, I just need you to say yes or no.
Yes,
Okay,
Commissioner
thank you,
Farini.
thank you. Okay, and then the other light that Commissioner Park was talking about that may be added in on 2 and 3, that won't even show up on this picture. It's quite a bit further east or up towards the top of the site, right? So just some familiarity. Okay, now we go back to the Stillwell Road label. Okay, and what I've read is there are people entering this center at that ingress right there, even though it looks like it's kind of designed not to allow that. I think that is going to be a big topic as we move through the presentation. Then if we go to the right, or yeah, that way, there's another entrance, right? So that, in the original design of the project, was that the contemplated ingress for people headed north or south on Stillwell?
Commissioner Farini, through the chair, this was a contemplated access point too. And just to provide some background, the site transportation demand management plan that was referred to by the appellant, it is not this one. It had some arrows drawn that were drawn incorrectly, and that is what they are referring to. This is the new updated site transportation demand management plan, which now shows correct ingress and egress.
Okay, so I'm wondering if for later on in this hearing, if we're going to need Will Robertson in here from Public Works to go over some of these issues on the ingress to this property.
Commissioner Farini, I think that's an option, just for your commission's knowledge. I did talk to Will Robertson throughout the processing of this application, and he did not express any concerns.
Okay. All right, well, that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Commissioner Park.
Yeah, just as a follow-up to Commissioner Freeney's questions, because I'm kind of getting now what he's talking about. If we go back to that last slide, if you don't mind. So somebody turning left off Clark or right, I guess, either way, and going on Stillwell, will they be able to make a left-hand turn into that first available ingress into the center? Or do they have to go up to the Ashbrook intersection and get in from there?
Commissioner Park, can you repeat that and clarify?
Okay,
exactly?
so imagine somebody that's turning from Clark onto Stillwell, and they're intending to go to the project, and they get up near where the Stillwell Road label is on our slide. Can they turn across the left turn lane that's going the other direction?
Commissioner Park, no. So that's a good question. They would be able to go a little bit further down and turn left at the location where Commissioner Farini pointed out earlier. So that's a double yellow line where the Stillwell Road label is. And right, technically, legally, you cannot turn left right there.
Yeah, so they'd go up to Ashbrook and then turn left, kind of go behind the building and curl around. Okay.
That's right, yes.
Where there's a stop sign on top of it. So it's even more controlled, right?
Stop sign and turn lanes too, yeah. Okay, thanks.
Any other questions from commissioners of staff? No? Okay. Are we ready to go to the applicant then? Well, no, the appellant. The appellant's interested Cimarron Estates homeowners. And how are you organized?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi, my name is, I'm Jeremy Wynn. I'm a member of the Cimarron Estates homeowners. And so I'm here today to present for you guys.
Mr. Nguyen, can you give us an estimate of the time you'll need for your presentation?
I think my specific talk will be less than 15 minutes.
Okay.
I don't know if there's more time needed for rebuttal afterwards, but 15 should be good.
Okay, perfect. Let's start with that and save time for rebuttal.
That'll work. I don't know if I can share my screen with you guys. I'm sorry, we were hoping to do this in person. With the Zoom meeting, I didn't get a file over to you guys. Can I share my screen? Is that acceptable, or?
We do have your presentation printed out for us to look at.
Okay, that'll work. I'll talk and we can go from there. So good afternoon, members of the Planning Commission. Again, my name is Jeremy Nguyen, speaking today on behalf of the interested Cimarron Estates homeowners. We are residents of the neighborhood located closest to the Orchid Hills Plaza. And as you know, we're here to appeal the director's approval of the land use permit for the cannabis dispensary. Let me begin by saying we're not here to argue a stance on cannabis. We're here today because there have been numerous errors, what we believe to be an abuse of discretion, and we're begging to be heard here. The basis of our appeal today has to do with the inconsistencies between the criteria-based application, the CBA, and the LUP application before you today. As you're aware, the CBA was the first document filed in this process, and it's what the scoring was based on. Per county code, the representations made in the CBA must match the representations in the LUP application, and we're here to tell you that they do not, and the applicant, based on that, should be disqualified. While county planning contends that in their staff report that the LUP approval is only governed by the LUDC, we disagree. County Code 50-7 at subsection F, number 1 and 2 reads as follows. Number 1, the highest ranked application per list will be selected and invited to start the process to obtain a land use permit. Number 2, the selected applicant will have 90 days to submit an application to the Planning and Development Department. This is where it's important. This must be consistent with the applicant's criteria-based application. It goes on to say that filing an application that is not consistent with the criteria-based application will result in the selected applicant being removed from the final ranked storefront retail list. With all due respect, we believe county planning has erred in the interpretation of this county code. The county's disclaimer on page 1 of the CBA also requires consistency between the two applications. So let's go through these inconsistencies that we've pretty much discussed here already, just tell you our side of it. So number 1, the original CBA identified cookies as the proposed dispensary. The CBA persuaded this county and this community during the scoring phase that cookies was the best option for this location. The LUP application on file today identifies Dr. Green Thumbs as the dispensary. That's a major change between the CBA and the LUP. Number 2, the CBA presented specific information and accolades attributed to the founder and CEO of Cookies, Mr. Bernard J. Millam. They sold him as a great individual, great businessman, great for the community. In contrast, the founder and CEO of Dr. Green Thumbs, which is a legitimate cannabis business, their CEO is mobile rap artist Luis Freeze, aka Be Real of the group Cypress Hill, of which no background information has been provided to us at any time throughout this. Number 3, the original CBA identified the types of cookies products to be sold. Nothing has been provided as to the line of products to be sold now by Dr. Green Thumbs. Number 4, the original CBA identified a very detailed designscape and interior layout illustrating security features, color scheme, and signage. Nothing has been formally provided by Dr. Green Thumbs as to the interior layout, color scheme, or whatnot. We've also been advised that planning has no discretion over the interior designscape. The applicant was not only allowed to change its DBA, but also change its signage without submitting all required documents per county application procedures. Again, just major changes after major changes. Number 5, the CBA represented that the 70 parking spots, which we've already discussed, existed and parking diagrams to the effect were provided. This category was also part of the scoring process. This is what helped get them their number 1 ranking. The revised LUP represents that only 55 parking spots are available. This correction, along with the revised parking diagram, was provided only after it was brought to the county's attention by the homeowners that the information submitted was inaccurate. When we brought this misinformation to the county's attention, the responses were concerning. We have been given excuses and justifications as to why certain rules don't need to be followed or why corrections are justified. County planning and the county CEO's office contend that everything will remain the same. Simply because the applicant remains the same, only the DBA has changed. Clearly, not just the DBA has changed. And if you look at our complete summary file, this is evident. Let's think about this. Is it really plausible that the two different dispensary platforms, Cookies and Dr. Green Thumbs, could have the exact same operational plans, exact same security procedures, exact same ownership interests, and exact same projected revenue down to the penny? All of that was listed in the CBA for Cookies, but nothing's been provided for Dr. Green Thumbs. The county also claims the ownership interest will remain the same, denying that Dr. Green Thumbs will have any ownership interest whatsoever. This seems questionable since the dispensary will be selling Dr. Green Thumbs products. I also want to point out that the CBA indicates a breakdown of ownership percentages. That breakdown equals over 140% ownership of the company. How does such misleading information continue to be allowed in this process? If it sounds like we're suggesting to you that we'd rather see the applicant operate as Cookies, nothing could be further from the truth. We are merely showing that the applicant has pulled a bait and switch by presenting a fantastic and persuasive portfolio to the county, one that earned them the #1 spot in the rankings, then completely changed its game plan. This justifies disqualification per the ordinance. How many more changes will the applicant be allowed to make without consequence? If we move away from inconsistencies, let's discuss some of the other issues. How about number of patrons? Are you aware what the expected number of patrons will be per hour? According to a 2020 study by Headset, which is a marketing research company, the average ticket sale at a retail cannabis dispensary is between $25 and $75. Using the average ticket amount of $37.50 and the projected revenue presented by the applicant in the CBA, the number of expected patrons per hour is nearly 120. Let that sink in for a moment. If we're more conservative with our numbers and calculate an average ticket sale of $100 per transaction, well above the average, the expected number of patrons per hour is still approximately 50 per hour. This plaza cannot accommodate that number of people. Orchid Hills Plaza on a normal business day is often near maximum parking capacity. While the LUDC only requires 6 parking spots for the dispensary based on retail square footage, remember that up to 9 parking spaces are allotted for employees. Beyond that, where's customer parking expected to take place? I know where, our neighborhood. Guaranteed, there will be a need for more parking, and no mitigation measures are currently in place to ensure that overflow parking does not infiltrate into our neighborhood. Mind you, this is something we've asked for and something that we were promised by the applicant, who has refused to involve themselves in any of our community meetings. If you look at our Exhibit P, which is actually the same map that you were putting up there, the overall picture, that's a picture of a light day in the parking lot. Where are 50 cars expected to park plus 9 employee parking spots in the picture they gave? Parking is a major concern that necessitates further environmental review and should be investigated by the appropriate county agencies. The county's assertion that the project is covered under the 2017 peer report and 2012 negative declaration is insufficient. I also want to point out that the 2012 negative declaration provided to you by the county planning is in fact an unsigned draft negative declaration. It's not an accurate one right now. Stillwell Road, it's classified as an S3 roadway designed to primarily serve residents with small to medium lots. This road cannot withstand the extra traffic that will be generated by a dispensary. And we believe the county has failed to properly evaluate and analyze the project's, the impact of this project. I can tell you that traffic congestion and traffic incidents have increased immensely since the opening of the Orchid Hills Plaza, including a rollover collision at the 4-way stop at Stillwell and Ashbrook Lane. We implore the appropriate county agencies to investigate the daily trip numbers expected along Stillwell Road, the traffic impacts it will have on this roadway and nearby residents, as well as emergency access along Stillwell Road. This is big. We also submit to you seemingly false and misleading information provided by the applicant. Per county planning, misrepresentation of fact is cause for rejection of the issuance of this permit. The applicant declared that no water basin exists, which we've already discussed, but that is inaccurate. The applicant provided false and misleading diagrams to the ingress and egress points to satisfy the STDMP. Mind you, it was approved by Public Works and it was a faulty diagram. It was only once the homeowners brought it to the county's attention that these diagrams were changed. So once again, it's as if this project keeps getting a rubber stamp, and when the errors are brought to the county, we keep being given excuses as to why these justifications are allowed. The applicant has promised community outreach to mitigate concerns, but has refused to attend any of our community neighborhood meetings for fear of being ambushed, as told to us by the county employees themselves. Members of the Planning Commission, we understand that the county is anxious to implement this dispensary for the increased tax revenue it will generate in Orchid, but the location is a poor choice. We believe the county has blatantly erred on numerous levels during this process. Aside from the statutory issues raised, the location is much too close to residential areas. There's a children's park, which, by the way, you can see the signage for this building from the park. And the building is located on the only bus route in and out of Stillwell. I'd also like to note that with the establishment of Orchid Hills Plaza, Cimarron residents were promised by Mr. Jerry Schmid, one of the owners, that this would be an upscale venue with shopping boutiques and a 4-star restaurant. He promised it would be a place to take our children to and frequent for date nights, a place we would be, quote, proud, unquote, to take our families to, and nothing less. I don't know what type of venues Mr. Schmid likes to take his family to, but a pot shop does not rank anywhere on my list. Here again, we have a scenario in which plans have significantly deviated from what was originally presented to you, to us, and to this county. Before you now are statutory grounds within which to overturn the county's decision on the LUP and uphold our appeal. Remember, pursuant to the county's reservations of rights, quote, the county reserves the right to reject all applications with or without cause or reason. The county may modify, postpone, or cancel the request for a permit without liability, obligation, or commitment to any party, firm, or organization, end quote. Based on the county ordinance, the county's CDA disclosure, the county's LUP disclosure, and the county's reservation of rights, we respectfully request the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission uphold our appeal and deny the permit before you. As a final note, I'd like to bring to your attention the audience of this dispensary. The Dr. Green Thumbs Enterprise was founded again by mobile rap artist Luis Freeze, aka Be Real, and performs as Cypress Hill, who released a song entitled Dr. Green Thumbs. We provided a copy of the lyrics in our report. These lyrics do not depict a culture that I believe any of you would willingly allow into our community, a culture that blatantly disregards the authority of the police, the DEA, and challenges anyone to try and stop them from dealing or using marijuana. We are adamant about this appeal, and we hope you hear our plea for safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. I have, let's see, 15 minutes used and 5 for rebuttal if you need it.
Thank you.
Okay. Time for the applicant. East Clark SB Opco LLC. Who's here for the applicant?
I am, and so's Anna.
Okay. Are you going to start off then?
Oh,
No, Anna's gonna be the leadoff hitter.
Okay.
all right. Thank you, Brandon. So I see the presentation. There it is. Okay. All right. Thank you, commissioners, for your time this afternoon as we walk through high-level presentation of East Clark Opco LLC. Next slide, please. As you can see from this aerial, we're located at 1604 East Clark Avenue, Suite 101 in Orchid, conveniently located approximately a quarter of a mile away from the 101 freeway. Customers can access the location from 3 points of ingress and egress. Those consist of East Clark, Stillwell Road, Ashbrook Lane. And with regards to the original questions, there is a reciprocal parking agreement with key sites 2 and 4. So we will have access to the new development for parking once they break ground. But we have access to those parking spaces right now that were not counted as part of Ray's presentation.
Excuse
Next
me
slide.
for interrupting. I didn't get your last name, and I need that for the record, Anna.
Oh, Anna Mendoza.
Mendoza. Okay, thank you.
Yes, of course. Next slide, please.
Okay.
Next slide, please. Thank you. Here is another aerial of the site. You can see the different points of ingress and egress. And to the comment about the signal earlier, I believe that is, further east there where you see the roads intersecting. Next slide. This is the exterior elevations of the building. As you can see from these elevations, the only changes to the building or the exterior of the building would be those of our signage, which you can clearly see in the east elevation. Next slide. As part of our good neighborhood policy, Brandon Gasecki, who is not only a resident of Santa Barbara County, but also an owner of this entity, his contact information will be posted in the window to ensure availability 24/7 for anyone who has concerns or any questions regarding the operations. As far as a traffic management plan, I think everybody can see that there's plenty of parking available for both customers and employee use. Obviously, customers will be discouraged from loitering in the area, and employees will be instructed not to park anywhere other than the existing parking lot. As it relates to odor control, we don't have those issues because our product comes pre-packaged. That said, we still have an advanced HVAC and activated carbon filtration system. We have smart odor meters that will ensure outgoing air streams are within baseline compliance levels. Next slide. And here is just another aerial for you all to see the flow of traffic in the ingress and egress. And then the next slide, I will hand it over to Brandon Gasecki.
Thank you so much, Anna. Yeah, so part of our efforts and why I believe we were selected was that we've reached out to a lot of folks in the community. We have a pretty extensive community engagement plan and activities that we've done. Worked a lot with different veteran groups, as you can see there. Worked out with seniors and other various groups. We're members of the Santa Maria Valley Chamber. Myself and our other partner, Abel Maldonado, both live in the area. I've visited the plaza many times, including today, since we were involved with this project, and there's always been plenty of parking. So maybe there's a few days that I've missed where it's been full or fullish, but there's been plenty of parking that I've seen with the current makeup. But with what's coming in the future, I don't ever foresee a parking problem or the idea that somehow our customers or our employees would be drifting into the neighborhood, several hundred feet across the street just doesn't make sense to me. So I don't think that's a valid concern. Some of the things that were said in the earlier presentation bother me because there's nothing that we've ever done that's been misleading. We've been above board, honest, worked directly with the county council throughout this entire process. So the idea that someone would suggest or imply, I guess the words were bait and switch, bothers me. We've done nothing of the sort. In fact, we came together as a company to change the name because of the concerns that were brought forth mostly from the folks, the Winds here, for example. We've heard about that. We've heard their concerns. So we had a couple other names of DBAs that we used besides Cookies, and Dr. Green Thumb was the one that we chose to use. We had another one called Lemonade, but I figured, that might cause an issue for some folks in the community too. So we used what we felt was the most innocuous name. Some of the other things that are in the appellant's responses, I feel go over the line. And in terms of us having opportunities to communicate or reach out to them, I know through staff, they provided phone number and my phone number and an email, which I've only got 2 or 3 negative, nasty emails from folks, which I chose not to respond to, thinking that was the right course. Never got a phone call. Would have loved to have been invited to sit down and talk with the folks over at United States. There was never any invite given. I don't know when they meet. So the idea that there was ample opportunities for us to come meet with them and that we never came, I just want to dismiss that accusation right off the top. I think the folks that are, some of the commissioners here, I think know me very well, know that had such an invite been given or an opportunity, I would have gladly taken it, because that's how we operate. We engage with everybody. What I feel here, the main issues with the appellant's complaint is not really so much anything wrong with the application. I just feel like they don't support cannabis. They don't want cannabis. They don't want it near them. They don't want it at all. The reality is that in the Orchid community, we had extensive public hearings. People didn't want it in Old Town where there is parking issues. People wanted it in a place that was prime commercial, that was not going to displace any business. We're not displacing any businesses. And I think this location was by far the superior, best location for this dispensary that was going to be placed in Orchid. Orchid was going to have a dispensary. In terms of the parking issues and communications, we've been doing this process now since 2019. So the rendering we used that had 74, 72, whatever was parking spots, yeah, that was an old rendering, but that development wasn't done, completed until recently. So yes, they went and they used a different number, which is 60 spots, which is still more than enough. And in terms of the grading, whether we had 70 spots or 60 spots or 55 spots, I can tell you against the other 5 applicants, we had the most parking. And I think if the county were to regrade us again, based upon what they know about us now, having worked with us through this application process, our grade would be even higher in terms of being the winning applicant. So I think I'll leave that there, because I think we'll leave some time for additional response. But if anything, I would just say is that we've always operated above board. We try to work with the community. The facts are there are some folks that just don't like cannabis, and they're going to try to find any way to oppose it. And that's fine. That's fair. It's a fair process, but I believe that's what's going on here. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gesicki. That completes your initial presentation, I take it?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to see if there are any commissioner questions at this point of either of the presenters. And I see Commissioner Park has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just hadn't raised it or lowered it.
Okay. Commissioner Bridley has a question.
Sorry about that. I almost forgot about this. So, Mr. Gesicki, do you have a lease agreement that stipulates a number of parking spaces, or how does your lease work for this space?
We do. And in the lease agreement, it says we have 12 spaces, plus we have access to all the additional spaces, plus we have a additional understanding in our lease agreement that we have access to the full parking lot when it's completely built out. So I think, so we're going to have, the parking will never be an issue. Right now, there's 60 spots. And as Ray was talking about, there's actually some other spots that she didn't count in the calculation, which we have the rights to park to. And then when they finally build out the rest of, I guess, is it site two? There'll be even more spaces. And, you know, I think I should take a chance to just kind of respond to a few other things too, is that, you know, our average visit's 7 minutes. People that are going to be coming in, coming out. We're not going to have, you know, 50 people in the parking lot for 2 hours. This isn't like going to the shopping mall and people just drifting around. Our customers know what they want. They come in, they go. It's a very quick process. Whether we had 100 customers or 50 customers or 25, I think some of those numbers are, I'd love to have 100 customers an hour, but and hopefully we do. But if we do, they're not going to be there very long. And I think when the additional development's finished, which I believe the additional development's going to have a gas station and a Starbucks, you know, if there's concern about traffic right now, Starbucks drives a lot more traffic than dispensaries. Let me tell you, a drive-through Starbucks, you know, does I don't know how many in a day, but they definitely get more business than we do. I'm jealous. So. So when the rest of the development's done, there's and Ray probably knows better than I do, but I think it's 120 or 140 spaces or even more.
It's
that will
over
be,
150, Brandon.
thank you, Anna. 150. So there's going to be, parking is not an issue. Parking,
Okay.
I don't think will ever be an issue.
Thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner Martinez.
Thank you. I keep on hearing about this, that you have additional parking, there's an agreement. And I know I've been on this commission just a short while, but usually I would see an agreement provided as part of the application or even as part of rebuttal to it. Is there a written agreement or is this just all verbal?
No, it's a
So
written. Go ahead, Anna.
Brandon, I can speak to that. So we have the original developer amongst this master planned map. There are reciprocal parking agreements throughout between the two parties. So they can park on our side and we can park on their side. And when I say we, I mean me as a tenant have access to the property on the east. The reciprocal parking agreements were done by the original developers. I'm not doing anything here to change the use. I'm just leasing a space for a project that has already been confirmed for retail use.
Okay, but then I'm hearing that there's going to be even more development with a Starbucks drive-through, gasoline station. With those same tenants are going to be able to use your parking, correct? With the reciprocal.
There is a reciprocal parking agreement. And that has, I mean, that's between my landlord and the other developer.
And then I'm hearing that, okay, in this project, there's going to be 5 to 9 employees at the place per shift, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so you guys are allotted 12 spaces, I think it is. So there's 5. But I thought, and I didn't see, I thought I found it in here, but so the suggestion to the employees is to not park in the residential place, but what if they do? What then?
No, it's not a suggestion. It's part
That's
of
what your slide said.
No, it's part, the employees will be instructed not to park in the adjacent neighborhood.
Okay, instructed, but what happens if they do?
Well, if we get a complaint about it, obviously the employee would be reprimanded.
Commissioner, this is Brandon. With
Excuse
respect,
me, Mr. Gusecki, I'd like to just keep it to one speaker at a time. So if you have something to add, we'll come to it as soon as this question is answered.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, because just from a neighborhood being next to businesses, things happen. And whether there's an open line of communication or not, but obviously my situation I'm looking at is what is the remedy? For somebody to say, yes, we will do something about it, but there's no real commitment in their sides of being in writing, that's why I was looking for the reciprocal parking agreement. I'm just looking to what happens if it becomes a problem. I mean, have you hit this problem before? Because I imagine you have.
So in more densely populated communities such as Boston, where we have very little parking, basically no parking, and this is something we do in all of our locations, and it's part of our employment package, which is we encourage employees to take public transportation. We also give them credit for that public transportation if they decide to use it. We have a very clear employee handbook with SOPs, and that, for our lease, we have 12 designated parking spaces for our employees. We can also access, our customers have access to the entire parking lot, including the adjacent parcel where the developers previously negotiated a reciprocal parking agreement. In areas where, where it is very, very dense, we do have security. Security does, a foot patrol to make sure that there are no nuisances happening. There's no loitering, people, double parking or anything to that effect. So we are very proactive. We pride ourselves in being a good neighbor. And, I'm looking for the opportunity to prove that to the Cimarron Estates.
Mr. Gisecki, do you have anything to add?
I mean, I think Anna covered it, but I would just add that we've said in our slides and be part of our training, we discourage and not allow our employees to park in the neighborhood. They're going to park in the parking lot. There's plenty of parking. I don't anticipate that ever being an issue.
And I heard you in that one. I did. It's just that if the anticipation, if the anticipation winds up to be wrong, and there is a problem, I'm just trying to understand what commitment there is to do something about it.
Commissioner, Commissioner, we would be willing to sign an agreement with the folks at Cimarron Estates that we will not allow our employees to park in their neighborhood.
Thank you, Brandon.
Be happy to do that.
Well, maybe that's something for you two to discuss, but yeah, but because I can honestly hear what you're saying, and just from personal experiences, we all bring that into when we go to these things. You have those with you, so I'm just trying to make sure. Okay, well, those are the questions I have right now. But thank you very much.
Commissioner Farini.
Thank you, Chair Cooney. For the applicants. Have you considered on this parking thing, have you considered asking or incentivizing in some way to have your employees park not in the storefront, so that storefront is more inviting and open to your customers?
Absolutely, Commissioner Farini, absolutely. So when you look at the parking lot, you'll see there's quite a bit of parking, and there's parking spaces that kind of go further in the back, kind of beyond where cottage urgent care is. So we're going to encourage our employees to park there. When I go up there, I park in the back, or when I go to a shopping center, I don't park in the very first spot. I park further down. I'm a little heavy. I like to get a little exercise. So all of our employees will definitely be required to park away from the building, because our building, that parking space in the front is prime and important to us. So we want customers to be able to park in the front. But again, the way I look at it, I think you would agree, and I think it's just common sense, is that when you pull into a parking lot, whether it's, say, Albertsons or some other shopping center, and there's some spots that aren't available in the front, you're not going to just pop out of the parking lot when there's other parking spots nearby in the same vicinity and just go randomly going down some neighborhood to try to park in somebody's, down this actually further down the street than even where you are, which is what's being suggested here, I just don't see that happening. And again, in the future, as I think and I think others know who've been up there, there's going to be more parking. And when I talked about, I just want to, when you think of a gas station, gas stations have their stall areas, there's parking there, but there's people that are going to be in the gas station aren't going to be taking parking spaces per se. And people that go to Starbucks, maybe a handful park and go inside Starbucks, but everybody else is going to be going through the drive-through, just like they do at Orchid right now. We have an Orchid Starbucks now, and there's a few parking spots, I'd say maybe 10, and most of them sometimes are occupied. Half the time they're not, only half are occupied, but everybody's just going through the drive-through. So we're going to have a lot of parking those parking areas that are becoming available will even be even more. And right now, we're more than comfortable with the parking spaces we have. That's why we picked this spot, because it had superior parking. And I think, as some of you know, is that this is also a property, a commercial development that was kind of like the crown jewel of former Commissioner Blau's involvement as well. And I think that we all know how he was as a commissioner, and he was very thoughtful, and that development is kind of his legacy. So we were very proud to be part of that. At least myself as a local person, and also I know Abel Maldonado. We were both very, happy to be working with him and the team there. So, yeah.
Okay, on your security, where is your security person located, inside or outside?
Security personnel are typically inside the store as you're entering in the door. They're kind of like the doorman. At times, depending upon what's going on, sometimes we'll have 2 security people there, depending how busy we are. But the security person's typically at the door, but at times we'll have them do some foot patrols if we feel necessary. What we found, and what has been proven throughout the state since California's allowed for licensed legal dispensaries, that dispensaries are actually a good deterrent of crime in the area. So a lot of the businesses that are surrounding are very happy because we have security there, and the bad people know that there's a security guard there. So I actually think it's a great deterrent. I mean, there was, I think, some suggestions that some other elements going to show up at this dispensary. No, and if they do, they'll be, apprehended pretty quickly. And we've worked with, the sheriff's department, because they're part of the application process. And in terms of our security plan, there have been some updates, but those are recommended updates by them, which we incorporate. So when our opponent says there's some changes that were made in the security plan, they were friendly suggestions or advice or requirements given by the sheriff's office, which is just naturally through this process. Because again, when you're applying versus building in action, as I think Commissioner, things will change a little bit, but we're still within, the whole framework that we agreed to.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thanks, Commissioner Farini. Any other commission questions before we go to public comment? Didn't see any. Mr. Villalobos, do we have members of the public to comment?
Yes, we do have a few speakers. I'll start with those who have their hand raised. Our first speaker will be Sarah Strongman, to be followed by our telephone caller.
Hi, good members. How are you today? Are you able to hear me?
We hear you fine, Ms. Strongman. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your time today. I live in part of the Cimarron Estates area, and this is my community. I'm from the Orchid area. And it's not that some just don't like cannabis. I do not have a problem with it. What I do take issue with is whenever things are being bypassed for others. And in a situation like this, I hope that a name change wouldn't be so easy, or that we need to have some sort of grounds and documentation to make sure that a bait and switch does not happen. We're just scared of that, and we want to have some communication. I have 2 young girls, so hearing the high frequency in traffic in the area, that does make me nervous. I do appreciate hearing there is security, but I really do appreciate that. I agree with what Jeremy Wynn had to say, and I'll speak on the Stillwell aggression. I'm not exactly sure of the wording. My apologies. I see near accidents happen every week as I live there. Every week, people are turning left there. There's a reason why that concrete is black. It's because people are turning left when they should not be, and there is traffic going. And if people do choose to park in residential areas, let me tell you how scary it is to have somebody sitting outside your home and knowing they cannot be removed for up to 72 hours. of a known issue offender person staged outside the home. And there's nothing I can do. So to welcome more people into the area, I know we must grow. I know we are a community that wants to be inclusive and to have business. I want to see it done in the right way. I want to see it be consistent and fair amongst all the business owners. And if that would take an applicant out of the running, so be it. Let's find that next best applicant. And I do appreciate your time and all the considerations that have been made. This has been a very long day. So I really do appreciate everybody sitting through and hearing us out. Thank you for your time.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Stroman. Thank you for waiting through the day with us. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is going to be our telephone speaker. So again, just hit *6 on your phone to unmute yourself. And if you could just once again identify yourself for the record, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yes, this is Joe Cronin. I'm a resident of Cimarron Estates. I live at 5145 Brittany Court on the cul-de-sac at Cimarron. Good afternoon, all, and commissioners. How you guys doing today? Want to get it over with, huh? All right, here's the statement I'm going to make. I've lived in Cimarron since 1997. I'm the good old Joe, living here for over 25 years now, looking down the road, Stillwell Road, into the future. I've seen a lot of changes happen in the Orcutt area over these past 25 years, some good, some not so good. Promises made and promises not kept. I'm wanting to take a different tack here, addressing the quality of life issues that are surrounding Cimarron Estates if Green Thumb goes in. Allowing Green Thumb to do business in this part of Orcutt would bring in a negative quality of life issues for the following reasons. One, residents of Cimarron were promised a family-friendly business. We believe that this is not a family-friendly business as promised by the developer. This business would negatively affect our quality of life here in Orcutt in three main ways: traffic, safety, and crime. Traffic has already increased significantly in Stillwell and Clark Avenue. In fact, backup traffic is already present on Clark and Stillwell Road, especially at 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. during rush hour. There's also now a new housing development being developed 1/4 mile from Green Thumb down Stillwell. That means more traffic, more children, more walkers, more bicycle riders on Stillwell. It also means less safety for all. There are 2 high-density trailer parks and 1 modular home park within a stone's throw away from the proposed Green Thumb site. People from the trailer parks and modular home park used to walk to the open field, which once laid at the current business development. Now those people walk their dogs through our neighborhoods. There has also been an increase in turnaround traffic in Cimarron Estates, especially my cul-de-sac. This increase in pedestrian and unknown traffic has led both to safety and crime concerns, which was unheard of in the last 20 years of living here. Also, the new emergency care business located in the same business development has also led to more traffic and more pedestrians, therefore more safety concerns. Traffic is already making illegal turns off of Stillwell Road into the new businesses development. This illegal turning is a danger to proper traffic flow and would be a danger to pedestrians walking on the sidewalks adjacent to the new business development. Also, a lot of drivers do not stop at the posted stop sign that interface with Cimarron entryway in the new business development. There has already been numerous accidents there.
Mr. Cronin, if
Looking
I
into
could
the
ask
future
you
potential-
to take just your last minute here, you're already over our limit, but we'd appreciate it if you could wrap up.
Okay, thank you. Allowing cookies means Green Thumb to do business at this location does not bode well to preserving the quality of life environment for Orcutt residents. After all, the city of Santa Maria, Evergreen Shopping, Old Orcutt areas didn't want it in their backyards. Planning and development should keep first and foremost in their minds, like a doctor, first do no harm. That is or should be the mantra. In other words, quality of life should be preserved the best way that it can be. Thank you very much.
Thank you for spending time with us today, Mr. Cronin.
Our next
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Joe Armendariz, to be followed by Edward San Jose.
Good afternoon, members of the commission. Can you hear me?
We do. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Joe Armendariz. I work with Armendariz Partners. We do consulting for business and industry, including cannabis. I was very involved in this process as it relates to the Orcutt community planning area and the dispensary issue. I think that, you know, if there's a bait and switch going on here, I would submit that it's really from the neighborhood, because they've been opposed to this from the very beginning. And they were opposed to it primarily, predominantly, indeed exclusively, because it was cannabis. There continues to be culturally this debate going on between those who say they don't like cannabis and those who support cannabis. But the ones who say they don't like cannabis are being disingenuous, because the reality is that the voters have decided on this issue. The voters want this product regulated, taxed, and the revenues used to empower local funding for programs and services. And if you look at really the community discussion in Orcutt, it was pretty overwhelming that the location that was the most popular location by far was this one down here on Stillwell. Now that didn't work out for me, because my project was actually proposed in Old Town, but that's the body politic. That's how things work out. And you know, the fact is that this location has a tremendous amount of parking. Anybody who lives in Orcutt and drives by that development every day, as I do, knows that parking lot is almost always empty. And this, you know, this notion that somehow you're going to be getting 100, 150 customers an hour into, well, I'm sure Brandon would love that, but I hate to say it's not going to happen. Okay, it's just simply not going to happen. This is a good location. I think that, you know, the Old Town location would have been great for the multipliers, but the fact is that this is a good location in terms of circulation, in terms of parking. It's far enough away from what everybody said they didn't want. So I think that, you know, that needs to be taken into consideration as well. And at the end of the day, you know, no matter what the project is, whether it's cannabis or otherwise, it's always going to be, at the end of the day, the appeal is always going to be about parking. Parking. There's enough parking in this site. The company, I think, has mitigated all of the other issues. And I know Brandon is going to do a terrific job of operating this store in a way that's going to, I think, benefit the community. So I would encourage that you deny the appeal. And that, just as an aside, I think as a policy matter, we need to make it a little bit less difficult to constantly appeal these projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Armendariz. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker will be Edward San Jose, to be followed by Elijah Ettinger.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. My name is Edward San Jose. Go by Eddie. Good afternoon. I've been on this call pretty much all day, trying to do my own work as this has gone. And I was fortunate enough when you guys took lunch to go home and to my home in Cimarron. And fortunately, when I turned left onto Stillwell, went down it, there was no one turning left into the so-called ingress. Because I see that almost every time I drive on Stillwell, there is someone trying to go into that ingress, turning left into there. So they are going over that double line, which is illegal to do. And it's just a constant thing. When I came home for lunch and I didn't see it going home, but when I was come back to my office, I turned left onto Stillwell coming out of Ashbrook, and sure enough, there was a car that turned left there right in front of me. So it's a constant problem. I am not opposed to cannabis. So the previous speaker, I disagree with what you're saying about people of Cimarron. My number one concern is in regards to safety. So the ingress is only a small part of that safety. If you look down Stillwell, continuing to go west, I believe it is, or I'm sorry, east, if you're going towards down the development, there's 4 developments in there that probably have about a total of about 150 homes, as well as all the other homes that are back in that neighborhood as well. And Mesa Verde is the one that's furthest up the hill. And here we are, with having shortage of water problems. We see everything die and get brown even before summertime, and it's a fire hazard. So if there were to be a fire on that hillside behind Mesa Verde and everyone needs to evacuate, and the only way out for us is down Stillwell, and you got all this additional traffic there, there's going to be a major problem with people trying to get out safely. And so that's one of my biggest concerns. One of the other things I wanted to talk about was in regards to the deliveries that they may get at their business. I don't know what time.
San Jose, sorry to interrupt. I
Yes, sir.
just want to let you know you only have about a minute left. So
Okay.
whatever your remaining points are.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, so in regards to the deliveries, I don't know if those happen in the evening, in the off times when they're shut down. Trucks driving backwards usually have loud noises that are going off, and here we are in a residential area that's nice and quiet, and that would all change, that we're going to be hearing that. So again, I don't know when those deliveries will be occurring, but also Mr. Giuseppe talked about Starbucks and a gas station, how that's going to bring more traffic on Stillwell. That's not true, because that's not in worksite 4. That would be in worksite 2, and there will be another stoplight that's going to be put in at that point. So I am, again, opposed to this mainly because of safety. There is a school bus pickup right there on Stillwell, and it's not a school, otherwise they could not have gone in there, but because it's only a place where they pick up kids, apparently that makes it okay. So I want to thank you for your time, and I appreciate all your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. San Jose.
Our next speaker will be Elijah Ettinger, to be followed by Steve Baird.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Elijah Ettinger. I began my career in Santa Barbara politics in 2014 as I was finishing up my political science degree at UCSB. And then after graduating in 2015, I've worked in Santa Barbara County for candidates and elected officials at the county, state, and federal level. I've worked in lobbying for cannabis dispensaries in the county of Santa Barbara since 2018, which has led me to work with the East Clark team, formerly DBA Cookies, back in last year, specifically on their community engagement team. So I wanted to speak about just the process that happened. The process taken by the county was very exhaustive. There was extensive outreach and opportunities for those in the community of Orchid to have their voices heard. And the majority of the community of Orchid was very clear about not wanting to have a dispensary in Old Town Orchid. They did not want a dispensary that would displace any existing businesses. It was clear from their input that a dispensary should be located at a commercially zoned location near the highway, away from Old Town. Community voiced a preference for a dispensary with plenty of parking, and it was clear from the majority of the community of Orchid that dispensary applicants should have strong local ownership and strong community engagement. As someone that worked on this process, I can tell you that the team with East Clark, now Dr. Green Thumb, checks all those boxes and more. Their location is newly developed prime commercial area located right off Highway 101. The development has 60 parking spots, nearly double the required amount by the county planning department. The East Clark team has engaged with numerous nonprofit groups, veteran organizations, and senior groups, among many others, in Orchid and the surrounding Santa Maria Valley. Finally, the ordinance requires that there be a dispensary in Orchid. In my opinion, this location is far and away the best location for dispensary compared to all the others. I strongly recommend that the Planning Commission oppose this appeal and approve the dispensary. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ettinger.
Our next speaker will be Steve Baird, to be followed by Christina Medina Dirksen.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
We do, Mr. Bear.
Wonderful. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm en route to Ventura right now. We pulled over on the side of the road. This is a very important issue for us as well. I am the founder and president of the Banner Brothers Echo Groups. It's a veteran nonprofit, both 501c3 and a California nonprofit. I'm a veteran of the United States Marine Corps. I've served in many, unique assignments around the globe, including embassy in Tokyo for Walter Mondale when he was the ambassador, as well as naval installations throughout Japan and the Far East. So I'm very well versed when it comes to security, we'd say, and I guess safety. I just have a different kind of understanding about safety. I too live in a very close proximity to the proposed location. I'm actually on the other side of things, and I was born in Orchid in 1976, and I'm proud of our small town and what it is. And when I look at this and I understand, the issues that are facing with some of the residents in the Cimarron area, there is a lot of other residents of Orchid as well. And I hope that I can be considered in that. And I'm going to speak a little bit on behalf of what that means to us. So I have a very strong working relationship with law enforcement, both Santa Maria Police Department and Bill Brown, Sheriff, of course, and all of the Santa Barbara County deputies and such. The neighborhood I live in it's really a blend of law enforcement, first responders, and veterans. We have a very strong culture of safety in our community. I live near one of the schools, actually. And so I do understand the safety with traffic and stuff. And without a dispensary right in front of my house, I can tell you that I'm the one that's out there asking people to slow down through the crosswalks and stay off their phones while driving. So I do understand the potential that does exist. And hopefully we can all work together to solve that. But I do want to talk about something that people may not be aware of. What my wife and I and many of us in our organization do, we have a 24-hour crisis response unit. And when law enforcement or family members give a call out for a veteran in crisis, we respond ourselves. We're called in by law enforcement oftentimes. And when I'm out doing these crisis calls, I'm not coming across a situation where we have suicidal veterans or even violent veterans at the hands of cannabis. It's more likely been the case where it's alcohol and or a combination, honestly, of prescription drugs given to us by the VA and other sources. So, I've thought a lot about this and my stance, and I'm approaching some new directions with the organization as far as helping to garner some more medical support for the cannabis community, and as far as veterans with treatment of post-traumatic and things like that. I can also say that I've been working with Mr. Gasecki and Mr. Maldonado Jr. for quite some time, and they've been supporting the veteran community. I know it's been mentioned here quite often. That support helps us do what we do. And when you talk about safety, we're actually alleviating a lot of safety off what deputies that are understaffed in our departments are doing. I also know that you're not going, based on that parking situation, you're not going to have an influx of students and people hanging out. It just doesn't promote that. You're going to find that more at the CVS and the Oak Knoll shopping centers, where you see a lot of that. And you've seen crime over there as well. I know that the other part that no one's really thinking about is the fact that there is a deputy, I think it's a substation right there in Oak Knolls, and the proximity to law enforcement and being there is going to bring a little bit more awareness. Obviously, they're going to be driving by and paying a lot more attention, and that'll go for a while. Who knows?
Baird, could you conclude, please?
Absolutely. So I'll close with this. I'm sure that the homeowners near Orchid Academy and Rigetti High Schools would love to also have a parking solution, but there are things that are in place that they're just necessary for the growth. And I urge and ask you on behalf of many veterans that reside in Orchid to oppose the appeal and approve the dispensary. They are people with integrity, and I like having locals be in charge. Thank you very much for your time, folks.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Christina Medina Dirksen, to be followed by Stephen Kent.
Hello, commissioners. I assume everybody can hear me? Yes. Thank you very much. Hi, my name is Christina Medina Dirksen, and I'm calling from the city of Marina, California. Much like your community, We're a population of about 25,000, whereas Orchid is 28,000. I'm a city council member. The reason I'm calling for is to just share a little bit about the experience of doing business with Mr. Gasecki and his partners doing business here at Pacific Roots. We went through quite a process to allow careful consideration of applicants, just like you did, for dispensaries in our city. It was new to us. Many of our residents were hesitant to embrace cannabis, but now that it's legal, it was passed overwhelmingly by our Citizens Initiative. And I need to tell you that Mr. Gasecki and his partners have been nothing but community oriented. There was quite hesitation about locations. We were careful not to put them in certain places, just like your city is. And as you are here as planning commissioners charged with ensuring the conforming use of the applicants, I'd just like to share with you that Mr. Gasecki and his partners have conformed in all requirements and have done a very good job as business owners, neighbors, and members of our community, stepping up when we needed a help in every way, from our youth arts committees to our libraries. We're a small community. We're very oriented around volunteering, and he has been in attendance at many events personally. I've known Brandon for many years now, and I've always known him to be an upstanding person of his word. So while we're talking about the technical requirements, I ask you to please reaffirm the board's approval. Now, deviating from those technical reasons that you're here, I also just want to share with you that as a mother of young daughters, I have 3, and I've heard some concerns here from parents and people in the neighborhoods. I can assure you that Mr. Gasecki and his partners have done everything that they possibly could to ensure that there's no children that go anywhere near those dispensaries. I can tell you my 3, 12, 13-year-olds would have no business there, and our community is so close-knit that anybody who would even see them near one would certainly have the attention of elders or other businesses in that neighborhood. I want you to know, residents of Orchid and community members there in the San Simeon or Cimarron neighborhoods, that you're in good hands with Mr. Gasecki and his East Clark ownership group. They've been great for our community. They have the utmost in business professionalism. And as business operators of Dr. Green Thumb Dispensary, I hope that you will embrace them as my community has. They have been nothing but good neighbors. So I do ask you to deny this appeal and move forward with the approval of the Green Thumb Dispensary, as I can assure you that it will be as helpful to your community and your business, your community and your business climate as it has for ours. Lastly, I just wanted to comment.
Miss Medina, but you're already a minute over. If you have 10 seconds more, go ahead.
I do.
Okay.
Just really quickly. Lastly, as a native of San Francisco, Cookies, or Dr. Green Thumb, has been an incubator of equity in the now legalized marijuana industry. According to its ownership, I've seen that it has been a leader in efforts to educate and decriminalize crimes that have just disproportionately affected people of color and have brought the disproportionate criminalization of now legalized marijuana to levels of allowing people to move past of the criminalization of it. So I just want to say that you're in good hands with Mr. Gasecki and his group. Thank you very much for this time. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Our next speaker will be Stephen Kent, to be followed by Craig Brady.
Dr. Kent. Well, let's go to Mr. Brady then.
Mr. Brady?
Don't see him either.
We have, after those two, we also have one more speaker, Kelly Olney. Miss Olney?
Are we having connection issues? Just stepped away. Okay. Okay. We're going to go to Mr. Nguyen. How about Tori Nguyen has a hand up. Have you registered to speak today, Ms. Nguyen?
I have.
Okay.
For public comment.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I believe Ms. Nguyen's actually part of the appellant team, so she should be part of the rebuttal process if she is.
Okay. I didn't realize that.
I'll let you rebuttal it. You can just give the rebuttal.
Yeah, we're going to go to rebuttal now. And so you have 10 minutes left as the appellants to address the commission. Ms. Nguyen, you're first.
Yes, yes. Sorry, this is Jeremy. Tori will speak first and then I'll finish up. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Tori Nguyen. I'm also a resident, obviously, of Cimarron Estates. I do share the same sentiment of Mr. San Jose. I'm not against cannabis. The issue before you is an issue of safety and compliance. I know it's easy for the applicant to say that parking won't be an issue, but what measures are in place to ensure that? It's one thing to have control over the employees, but our biggest concern is about the patrons. How will they be kept from infiltrating our neighborhood? As to working with the applicant, there was a meeting that was to be coordinated between the county, the applicant, and us, and it was the applicant that actually withdrew. There has been no further discussion on that or invitation, and in our opinion, we thought that they would come to us to try to mitigate any issues that we're having. I think the biggest thing I would like to request from the planning county commission, or I'm sorry, the planning commission, is to take a look at the project site. I don't believe any of you went for the site visit, and we drive by that parking lot every single day. Some say it's not full. We beg to differ, and I think it would be I just think somebody needs to take a look and see how much it is impacted. I know the applicant mentioned there will be plenty of parking once the other development is built out, but when will that be? Until then, we strongly believe there's going to be an issue with parking, and I urge you to at least, at a minimum, continue our hearing so that you have an opportunity to conduct a site visit and see for yourself how impacted that parking lot is, how traffic congestion will be affected at Ashbrook and Stillwell, and see how close these residential areas are and how much they'll be impacted. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Nguyen? Mr. Nguyen?
Yeah, okay. Can you hear me? Can you turn that down?
Yes.
Sorry. So to finish up, I'd like to just address a couple of the comments that were made by the applicant. Number one, comments about the parking, how parking is not going to be an issue. We've discussed the numbers and even were alluded to us semi making up the numbers. The numbers that we presented in my presentation were derived from the CBA, the information that the applicant gave himself. If you just take their proposed revenue per month and you do the math based on an average ticket price, you come out to a number ranging anywhere between 50 to 120 patrons per hour. It's pretty simple math if you just start doing it. If you look at those numbers and then you look at the parking lot, you start to really question, how is it that parking isn't going to be an issue? And obviously we beat that horse to death. But I would like to just point out again that staff themselves, in the presentation they gave, staff themselves said that this business is going to generate traffic that is significant and unavoidable. So to then turn around and say it's not going to be an issue is clearly denying what staff themselves have been able to come to a conclusion of. So are we against marijuana? not specifically, but am I against marijuana located so closely to our neighborhood where the only current place for an overflow to go is into our neighborhood? Yes, I'm absolutely against that. Have the residents performed a bait and switch? I would say no. From day one, when this marijuana shop was proposed to go into our location, we have been on site looking and digging into the information. At the end of the day, the CBA does not match the LUP. Per the county's own rules, not our rules, per the county's own rules, if they do not match, they must be moved on to the next applicant. We've been able to prove again and again, and we've shown again and again how there are mistakes that were made in the CBA. And yet, here we are allowing them to just continue to make changes and not worry about those inaccuracies. So with that, I really hope you guys take this seriously and really think about the safety of the community. I get that a shop is going to come in somewhere. I just really think this is not the place. If they're going to rely on Key Site 2, then why don't we wait for Key Site 2 to come in and build their parking lot and build their infrastructure before we have this pot shop come in here and impact our neighborhood? There are other options, and to date, we have not been able to have any conversations with the applicant to try to come to any sort of agreement. I appreciate you guys' time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. Does the applicant have, want to use 1 or 2 minutes to say anything more to the commission?
I'll say something.
Yep. Go ahead, Hannah.
So first off, just back to the parking, I just want to point out that this, over and over again, we keep on hearing about overflow when we well exceed the minimum required. So I just don't believe that that is a fair narrative that, the appellant continually pitches. We are very proud of our operations. We are very proud of the way, we conduct our business, and we take a lot of pride in being a good neighbor. So this continual, shaming and talking about, lack of parking that doesn't exist today is just unnecessary, in my opinion.
Anything from you, Mr. Gisecki?
Yeah, I just would, I don't know if you guys got the letter that was submitted from Robert Tolan with Welcome Home Military Heroes.
I don't believe we did.
Okay.
Today's letter. Yeah. Oh, we did get a letter today. I haven't had a chance to read it, Mr. Gisecki.
Okay. Well, I would just want to close by just I'll just jump a few lines here that we got, and you guys could hopefully read it at your leisure. So this is from Robert Tolan. I'm an Orchid resident, and I'm also an Army combat veteran. I'm the co-founder of Welcome Military Heroes, vice chair of Honor Flight, and on the board and member of dozens of other military organizations. My nonprofit, Welcome Home Military Heroes, has welcomed home over 1,700 on the Central Coast. Our welcome homes now include many other veteran-related services right here on the Central Coast. One of the many services veterans often need when coming home is great medical care and access to it, often beyond what they can get at the VA. We have many veterans who have physical aches and pains from war wounds or just from heavy toll of being a service member that takes on one's body. They are often looking for some pain relief. So many veterans have trouble sleeping, high stress or anxiety, or just can't relax. And others have issues just focusing on day-to-day activities. We have some vets who suffer from more severe conditions like PTSD. As a leader of multiple veteran organizations, I've witnessed firsthand the healing benefits of medical cannabis, that it provides pain relief, stress relief, and the ability for so many veterans to get a good night's rest. Veteran organizations across the country are supporting companies like this, and so am I. We as veterans in the Santa Maria Valley and surrounding areas need access to medical benefits, the medical benefits that cannabis can provide. We need this dispensary in Orchid open sooner than later. We have local owners who are veteran advocates, Brandon Gasicki and Abel Maldonado Jr., with the East Clark ownership group at the dispensary to be doing business as Dr. Green Thumb. We know that these people we know that these are people that the community of Orchid and the greater Santa Maria Valley can trust. I ask on behalf of the many veterans that reside in Orchid and the Santa Maria Valley to oppose this appeal and approve this dispensary. Thank you so much, Robert Tolan Jr.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gasicki. So we'll go back now to staff for any final comments before the commission discusses the matter.
Thank you, Chair Cooney. There are a few things I wanted to comment on. Mr. Nguyen made a comment regarding traffic impacts that would be significant and unavoidable. I just want to clarify that that's not exactly what I said. The PEIR for the cannabis program acknowledged that traffic impacts stemming from the cannabis program as a whole would have traffic impacts that would be significant and unavoidable. As a reminder, the land use permit was approved because it meets the requirements of the Land Use and Development Code. This is an existing commercial building. This existing development was approved in 2012, where all of these issues regarding the reciprocal access agreements, the transportation, the circulation, these were looked at extensively. This is a retail operation in an existing lease space, so it's a change of use. There is much more parking than is required by the Land Use and Development Code. On top of it, Public Works Transportation Division staff looked at this project and had no concerns, found that the parking is adequate. So from a planning perspective, parking and traffic is not a concern. That's all. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harmon. Any questions for staff? Commissioner Farini.
Yeah, this is probably going to take a while. So on the cannabis storefront retail selection application on page 4, I think that's what Mr. Nguyen was referring to when, if you look at the table of ownership, it adds up to more than 100%, somewhere north of 150%. Has staff addressed that in any reviews? Is there an explanation for this?
Chair Freeney and through the chair, in regards to the Chapter 50 application, that's a separate issue and it's outside the purview of what planning development would review and look at. That's something that was vetted through business license division. And if there's any discrepancies, that'll be taken up through the CEO's office and the business license process. When we look at a land use application, we don't get into the ownership of it and who owns a company. We look strictly at the land use and development code if it meets that. So there is a little commingling of issues by the applicant on bringing in Chapter 50 issues, which are outside of the scope of what planning development would review and be able to comment on today. That would be something through the business license process.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Very helpful. A lot of what Mr. Nguyen was talking about today was very concerning to me because it had to do with the LUDC in Chapter 50 that those applications were in conflict. And so I wasn't clear if that meant Chapter 50 overrode the LUDC, but what you're telling me today is that that's the business licensing CEO's office, and we are the LUDC. That's what we have purview over.
Chair and Commissioner Finney, that is correct. Our purview today is over strictly the LUDC and whether the land use is consistent with the Land Use and Development Code and Comprehensive Plan policies. Anything related to Chapter 50 is outside our purview, and we don't have the authority or ability to weigh in on those actions. So the appellant, if they do have issues with that, would be they'd have to take that to the CEO's office during the business license process.
And that would be the next step. They get the LUDC and then on to business license and then on to state license.
Commissioner Freeney, through the chair, that is correct. Today, it's only about the land use entitlement.
All right. And as we've heard many times under an LUDC, our hands are somewhat tied on how much we can do. Did we have any luck in getting Mr. Robertson or someone from Public Works to talk about the traffic problem on Stillwell?
Commissioner Farini, I attempted to reach him. He does not have computer access, so I've just been communicating with him by phone. He did clarify that this is an existing retail space, and they would not warrant a traffic study because that was already done. The traffic was analyzed with the mitigated negative declaration when the project was approved in 2012. So a project of this size would not warrant a new traffic study, and that he did review it and they've cleared it and have no concerns or have on any traffic impacts from the project.
Okay, so I'm stuck here because I have concerns. If people are making left-hand eastward turns into the shopping center illegally, and then we're going to approve another project that is only going to exacerbate the problem, and there's no discussion with Public Works, I'm not comfortable on approving the project until we've had that discussion.
I can just, Commissioner Farini, I mean, the street is lined with double yellow line. There's not a lot a tenant can do in a commercial space to prevent people from taking an illegal left-hand turn, that the street is striped appropriately. And, you know, in conversations with Will Robertson, this is not an impact on a land use permit to open a retail store in a commercial center.
Commissioner Freeney and Chair Cooney. Sorry, got my names all mixed up.
It's a long day, Mr. Wilson.
It's been a long day. And I missed lunch, so
I'm sorry.
I'm starting to feel the sugar depletion there. I'm going to frame this just a little bit more. I understand the concerns and what the appellants and the neighbors have. This is a little bit more challenging. I'm going to try to thread the needle. So there's two things. We have the development project, and then we have a tenant going into a tenant space. So anything related to development and the development of the site isn't before the commission today because that was already approved and conditioned in 2012. So any changes to the development or the development of the site isn't before you because that may trigger an amendment to the development plan. And that isn't before you today. So really what's before you today is a tenant going into a tenant space. And does that tenant proposal meet the requirements of the Land Use and Development Code? If there's illegal activity as far as left turn lanes and stuff, that would be a side issue that the department could work with transportation and the law enforcement agency or the CHP to increase monitoring out there and doing enforcement on traffic violations, because that's what I'm hearing. There's a potential traffic violations going on out there. And that could be a different conversation that we have outside of the parameters of this proposed project.
Okay, so there is a way that the neighborhood can be heard, that I don't want to throw the monkey on your back here, Mr. Wilson, but is there something that P&D can do to help them have a better voice with Public Works and CHP? Do you have a conduit or a...
Call Gary Smart. Gary Smart's the traffic operations engineer for the Public Works Department, and he goes out and helps citizens do that all over the county when there are operational things on the roadway system. So I'm out of turn.
No, I prefer this. I'd like to see a solution for the neighborhood. So you're on the right track. We need names
And kind of building off what Director Wilson said, this is difficult because I completely appreciate what all the neighbors are saying, and yet it is a tenant change. Frankly, we might be having the very same discussion if Rincon Brewery wanted to move into that space. It would be busier. There would be more people coming. There might be a higher parking demand. But because Rincon Brewery is probably a permitted use in this zone district, we wouldn't ever see it. So here we are again with a cannabis thing causing us to see a land use permit appeal that gives us, glasses that are looking at something that is otherwise a baseline allowance in the shopping. It's a shopping center. So, it's painful to hear the discussion, and I appreciate what all the neighbors are saying. But again, if it was Rincon Brewery or a really popular burger spot that could move in there, they might have even worse situations and something that's going to be so controlled as what the cannabis thing has to do with their business license. So anyway, the short story is, if anyone in the county has a concern about traffic operations, speeding, not obeying stop signs, the incorrect left turn lanes in, you would call your county traffic engineer, and that's Gary Smart.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradley.
Yeah, right. And
Sorry.
You were right to step out. I don't put you in tight little boxes when you have something important to say, but the day is long. It's going to continue, so we need to move along. And unless there are other comments Commissioner Farini was in the middle of, we will call on somebody else. Commissioner Farini?
Well, that was that's the solution I was looking for. Okay, and I learned a lot in that, and I wish there was more we could do, but it sounds like Commissioner Bradley squared me away there. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Farini. Any other commissioner questions before we begin deliberations? Okay. Let's go to deliberations. This is in your district, Commissioner Farini, and we'd like to hear from you and how you'd like to proceed.
Okay, thank you, Chair Cooney. Well, this was a phrase of Chair Cooney's. Probably I heard it 10, 11 years ago, where he really doesn't like to see neighbors not getting along, and to see things come to the Planning Commission to solve a neighborhood issue. It's a tough position. This is a simple project, as we've been reminded many times today. It is an LUDC. It's an existing building and development that went through years of review and planning to build the buildings and actually to do the traffic design. And it just shows that we're all human, even though they're engineers. I guess things don't quite work out. I call that the theory of unintended consequences. No matter what we try to do, the humans always find a way around what we were trying to accomplish. So I'm ready to move forward with a vote to deny the appeal, but look forward to hearing from the rest of the commission on this.
Okay, we will. Who would like to go first? Commissioner Bradley.
Well, I'm glad I got the pitch about it's a reoccupation of an existing tenant space out. I already said that. The other thing that is really illuminating in this item, again, it's really like our other cannabis cases. I think most of the issues that the appellants have been complaining about is not even in our purview. It's the Chapter 50 stuff that the fourth floor deals with. So we can't really even address that. And the change in the DBA and, the number of parking stalls and all that stuff that got them to their point with the business license office, that's not our purview. We're just looking at, is this a use that would fit the zoning in this site and and that's the land use permit. I mean, normally we'd never see these things, right? So I, as sympathetic as I am with the neighborhood, I think that the place to appeal these issues is not with the planning commission. I think it's with the business license office, if I have that name correct. So, and all of that said, and no other opinion about the applicant or the appellants or anything like that, but just in process, this is another example of us having a really hard time with the land use permit appeal where our focus should be on one area, and it's really easy to overlap on that. So I'm inclined to support the case and not the appeal based on that procedural opinion.
Thank you, Commissioner Bridley. Commissioner Park, are you ready to chime in?
Sure. I'll even put my hand up. I'm going to focus kind of on three things: the parking issue, traffic, and then that last issue of what's Chapter 50 and what isn't, and so forth. On parking, right now, there's 13 spaces, if you count them, that are part of the Key Site 2 development that are available, and they're not utilized by Key Site 2 because there's nothing else there. Okay, there's some ground squirrels, but there's nothing, they don't park. So you've got 13 spaces in addition to all the parking in here. When I think of the other site visits I've made, and we will be making, by the way, over at Santa Claus Lane in Carpinteria, I don't think I've seen in anywhere a site that's as well parked as this one for a dispensary. It's not even anything that comes close. The ones in Santa Barbara, when I go to make site visits, I'm not even sure I get easy parking. I go look for it. Here, there's tons of parking. And when we look at the intentions of Key Site 2, the developer there, I remember his name now, is Graham Moore. And we talked to him from time to time about this one. I've talked to him about Key Site 21. I've talked about all sorts of things. And I just talked to him from time to time. I'm always asking about his project. He is champing at the bit. Remember, it's not chomping at the bit, champing at the bit to get that thing started. It's been in this litigation, this oddball appeal by an employee of a grocery store, and they were looking against competition and all this and that. But that's dead, I believe. I think that litigation's been disposed of. And they want to go as soon as they possibly can. That will radically change the amount of parking, and it'll radically change the available access, because you'll have access from the east, and that will be with the benefit of a traffic light on Clark. I am glad to hear Commissioner Bridley's suggestion about dealing with the smaller scale traffic issues. It's called the traffic engineer, and it looks like the main traffic issue that's objectionable to people is folks are making an illegal left turn off of Stillwell into the site across a double line, and folks that would be coming out of the site and making an illegal left turn out onto Stillwell if they wanted to go that way. You've seen bridge dividers and other things where they've got vertical standards that don't take up a whole lot of footprint that can be planted along that or installed along that double yellow line. So I think if the traffic engineer understands the issue and is convinced it's an appropriate thing to do, it's not very hard technologically to install some kind of a barrier, and that ought to fix that up. Aside from the incentive, once we have better development of Key Site 2, to just use something else. Finally, I do sympathize with what the neighbors are saying about factual misstatements, whether they're innocuous or lies, as they call them, on the applications. I've heard the argument before that we're not to get into Chapter 50 issues. I was told that about Herbal Angels, where somebody was being prosecuted by the DA. In the way I see it, and I've handled a lot of administrative hearings over the last half century, is that when an applicant comes and makes factual arguments, gives testimony and wants you to believe them, you're entitled to weigh their credibility. And if they lie about something on something else, if somebody lies on the Chapter 50 application that's brought to my attention, even though I'm not addressing the Chapter 50 things, I'm going to take that into account when I deal with their credibility. Here, in my overall gestalt of dealing with these applicants and hearing about other people's dealings with these applicants, I think they're what you might consider misstatements are essentially innocuous, are not terribly meaningful, and they don't disturb me to the extent that I think that I need to dismiss their testimony as being liars. And so I would urge others to see it the same way. But again, I do sympathize with you as neighbors, because I remember bringing this up on another project where, you don't like what we decide, then you get to appeal it to the board of supervisors. Good luck on trying to participate in a hearing on a business license with the executive, because there isn't one, and there is no way to appeal it either. So if you feel the need to perhaps inappropriately bring it up here, well, I can understand why you would do it, because you have another avenue. But there we go. So maybe I've come about this in a different way than the other commissioners have that say they want to support the project, but I'm going to agree with them as an end result is I'm ready to support the project.
Thank you. Commissioner Martinez? Where's Commissioner Martinez?
Oh, sorry. I was trying to find myself on the queue. Sorry about that. There's so many people. Well, good afternoon. And I've listened to everybody's things and statements. And I completely agree in regards to administrative proceedings, and no matter what, looking at somebody's credibility or veracity, I mean, that's always comes into character. I didn't find myself really looking at that at this situation. I understand that there were some situations with the 72 parking lot spaces and it being reduced, and I think that is somebody else's purview. But I'm going to be, I know I'm newer at this, but I really feel at a disadvantage when I don't see the negative declaration and have a chance to read it, because in that negative declaration, even within the report, it's talking about an analysis of substantial additional vehicular movement, and that there was an analysis done in there, and I haven't seen that analysis and applied it to even the reference. What staff referenced to was a CEQA, which reads expressly that there would remain significant and unavoidable traffic safety environment. There'd be an increase. So without that ability to do and hear and just massage it within my mind itself, I'm not in favor of it right now. I was hopeful when I heard about the applicant and the appellant, when the applicant said, "Hey, well, let me talk to them." That was hopeful to me. I was thought, okay, just like the last, or just like a couple of other programs where people come together and they actually come up with a remedy. That maybe it's my lawyerism and that's in me, where contract law was always about, okay, where's the breach, where's the remedy? And that's why I'm so interested in that instance of a remedy situation. And that's where I'm at right now. And thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Martinez. Good to have you with us this afternoon. From the minute that I picked up this staff report, I was inclined to say this is a problem in search of a remedy, and we were not the remedy for this problem. It is about having a cannabis dispensary in your neighborhood. Even if you're in favor of cannabis down the street or across town or in the next county, and you recognize that there is a segment of the community that really can use the cannabis being sold at retail, and that's why it's being divided up. one dispensary per each of the supervisorial districts in the county. But it doesn't give us the opportunity to go in and say we oppose certain aspects of this project, and for that reason, we're basically going to dip into the licensing part of it that the county has spelled out in a different part of our code, and say we think we should express our views and recognize the appeals which have been made on health and safety reasons. And I really think we're obligated to follow the process and do our part, which gives us the opportunity to look at the parking, gives us the opportunity to look at the problems to the neighborhood. Security's been addressed, I think, adequately. But from now on, the proof is in the pudding. This is an enforcement case. If employees are parking in the Cimarron neighborhood, there's a remedy for that. And we ought to get the residents of Cimarron, whether they testified or not, to a telephone number that they can at any time of day or night point out that employees are overflowing into their neighborhood. And that should be a condition of their license. But that's not our decision. And it's not our decision as to whether we can do any more than the recommended actions by our staff. So we need one of our commissioners to make a motion, and we'll see if we have consensus. This is a 4th District item. Commissioner Farini, are you prepared to move forward with recommended actions?
Yes, I am. Part of me would like to continue this meeting to give Commissioner Martinez more time to get the information he needs to make a vote. But as I spoke earlier, I think we need to take care of these matters, and it is spelled out pretty well. And I think staff did an excellent job today on answering the appeal questions and points. So I'm ready to move forward to deny the appeal, follow the recommended actions as presented by staff on slide 13, and grant de novo appeal of the project case number 21 LUP 000000564, subject to the conditions included in the attachment B, along with all items 1 through 4 in the recommended actions.
Thank you, Commissioner Farini. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Seconded by Commissioner Bridley. Any further discussion on the motion before we take the vote? I see some hands up, but I'm not sure that's the issue here. Mr. Gusicki. Let's go forward with the vote.
Commissioner Bridley.
Aye.
Commissioner Park.
Aye.
Commissioner Farini.
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez.
No.
Chair Cooney.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
All right, thanks everyone for participating. A very important testimony from the neighborhoods, and it won't be lost. So we have one item left to return to on our first project, and staff has drafted some language. Mr. Dargan, do you want to?
If I could, I'm sorry, Chair. I have to interrupt because I have to recuse myself right now.
You're right. You're right.
Okay.
Have a
Bye,
good
everybody.
evening.
Bye-bye.
Might we take a break?
You want a break before we go through
Yeah,
this?
could we please?
Yeah, sure.
Just quick.
Is 10 minutes enough?
Yes.
All right, we'll be
For me.
back at 4:25.
Thank you.
We're back on the air, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. The Santa Barbara County Planning Commission is on item number 1, which was the appeal of the Nahui Cannabis project. And all the commissioners are present. Our secretary, Mr. Wilson, is present. We have county council. And I'm not sure I see the applicants present. Do we have the appellants?
Laurel's here.
Mr. Chair, I'm here.
Okay, there's a breakdown in the list here. All right, so Mr. Douglas, do you want to introduce the proposed amendment to the project description?
Sure thing. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So since this item was trailed, staff has worked with the applicant team to prepare language that should be showing, it's now showing on the screen. And this proposed language would be added to the project description, which is condition numbers 1 and 2 of the land use permit. So this specifically would be added to the second paragraph of condition 2. And it would require that the applicant provide P&D staff a log of their well meter for the main well, which serves the cannabis cultivation project. And that would be required prior to commencement of the use of cannabis cultivation, and then biannually thereafter. And that would be for the life of the project. And then it goes on to limit the use of the well to 26.6 acre feet per year as confirmed by the well meter log. So that's the language that is proposed. And this new proposed language has been added to the Planning Commission hearing agenda webpage for this item. It has been shared with the 2 appellant teams, and the applicant also has a copy of this language.
Okay. Let's turn to Commissioner Park before we ask for comment from the parties. Does this language meet your objective with respect to amendment of the project description?
I think it does, and I believe it's elegantly worded. I just wanted some assurance and that P&D thought this was the most practical way to do this, knowing what the objective was. Are they happy with this language?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Park, this language has been fully vetted through P&D, and we are satisfied with the language as proposed.
Okay, well, thanks for your effort on this, Mr. Darkle. No further comment. Let's move on to the others.
Okay. Let's make sure the applicant has the opportunity to comment briefly if they wish. Ms. Perez?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, we have vetted the language ourselves and are completely satisfied with it and appreciate the opportunity to address this item today. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for your participation, Ms. Perez, as always. Would anybody representing the appellants like to speak to the amendment?
Yes, this is Ben Benumoff on behalf of Sierra Botanicals. We agree, that they have a right to the water, but they don't, their well is on my client's land. And we would want to ensure that the 26 acre feet comes from wells other than the main wells, or from the main well without an acute effect on the creek flow. So I think that's a fair playing level, and it's in line with the sentiment that Commissioner Park started this whole day off with, and I do respect your comments immensely. I think you're a very thoughtful man and a good attorney. And but that has to be the playing field. That absolutely has to be the playing field. And, you know, in addition, we'd like to know, where is this meter going to be? The well is on my client's property. Is it going to be open and obvious? How is the mechanism of this reporting and monitoring and stewardship of this creek going to be? Because I heard two totally different perspectives today. The two commissioners that voted for the continuance versus the two commissioners who just sort of seemed to me to shrug off the evidence and just push it away to CDF, W. So no, I'm glad Commissioner Park, you did your job today. Thank you. You're a great public official. Thank you. And we're okay with this, but once again, I don't know if the applicant put their own noose around their neck today, but maybe they did. And we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Seaman, any comment? Not sure Mr. Seaman is with us. Okay. So we will return it to the Planning Commission for a vote and a formal motion. Commissioner Park, if you'll make the motion, we will get that started.
I will. Let me just take a moment to comment on what I just heard. I appreciate the compliment from the last speaker, but I think perhaps you misinterpreted what you heard earlier. I think Commissioners Bridley and Cooney are great public officials as well, and they always help me understand what I'm dealing with. I could not do what I do without them, and we almost always come to 100% agreement. We just have ways of bringing out the information for the use of each of us. So that's important to me to say that. And I thought about this over the break, is how much detail could one get into, if you show that there's a certain level of usage of the main well, at what stage do you go to moonshine number 1? And at what stage do you go to moonshine number 2? By the way, I love those names. If I had children, I would name them Moonshine 1 and Moonshine 2, I think. But I think I will name my next lambs Moonshine 1 and Moonshine 2. I just love those. But I think, what you'll have here is pretty good, firm language. And now it's up to the appellants to kind of run with that ball. We're giving you a ball and you run with it when you get there to the State Water Resource Control Board. And you might ask them for more detail on which well site or which pump can be allowed to pump what before you switch to the backup and so forth. I think if we tried to do that now, it would go beyond what we tried to do today and what we think is the appropriate role of this Planning Commission. So that being said, I'm going to make the motion that given this amendment of the project description by the applicant, that we deny the appeals, case numbers, lots of zeros, 43, and 21 APL, lots of zeros, 44. We make the required findings for approval of the project that are in attachment A, and which include the CEQA findings. Determined that the previously certified PEIR is adequate, and there's no subsequent environmental review required. And we grant de novo approval of the project, subject to the conditions included in attachment B of the staff report. Mr. Wilson, do you need to say anything else?
Commissioner Park, to the chair, I think that covers it.
I think that's the first time I've ever done that. Good, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I would recommend that we revise the last action to say, subject to the conditions of approval as revised at today's hearing, just to clarify that point.
Is that okay, Commissioner Park?
Yes, and that means including the revised project description. Yeah.
That's correct.
Did you actually revise the conditions of approval, or is just we just had a revision of the project description, right?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Park,
That's conditional word.
the project description is conditions 1 and 2 of the conditions of approval of the
Oh, I
project.
got it. Right. So yeah, if you revise the project description, that's going to revise the language of the conditions. Gotcha. Thank you. Anyway, that's my motion. I thought I heard a second, but I may have.
There was, somebody said it.
Yeah, I did. I seconded the motion.
Great. Commissioner Farini, any further discussion? All right, that's hard work. Let's vote.
Commissioner Bridley,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Farini,
Aye.
Chair Cooney.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay.
Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, staff. We appreciate it. Take care.
All right. Thanks, everybody, for a long day and a lot of good work. We're going to adjourn until the 31st of August. Meeting adjourned.
Commissioner Cooney, would you mind if I make just a very brief statement? Won't even take a minute.
No, I wouldn't mind.
Okay. You know, the intellectual part of me that sometimes comes out, it says that our role, or my role certainly, is to, in a sense, act as a judge of a product, of a project, and not be a cheerleader for one side or the other. But the emotional side to me says, you know, I'm going to do a little cheerleading right now, and the cheerleading is for staff. I think these were two very, very tricky projects today. Very tricky of what our role was and how to do it, and then how to process it. And yet we had two excellent staff reports. We had two excellent staff presentations. And I'm watching our planning and development department deal with these hearings, and they're dealing with a lot of new people, and they're dealing with a situation. There's all these bizarre things that the COVID epidemic has caused us to do, and they're dealing with a lot of turnover, and they've managed to delegate the projects out to staff people to do their best job, and then our supervising planners step in at appropriate times with some of the stranger questions that I often ask, and step in, but they don't micromanage the thing. And then our director is there to give us kind of overall advice. And I thought that was so well done for these projects and so well done today. So I'm very proud of you all. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Park. I think we echo your sentiments, and look forward to continuing our work on the 31st. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you. Good night.